So I celebrated Father's Day yesterday because I'm a father. So I didn't really do anything stream-wise, and I wasn't going to. I saw that Ben and Grace celebrated Father's Day the way they know how. With Grace almost getting a beating. I know that Grace did not stream today, so who knows? She might have got that beating. That's kind of sad, actually. I mean, look, man, I, deep down inside, am still a nice person. You know, I can recognize that it's sad, but having followed the Thorps for this long, they made their bed. It is what it is, you know? There's been many people who try to white knight for Grace, try to save her. And they've all failed. They've all failed. Some have gone further than others. But more or less, that all ends the same, doesn't it? So, I don't feel bad or sorry for Grace. And I kind of expect Ben to be Ben. Ben is number one dad. He's the number one dad right there. Willing to say that he's willing to physically correct, which code for physically discipline, code for just slap around his daughter on live stream. He didn't, but he came close to it. Grace walked away. I did see that. I did catch that, yeah. Of course I did. But I was like, you know what? I'm celebrating Father's Day. I'm doing things. And I did. It was great. Spent time with the mother-in-law. Spent time with just really with family. And had a good time. Today was a work day. And I don't want to bore you guys with that. Other than the fact that I'm driving around with one eye. And this eye is so stressed from like having to be like the one and only way for me to look around. That like I even told the doctor. I saw the doctor today for a follow-up visit. I was like, I think this eye is starting to go bad too because it's kind of sensitive to the light as well. It's like either that or it's stressing because I'm driving around in the company car like almost blind, dude. The one eye I could see out of is kind of blurry at times. I'm like, man, hold it together, man. I got a few visits and then I'm good. And I'll see the doctor and be like, what are we doing here? It was so bad today that I was like, I asked HR. I was like, hey, how do I go about getting short-term disability? Like, you know, short-term leave from the company? Because, you know, this eye's starting to go bad too. And if I can't see, I can't drive. And if I can't drive, then I pretty much can't do the job for a little bit. I saw the doctor today, and I told him, like, man, I've been taking the antiviral pills. Yeah, so the follow-up update on the eye, it's not conjunctivitis. It's not pink eye. That's what they said. Said it was eye herpes, which is different from conjunctivitis. But still a virus in your eyes. And it's not good, okay? I don't know how I got it. The doctor said it was maybe the steroids. He's like, maybe it's conjunctivitis in the beginning. You took too many of the steroids and it became eye herpes. But I saw him today and he was like, actually, it's doing pretty good. I'm like, are you sure, doc? Because I still can't see out of it very well. It's like, well, you're able to see these letters. I'm like, really? It's a blurry mess. And maybe I'm just making stuff up, doc. Maybe I got it right, but whatever. I was like, all right, Dr. Muhammad, take care of me, whatever. What do I need to take care? What do I need to take now? He's like, okay, continue doing what you do, the antiviral and the bacteria drops, and I'm going to prescribe to you another eye steroid. I'm like, what? I thought that's what caused this. He was like, I know it sounds crazy, but trust me. I'm like, you know what? I was so close to saying that, man, I think you guys are just trying to bleed me out here because it's like $50 each visit here. And I went to follow up on this Wednesday. I'm like, man, okay. That's $150 so far with his eye doctor. $150. Next time I see him, I expect some action. I expect something. Give me something, doc. Hug me, at least. A skin to skin. Actually, at one point he was like, I can hold your hand during this. I was like, whoa. But now I think, now I understand what's going on here. Okay. What? I mean, this story I'm telling you is true. It is. In the handhold thing was not even, it's not even exaggeration here. Okay. So, very important to announce, Patience has another diss track. Patience has another diss track. It is hot off the press. So we're gonna sample that here. Gonna play that real fast. Brand new. Just gonna hear it with you guys. I asked for permission because I'm an ethical reactor. You know, I have a reaction channel that I do on the other side, right, where I react to Japanese bands. And I would ask for permission, except I don't speak Japanese. So I really just ask for forgiveness and hope that one day they recognize my channel. You know? That's my little fantasy there, and sometimes it looks like it's happening. All right. Let's go and do this. Let's put it on the screen here. Shout out to everyone in the chat. We got Game Over in there, NDR, Stephen Thurman. You guys are the first arrivals. Thank you. Probably not taking shots tonight. Though, I mean, vodka doesn't really add much to you. I weighed myself last night, and it's not good. I was doing great a couple weeks ago. I went from 150 to 150. 250 to 240. That was great. But now I'm at 244. So, gotta really watch what I eat. Again, can't be slacking off with the chips and stuff. It's pretty much, it has to be like protein and vegetables. That's pretty much it. Just protein, really. No carbs. So I guess, I mean, vodka's not going to do me bad. I think Mr. Black, I don't know. I don't trust it. So if we do any shots, it'll be vodka. So I guess shots. I guess we'll do that. What am I saying? All right. We got 10 people in here. Let's get those likes up, by the way. We're about to debut Patient's latest diss track. Can we get some likes for that at least? Patience is working on a revision of the track right now, huh? Oh, where did I get the thumbnail? Oh, I just clipped it. Oh, wait, thoughts on Grace saying Ben holds so much power over her. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Okay. I didn't catch that part. Okay. We're going to get that. We're starting early so we can have plenty of time to get into all that here. They didn't stream today. They have a job to do and they're not doing their job. So I don't know. I don't think you can collect unemployment for not streaming. He's uploading it? Okay. Hold on. There's going to be a revised version. So we're going to hold off on this. But we're debuting it, okay? I want the finished version, okay? That's what I want. Now, I could go over to Big Patience stream and chill with him, but we're about to do the Thorps. And I don't really want to mix those two streams. Big Patience is like, he's a very kind guy. He's all full of love and all that, and peace and all that. The Thorps, on the other hand, well, you know what they are. And we know what they are. All right. And also because if I have too many kick tabs open, I think it messes with my memory. Anyway, let's go ahead and start with the online Christian apologist. So the way Ben celebrated, and this is nice. I like this. Let me just say, any of you guys dads in the chat, any of you guys have a dad? I mean, everyone has a dad. You may not have a dad in your life, but everyone has a dad. Everyone has a mom. Everyone has a dad. They might not just be in your life for various reasons. Anyway, I don't know how y'all celebrated Father's Day. I have kids. They got me a bunch of gifts. It was nothing expensive. I don't need anything, but it was noteworthy, meme-worthy for like the family. Okay. For example, my daughter likes to call me Shrek. We kind of have this back and forth play, kind of like about that. She calls me Shrek. I'm like, well, then your dad's Shrek'd in, and this is my swamp. This is my house. Get out of my swamp, like I start acting like Shrek, whatever. So she got me a shirt. It's a Shrek shirt. Shrek yourself before you wreck yourself. No one else would get that joke. It's kind of lame, maybe cringe to some of you guys, but it meant a lot to her. It was funny to me. I wore that shirt all day. It was great. My son got me some stuff too. It was very cool. Socks. Socks and mint dark chocolate. Okay. All right. And a card. Okay. That's all I need there. And then got this one of these fancy Dick Tracy watches that now I can take my blood pressure on the go now. Wow, look at that. They're pretty cool. But I've spent time with. I went to my mother-in-law's house. We ate food there and had hanged out with my father-in-law and stuff. It was pretty cool. I mean, my direct family they live kind of far away from me now. But it was a lot of thanks and a lot of talk, a lot of phone calls and stuff. Good stuff. That's how I celebrated Father's Day. Okay. And I think maybe some of you guys, something maybe similar, maybe, hopefully, right? What you guys didn't do was a stream with your daughter, right? And threaten to hit her, threaten to smack her around on live stream, right? And the thing about Ben Thorpe, man, is that he doesn't care. He doesn't seem to have any concern about even the optics of it, okay? He thinks it's totally based and good for a dad to smack his kids around. And like that is not something any dad should be proud of doing at all. Any like what? But the last time I've ever had to put hands on my kids, they were much smaller. Anymore now, if it's like that's not even required. It's not even what? And like in Ben's stream here, or about to watch here, it was over disrespect. And by disrespect, it could be anything like not giving him the right sort of response that he's looking for, okay? And that's all it takes. Or just slightly interrupt him when he rants for like 30 minutes nonstop about nonsense. And you're supposed to make sense of what he's talking about. Yeah. Sorry, can't do that. No. If I was one of Ben's kids, I would have left the house a long time ago. But that is what it is. That's number one dad. Number one dad of the sector. And between Ben Thorpe and Ricada and Ethan Ralph, I'm not sure who wins the trophy for the best dad of the sector. But I think Ben Thorpe has a good running chance. I think he does. I mean, he destroyed his family by doing something no father should ever do. And that's right, I'm going there. That's right. What Ben and Grace are infamous for, I should say, their carnal relations. Man, there's only a few dark and dirty secrets that are so corrosive so toxic that they would just destroy a family like that. And based on all the things I've seen, based on the things I've heard Ben say, what Grace say, and all that stuff, and their living situation, I believe it 100%. 100%. I believe that That beer bottle fellatio story is only tip of the iceberg. Oh, Ben, happy Father's Day to you. I mean, what the hell? I don't even think he got that from Grace. I don't know if his kids even called him and said, Happy Father's Day, Dad. No. Didn't get any of that. All right. Is the patience track ready? Is that enough stalling? I can only banter for so long. Only 3 likes. Hey, let's get it to 10. What do you guys say? I have to bring the shot closer. I'm telling you, this one eye is supposed to be good. But, like, I have to bring it closer to me now. Yeah, I think Patience is just having fun. He's having fun with the diss track. Steven says, yeah, he enjoyed Father's Day with his 17-year-old daughter and didn't even threaten to slap the shit crap out of her. Oh, look at that. Pirate stream. Yep. Yeah, we're doing that until it becomes too itchy. But I think we'll be fine. Almost there. Okay. Well, I say we begin then. And then we'll have our diss track break when it's good and ready. All right, so this is how it begins. Okay? We're going to go for the long haul. Time and a half it. Going to be double time it. All right, here we go.
Today it is Sunday, June 15th, 2025.
Oh, so it's my channel on YouTube?
Yes.
Why?
Because this is kind of your content, was my thought.
You didn't ask me.
Already. We're streaming on my channel. Why? I mean, Ben has said that he wanted to take charge, right? He's doing the content now.
To ThorpTube and Ben Thorpe, aka Able on YouTube. We are co-streaming today. It is Sunday, June 15th, 2025.
Oh, so it's my channel on YouTube?
Yes.
Why?
Because this is kind of your content, was my thought.
You didn't ask me.
I just assumed.
I'm sorry. I thought Grace was the boss, Ben. I thought you were her employee. Grace really needs to hold Ben. Grace needs to give Ben a reality check. If Grace wants to be the CEO and the boss and Ben her employee, she needs to set things right.
Why would we stream to Thorp TV? Like, that's for, like, personal stuff. Or
Because
drama.
it has a much bigger audience.
Oh, okay. Well, I have no problem streaming on there, too. I just assumed if we're going to stream on YouTube, we'd stream to your channel, and then the base isn't on Kick, so.
Oh, happy Father's Day.
Oh,
Yes,
Oblivion
happy
is
Father's
great.
Day. I forgot.
Dude.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Charlie, big birthday.
Yeah, the Oblivion remaster, man, of course everyone has said this. Very fun, great, man. And the great thing about playing it is, of course, the nostalgia. Because it's like, I haven't played this game in so long. I remember all this stuff, but I kind of don't at the same time. But I'm very early in the game, okay? I was playing it on the Xbox Cloud, whatever, and it threw me off. And then I was like, well, fuck that. I didn't just make room on my Xbox and download it and play it. Okay, anyway.
Thanks for echoing what Grace has been saying all morning. Okay, so so now there's a problem because I thought we were saying like the Ben Thorpe channel has been just like it's died, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we're gonna revive it, we would have like a strategy to revive it.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah.
What do you do now?
Well, a good way to revive it is to just stream on it. Like, if a channel's dead, just give it some life, Ben.
What I've been doing is I've been sending...
No, what do we do now? Like, that was a mistake. So what do we do now?
Solid
we can
Snake
end the stream on my
tomorrow.
channel and
Let's do that.
start broadcasting on Thorp TV.
Okay.
Okay, and then... here we go. Okay, we are now live on YouTube as well. What?
It's remember I said there's two aspects to your voice that are difficult. One is
Yeah.
this kind of thing,
Yeah.
and the other is just a straight volume for my ears, which you can adjust.
Okay.
Ben is
we are
so...
now live on YouTube, Thorp TV, and on Kick at ThorpTube.
He's
and
so
Are you gonna
grumpy.
respond to that?
I'm adjusting my voice, yes.
Okay, you're gonna do it by adjusting your voice.
Yes.
Why don't we just turn it down a hair?
Okay. Okay, is that better?
Because like I'm saying, that was a problem. So I'm gonna do both. Because you just did it again. Okay, whatever. All right. So I'm gonna just take over here because we're circling the drain from the very beginning.
Okay.
And I would say that we've got some great news.
Well, you're circling the drain because you're being petty over nothing. He's petty over like, oh, we're streaming on my channel. My channel's dead. Why are we streaming on my channel? It's like, okay, guy.
Okay, and that great news is, what did I say I wanted? What did I say I wanted?
Some food.
Is that found?
Yeah, I got a bandana.
No.
Yeah, we
You
could
are
do a
incredibly
Solid Snake
pissy.
cosplay. We could do that.
I'm going to get my stuff done while we open up the show, and then I'll grab food. That's literally my plan.
Here's literally your plan. Get me something to eat.
Okay, all right.
How many times did I say I'm like kind of hungry? Like 5.
Okay.
So you're like, okay, definitely makeup. No, food.
Okay, I'll be right
And
back.
I'll introduce these people to
Wow. Ben Thorpe is such a great dad. He wasn't even gifted food like in the morning, you know? You think Father's Day, Grace would make him some eggs and breakfast, right? Get ready to go. No, not. Wow. Wasn't even, Grace, you weren't even thinking. Yeah, food is important.
the dynamic, which is actually very positive.
Okay.
The dynamic, the good news is we haven't streamed for a few days.
Hey, Hurricane.
Happy to be, if I don't mind, I might mind.
Okay, sorry.
You said the food's in the RV.
Yeah, I know.
How would I mind giving you the RV key? Bullshit. You said I need the key. Anyways, I can see this could be a tough road to hoe. I don't really know what that means. Road to hoe? Road to hoe? Maybe that's what that.
Not road to hose, Ben. Road to hoe. Like to hoe the road. Like to make a road. You would first dig a trench. Anyway.
Can someone tell me, because I'm feeling a little like this is not going well, but this is going to be a tough row to hoe, like so a row of corn.
Yeah,
or a row
big
of plants.
boss, yeah.
So far. Okay, thank you, Will. Thank you very much. That makes sense. I've always said road to hoe, but you don't hoe a road. But anyways, got it. Here's the great news. And I don't care.
Isn't it Big Boss
I'm
Dick
not doing a
Cheney?
great job. I seem crappy, whatever. We haven't been streaming, but Grace and I have been watching
never mind.
YouTube.
I was thinking
Especially the kind of content that I'm interested in. What the fuck was
Happy
that?
Father's Day.
Oh, TTS. Yes. Who sent that?
I don't know everything about the Metal Gear Solid universe. Who's the Dick Cheney guy? I just seen him like he's like a final boss dude or whatever, and I was like, why does that look like a very buff Dick Cheney right there? What's going on with this? Who's that guy? I played Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill. Metal Gear Solid 2. For Metal Gear Solid for the PlayStation. That's about it. Big Boss is the eye patch. Solid Snake as none. Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha. See, I know nothing about the game other than I played it. Okay, here's how you know I know. I have actually played the game for the original PlayStation, but I got to like Psycho Prometheus, whatever his name is, Psycho whatever, and he would read your memory card, be like, "Oh, you played Castlevania," because I played Castlevania, and that's all. So to this day, I have not actually played those games to any real depth. Okay, I know those games are like big and popular to a lot of people, but those games I've not really played. Probably missing out, and probably too late to get into it. I say that, but anyway,
Where is that? That came through Kick.
he doesn't know his chimes. Ben, you gotta work on streaming. You need Grace there, but she's getting food. She can't be in two places.
Send a dono.
They just did.
Why isn't it listed? Well, whoever that was, thank you very much. Really happy to see Grace's effort to get TTS like turning into something. And any of you for $2 small dollars, $2 measly dollars. Can,
Armstrong,
stop the
that's
stream
the guy. Okay.
and say pretty much whatever you want, and we'll react to it. That sounds fun. So great news. The great news is
Hey,
that,
Jan.
and I'm talking about just like getting up, like whatever, turning on the television set and watching YouTube videos of exactly the kind that I've wanted to react to when I started on YouTube and has gotten subsumed by IRL and drama and family drama. We just did it, I don't know, until the sun went down. And finally, there was a sustained engagement from Grace with me. So sometimes it was like intellectual, sometimes it was like we're just joking around, but it was flowing. So I
wouldn't call it flowing.
Was finally met. And we'd had moments like that, but in between it was this
A
kind of
solid
like
as snake.
kind of conflict, which you're all familiar with. So now all we have to do is take that same thing and do it here.
I'm a very solid
on
snake.
the internet.
I'm very
obviously
plump.
is proving to be a little bit of a challenge because maybe I'm a little defensive, coming in a little crabby, and she's a little like playing the victim here, and we're gonna have to get through it. So, anyways,
so is Ben super grumpy because it's Father's Day and he didn't get any sort of respect, not one acknowledgement?
Grace is gonna get some food. It shouldn't be that hard to do. She should be back in a reasonable amount of time, but we have no means of communication. And I don't have my glasses, so I really couldn't read something if there was. But we are just going to do this in real time. And your job, which you've already taken on as the viewers, 57 here on YouTube, and how do you find out how many on chat? Can someone tell me how many people are on Kick chat? And also, okay, Kick chats will come through here. So,
yep, it's double
and someone
time
on
too.
52, thank you.
Watching Ben struggle.
52 on Kick, 60 on YouTube, with 112 people. Pretty good for a Sunday morning at 11 a.m. And the energy is, Juno Thorpe with a quote, is that found in your makeup kit? So thank you, Decentralized, also for 52 Decentralized No PC. It's two of the greats out there, just great friends of the channel and friends of us personally. Love you guys. Now, one of the one of the things we watch.
What are we doing here, Ben?
Just kind of big in the Catholic / religious.
Oh, we're doing
internet
religious
apologetic
talk,
sphere,
huh?
which is definitely a sphere that I want to interact with. I don't know if I really want to be in it because I don't think they'll accept me, and I don't think, other than a couple of them, that I could interact with them without like just.
What do you mean they want to
deriding them
accept
the
you,
whole time.
Ben?
Like, I can't take them seriously.
Just barge your way in.
But, oh, by the way, what was he done? Not today because Sunday. Like, what we got? Did you see it? And
yeah,
we got the right one.
that's right. He said he had 50 live viewers on YouTube. So you think about it, my numbers are kind of similar to them. That's kind of funny. Look at that. Ben is insane, losing it more each day. That's right, Game Over. He is. Maybe some of you guys will be lucky to get some gifted memberships. I don't know. Play your cards right.
Boom. And this comes right out. So
We'll see what kind of night this is.
So I think this will be doable. Grace would love to do it. She'd love to have your help doing it. Maybe her brother could help her do it. And whatever. Yeah, okay, Juno, great question. Hey, Grace.
And OPC will do it for free.
First of all, I'm not having a need panic. I'm having a bit of a communication issue, which is that, oh, that's my phone?
Yeah.
Is it charged up?
So I got 60.
Okay. And I don't know how to, like, we're going to have to, like, it would be great to be able to do this in a kind of more formal way, but like just kind of a little checklist, like when we leave the RV, but like, we are not at the level where we can have a checklist and do that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, now where's the food?
Well, I just was sitting down for what you wanted to say.
Get me some.
Ben, you were just talking to her. You said you wanted to talk about things. Oh, okay. I'll get this straight. You sent Grace for food. Grace, go get the food. Come back with the food. God damn. Ben is horrible to work with. He's like a diva. He's like an actor who right? I'm getting like Hollywood diva vibes here or something. This is so crazy. Go fetch me my food.
Caloric.
He's a king.
intake.
Okay.
Right? He thinks he's a king.
This range is reversed. Yeah, I mean, what I'm just saying is looking at that hole was what was missing from the other one. I'd love to have you do that in whatever way makes the most sense. There you go. Look at that. 2 pieces of cheese. Not only are there some calories there, there's a lot of calories in cheese. So this is going to tell my brain that we're good. So I can focus more on the content and less on the.
That's your meal for Father's Day? A string cheese? Is that the meal for a king?
Hunger pangs. And
Hunger pains?
Yeah, Andrea, I can't feed myself while I'm on a microphone. And Andrea, here's another thing. If you think that getting 2 of these out of a refrigerator and putting them on the table in front of me is oppression, then you should really consider whether the earth is a place for you.
Yeah, you're being oppressed, Ben. Oh, it'd be even funnier. Oh, sorry. He's like, Grace, come here. I can't put these cheese strings in my mouth. Grace, come here. I can't chew the cheese on my own. You're gonna have to work my jaw to chew them.
Andrea, General Bandito says, well, Grace. Andrea, it's Father's Day. Come on now. Good morning, Victoria Burgess. From Bumblebee says, Andrea D.
Guys, is your
Hey, Grace, we're
do
gonna
you
GTS.
like it when streamers chew
I can't see who it's from, though.
into the camera?
2 of them.
I saw the first one.
You saw it?
Well, I heard it.
You heard it. That's significantly different. It's a whole different sense.
That's true.
I perceived it.
Well, I was watching you get it on screen.
All right. So you're saying you saw the TTS is the correct, is like, I saw that you got it.
Yeah, that's what I meant, yeah.
But you said I saw it.
Yeah, no, I didn't see the TTS.
Period
I haven't
pains.
seen it either.
That's right.
I
Ben is
understand
a
that's a little
woman.
bit tricky.
He does
Right, now-
act very womanly.
So I told the folks here the great news. Yeah, now make up hard, fast, brutal, dude.
Hey, if there's one thing we can get going, is all of us could start addressing Ben as if he's a woman and convince him that he's a trans woman. I don't know. It'll be funny. Oh man.
I know people say like I would love to be. Told
There was
that
like
I
this
great
bit
without
for a
makeup.
little bit.
Yeah.
But
Old days
On
of
TV.
Grace and old days Thorpe material.
you can look okay. Look, you can look good
Or
without
there was a
makeup.
stream where Grace tried to act like
Smack yourself in the face
a
anytime.
trans
Power up.
a trans
Mostly it's
boy.
not good here. You look like a butt fuck from like, you know what I mean, like some kind of Germanic butt fuck.
It happened. It was a
Depends on
stream.
my-
It didn't last.
I'm not in my follicular
I think it
phase,
lasts for
so
one stream.
My face literally changes shape. It's well known fact. Anyways,
You're gonna
It
tell
was
me, like,
Grace
something
with a
like that?
backwards cap.
Weren't
I
you?
think
Follicular
she had a backwards
Oh.
cap.
What is it?
it's when you're the most like fertile.
That has to do with your menstrual cycle.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm not talking about it. I'm just saying forget it. There are certain phases when a woman's face literally.
Well, if I said like I'm not having an
changes.
erection right now, would I be referring to my reproductive system?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure you're referring to your menstrual cycle.
Yes.
No, you're saying like I didn't necessarily refer
Grace,
to
never correct Ben. He's always right.
menstruation itself.
Here we go.
I think is
Yeah, you're right. I should have just not said that.
You know what? Yeah,
Okay, hold on.
yes,
Let me put this
Grace.
in the YouTube chat. Okay.
Grace, you haven't learned your place yet. You just have to say, uh-huh. Yeah. I mean, you're talking too much, Grace. That's what's happening.
For TTS, I don't have the link in the YouTube chat. Hang on, let me put it in there really quick. $2.
but they have to do it through. Oh,
For TTS, I don't have the link. Okay, sorry.
Gaslight Ben into gender reassignment surgery? Yes. Now
There we go.
that
That's
would be
only
a
because
noble
we
call.
have, like,
Revision
research
track
trials
is
and
up.
all that.
Okay. All right,
Hot
here we
boxing.
go. We're going to record this reaction too. All right. Big Patience has a new diss track fresh off the press here. That's right. This is how new it is to me. We're going to click this bad boy. We're going to react to it. Live reaction right now. Initial response. That's how I like to do it.
Hey, this for my people right here.
This for my people who let people take their kindness for a weakness. It's beneath us to let them people keep on talking down on us from their weakness. They weak plus, your spirit drives them so crazy, baby, yeah, it's like an A plus. They want us, I got a lot of patience, baby, yeah, it's a surplus. Too much.
This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. That's for real. You too real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. For real. You too real.
Verse 2, I'ma tell you what it do. I got enough grace for me and you, boo. Let's touch on the subject, what we said we gon' do. Do you wanna leave your pops? I think it's time you're 22. Do the best thing for you. You don't need a diss, you need a therapist. Daddy fucked your mind up and I'm out here in bliss. Wouldn't be shit if it weren't for Damius.
That's true. Shout out Damius.
This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. That's for real. You too real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. For real. You too real.
Man, talk about fire. I like this one a lot, dude. It hit hard right from the beginning. You know, the previous one had like these like subtle digs and, you know, it kind of had like this, it just had a subtle way about it. It was nice though. This one, I felt like the fire came, it was like direct, like immediately. Like, I think it's the beat. Like right when you hear it, it's like boom, right? Let's hear that again. Oh, hold on.
Hey, this for my people right
That's
here.
right. That's right. You do get the synths. The synths are leading us in. Okay, and then, you know what I was thinking there? I was thinking horror vibes. Probably because of the thumbnail for this. You got like the zombie ghoul looking Ben and Grace. Like they're from like some sort of like, I don't know, horror movie or something, right? It's like their true selves. Look at that. Although Grace wishes she was that skinny in the face. Okay. That's true though. That's true. All right. But
My
if he
people
comes
who
in,
let people take their kindness for a weakness. It's beneath us to let them people keep on talking down on us from their weakness. They weak plus, your spirit drives them so crazy, baby, yeah, it's like an A plus. They want us. I got a lot of patience, baby, yeah. It's a surplus. Too much.
This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself.
Grab your sword and shield. Rise.
For real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. That's for real. That's for real. That's for real. You too real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. That's for real. For real. You too real. You too real.
Verse 2, I'ma tell you what it do. I got enough grace for me and you, boo. Let's touch on the subject. What we say we gon' do. Do you wanna leave your pops? I think it's time you're 22.
Do you want to leave?
Do the best thing for you. You don't need a diss, you need a therapist. Daddy fucked your mind up and I'm out here in bliss. Wouldn't be shit if it weren't for Damius.
Wouldn't be shit if it wasn't for Damius. That's true. That's true. I like how he included that. Okay, man, that was, he has like these little clips and stuff from the that live stream. Oh man, I love the way he mixed that in. Okay, yeah, this is good. We'll play it out again.
This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. That's for real. You too real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. For real. You too real.
Yeah, shout out to Big Patience for this. This was great. I love it. I think it's great. Definitely continue what you're doing, man. You're good at this. You have something here. You don't always have to make diss tracks. Hey, I'm not telling you not. Hey, I'm not telling you to stop. I'm just saying you don't want to put yourself in a box. But hey, this is good. And like you said in the song, you have a lot to work with here. You have so much. Oh, that's my other medication ready. I got more meds ready. That might be the eye steroids. I don't know. I got another round of eye drops. I'm telling you, man, it's a running joke. I think they're trying to see how many various eye drops I could put into my freaking eye. Dude, I got so desperate. This buddy of mine, he's not really my buddy, so he might have been pranking me on this one, but he was like, man, when I was in the Marines, man, we get pink eye there, we just put hand sanitizer in our eyes. I was like, does that work? He's like, yeah. I was like, at this point. So I was at work. There's some hand sanitizers there. I just right in my eye. It hurt. It hurt a lot. Oh, it stung. It also didn't make it any better. Didn't make it any worse, but didn't make it any better. See, I can't even see. I don't even know if I'm on the window or what. So, yeah. I'm like a blind man over here, dude. All right. Blind or not, I can recognize a good song. That was good. We're gonna leave this up for every 10 likes. We'll listen to the song again for every 10 likes. Right now we're at 6, so let's fix that. All right, let's continue with Ben and Grace. Oh, chat. What do you guys think about that? I'd be a horrible streamer if I didn't get your thoughts about the diss track lyrics. Go harder and more direct. Yes, I agree. The lyrics in the previous one were more clear. I did notice that, but I think when you listen to it again, the more you hear it, the more you'll recognize what's going on. So I think that's part of it, you know. It's also a call out for inspiration. That's right. All right. Anyway, yeah, that's cool. I like it.
Watching YouTube together in the back of the RV.
Yes.
Along with some conflicts, but like mostly it's just gone back to like intellectual content and sort of fooling around, goofing around.
Yeah.
But it's been intellectual religious content. We've either taken
Intellectual content is like dudes in suits talking about what? The same stuff, religion, and all that. So these grand intellectual conversations, do they ever actually move anything forward? Did they actually change anything? It's just dudes in suits who have PhDs, probably not, probably fake, huffing their own farts for nothing. It doesn't move the needle anywhere. No one cares. No one's ever inspired by any of that. And if they are, they're idiots. Because in the end, we're all going to go in flames with the new World War III with Israel and Iran, okay? So what I'm saying is, enjoy your life while you can. That's what I'm saying, okay? Anyway, not to get all black-pilled here. Guys, at any moment now, the whole world can end, but hey, enjoy life while you can. This format's so 2020-21 lockdown material. It is.
taken it seriously or just been like, this is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
And achieved experienced flow chemistry that should put us in the stratosphere.
Yeah.
As far as entertainers, if we can just get it on the camera. Now,
yeah.
I was thinking, well, how does chat fit in? Okay, because this is the thing. Okay, so we've got it. If we've got anything, we had it.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Turning the camera on changes the dynamic somewhat, but it should be that we can retain it and bring it in front of the camera. We obviously have a vast amount of experience being behind the camera.
Yes.
In all sorts of situations with all sorts of embarrassing things like being raised or talked about, streamed at, and everything else.
Yeah, right.
So it'll be doable.
Yeah.
But we're trying to go from being wild cows to being entertainers.
Yes, right.
Well, how are you going to do that, Ben? How are you possibly ever going to escape your past? How are you going to do that?
And I think we have to own at this point that we are at least...
You're going to have to kill me to get rid of your past. Oh, man. You're going to have to. You're going to have to find me and murder me in the streets. Because as long as I live, your past will be remembered. I will be the one channel. When everyone else is gone and done with you guys, I'll still be, hey, remember these guys? Remember this family?
Self-reflective wild cows.
Yeah.
But that, when we attempt to do the kind of stuff we were doing in the back of the RV, largely, and then that is really what people watch for and find entertaining and clip and talk about. Okay. So, Jack says it's World War III. We're all wild cows. I agree with that. I agree that,
I don't think they really truly understand why people consider them to be locals.
Bibi Netanyahu is a lol cow. Donald Trump is a lol cow.
Okay.
I think we have lol wars going on. Right? They're not really like the Iran-Israel thing. It's like, is that really a war? Isn't it more just like trolling?
Yeah.
And I'm glad
Is it a war?
Sad that a fair
I
amount
mean,
of people
bombs
dying,
are being launched, or missiles being launched, people dying.
To, the potential, including a nuclear power, seems relatively minor, and I don't think it's going to continue to escalate much. And I think it signals...
Which means it probably will.
These are just acts of desperation, in my opinion. All right. Now, here's what I was saying. Okay, so I'm making this contention. We
Bet
have
on the
this experience, and
opposite
we're
of whatever
gonna
Ben
go do it
says.
today.
Yes.
Okay, but then oddly enough, I come on and I'm crabby, right? And I know why that
Lol
is.
wars.
Because I'm being defensive because I'm kind of saying like, I'm one of these guys who's like, instead of being like, okay, let's do this, I'm just like, yeah, we'll see. You know what I mean? Like I've had enough experience to say like, it's better that I reserve judgment here. Like I can't do more enthusiasm and be like, okay, let's do this because it's just brutal.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, okay, we're going to make this contention.
You know
Chat's
what?
job, which they're very good at, is to bust our
You know
ball.
what'd be great? You take what Ben's saying here, like the audio, overlay it with like footage of bombs going off in Iran and missiles making it through the Iron Dome, dude. Yeah, there you go. There's your intellectual content right there. Whatever channel can make that happen, you might have a video that'll make you $50, dude. Probably $20, but still, you can get something with that.
Balls and try to bring us to the point of where you despair and I'm like,
You rage quit and I despair.
run the... We'll be right back, folks. Experiencing technical difficulties.
Yeah, right.
So, but I'm feeling like, no, actually, what about this? And I'm asking you, what about this? This is some whataboutism.
Logical fallacy.
Whataboutism. I don't even understand what that phrase means. Whataboutism. I just think it's sort of one of those things that just sucks when people say it.
You're employing whataboutism.
That's whataboutism. So
that
the phrase
explains
whataboutism
Ben. He doesn't know what
is not allowed to be
whataboutism
said.
is.
There are a lot of times when
it's
people
like,
say
well, what about
and it's
this?
stupid,
What about
but
that?
would
It's
be
kind
called
of in the
stupid.
name.
Why do we have to call it whataboutism?
Good point.
I don't even know what they're talking about.
Because Ben exercises a lot of whataboutisms. All his stuff is what about this, what about that, what about that. He always brings up some other thing that has nothing to do with the thing that's happening right now.
Well, if they say, oh, it's terrible that Iran is raining ballistic missiles down on Tel Aviv, Haifa, and other Israeli cities where there's a great potential for civilians to get killed. And I said, well, what about the fact that Israel struck first? And you go, enough of the whataboutism.
2 more away from
stupid.
another play.
But there is something called the tu quoque fallacy.
I've heard that.
Do you know that?
Several times in the last couple days.
Tu quoque is Latin for,
Isn't it,
3 words?
I think it means and you too, something like that. Isn't that what it means? And you as
Tu
well.
quoque. Yeah, tu quoque fallacy. Okay, I mean, I don't know the exact translation. I studied Latin, but
I'm gonna grab some food. Hold on one second.
Not well,
it's like
Ben.
dinner if you explained it to me.
I didn't study at
I'm
all.
a Latin master.
That cheese isn't helping you, Ben.
There was no A. It's pronounced too quick. It is too quick.
Too quoque. That
Wait, is that a
not
quake?
accurate. Quoque.
Quoke. Too quoke.
Incorrect, sir.
Maybe.
Learning.
Hey, but what I think it means
Yay.
is it's saying like you have problems too,
Yeah. Mhm.
and so it's a logical fallacy, but it's an attempt to make someone seem, I guess, like appeal to hypocrisy, which would be legitimate.
Okay, whatever.
In certain circumstances, but if
How
I
much
say
food are they
you
going
run
to
your
eat?
finances poorly,
Well,
you're poor.
he had 2
poor.
sticks of cheese
poor.
and a bowl
and you
of
say
cereal.
well, you're not doing so
That's
well
for
either.
Father's
Isn't
Day.
that the point? It's
I
like
think
that
so,
doesn't
yeah.
affect.
That was his Father's Day breakfast. For my Father's Day breakfast, not the humble brag, my son was like, Dad, you want me to make you breakfast? I was like, well, you don't have to. What are you going to do? He's like, I was going to make you eggs. You know what, son? I'm not going to stop you. You go make those eggs. He's 11. He's a little bit of a chef. He likes to cook. He likes to bake. And yeah, he made some eggs. They were really good. He put some cheese in that stuff too. So look at that. I had a son who made me cheesy eggs. He even put some onions in there. We didn't have any. You know, he had some onions. You know. So he put that in there. It was nice. I like to eat a lot of onions. Anyway,
The fact that what I'm saying is true.
Yeah. Mhm.
Anyways, I'd like to, in some ways, when we look at this, we're going to look at like the role of fallacies, and people seem to mistake. People on the internet seem to think that calling out fallacies is part of like normal conversation, which it's not. It can be useful to like refer to fallacies within the parameters of a strictly logical conversation or usually debate. But once you allow rhetoric into debate, which is the whole blood sports thing,
how to debate 101 with
kind of
Ben.
fallacies go out the door.
Ben is
And
the master
Bloodsport
debater.
people- I say people, but I should say
Masturbator.
guys. Bloodsport guys.
I mean, he knows what he's talking about.
Using fallacies in a way that they're not intended to be used. And people seem to get,
Masturbating
buy into
every
that.
day.
It's painful. It's just stupid.
But the
If I say-
graces help, probably.
If you say like, oh, look at that girl on the bike path, find her attractive, and I'm like, she's a little fat, and you go, I don't know. You're attacking the man. That's the argument. It doesn't
You
make
got
any
10
sense. Everyone
likes?
understand that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But if I
all right, we got 10 likes. We're going to do another play with this diss track here. Pay attention, guys. You might hear a little bit more of the lyrics here. Here we go.
Hey, this for my people right here.
For my
It's for
people.
my people who let people take their kindness for a weakness. It's beneath us to let them people keep on talking down on us from their weakness. They weak plus your spirit drives them so crazy, baby. Yeah, it's like an A plus. They want us. I got a lot of patience, baby. Yeah, it's a surplus. Too much.
This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. That's for real. You too real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. For real. You too real.
Verse 2, I'ma tell you what it do. I got enough grace for me and you, boo. Let's touch on the subject.
He has enough grace. He has enough. He does. For me and you.
We said we gon' do. Do you wanna leave your pops? I think it's time you're 22. Do the best thing for you. You don't need a diss, you need a therapist. Daddy fucked your mind up and I'm out here in bliss.
Your daddy fucked your mind up. Now, what did he mean by that? Where's he going with that? Oh, Am I reading too much into it?
Wouldn't be shit if it weren't for Damius.
By the way, guess who got gifted subs from Damius? And you know how the Thorps are when it comes to their wells giving other people money.
This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. That's for real.
Now, let me say this. If Damius ever gifted me if Damius so much gave me $1, I would put that I would frame that dollar and put it on that wall. Okay, the frame would obviously cost more than the donation, but it would piss Grace and Ben off so much. Oh, that would be great.
You too real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. For real. You too real.
That's right. Game Over. You have gifted a sub before. That's right. You've done that. That's right. Game Over's been very nice in this channel. A lot of, you know what, guys, too, but it's not all about that. Everyone here, you just hanging out in the chat, vibing. Like you're all cool with me. Okay. Now you may not be cool with one another. That's what you guys need to figure out. Okay. And I think for the most part, it's been working itself out. PDL was banned yesterday. What did you do, PDL? Is that caught in the stream? Oh, you mean on Kick? Oh, you gave me a gifted sub on Kick. Well, that's cool. I might see that when I stream on Kick. That's right. But thank you. Thank you so much for that. Oh, that's right. You did gift me a sub. That's right. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Maybe the All-American Tobacco has hit me, or maybe all those eye drops are going into my brain. I don't know. But yes. Yeah, that's right. Game Over is very nice for that. I know. A little slow there, Mr. Deadman. Yes.
I call you a loser and you say you're a jerk, and I go ad hominem.
See, like, look, we go from, even when Patience does a diss track, it's still with like, there's still like this aura about it, right? And then as soon as I play Ben talking, there's like this darkness with it.
Doing this, and it's fine to say. It's fine to say, other than in a strict logical debate, you can say like, you can make personal asides about the person. It's very effective in undermining them in a certain way.
Yeah.
Like in the heat of like a technically logical thing to say like, okay, is 1 + 1 = 2. There you can say like, okay, you're not representing my argument accurately, and you can use as a shortcut to that the term not representing the other person's argument.
Strawman.
And you can go, I would appreciate it if you steelman my argument rather than strawmanning it.
Yeah.
But you can also say, I don't think you're accurately understanding what I'm saying, and maybe just as an intellectual exercise, you could try to see. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but maybe you could try to see if you could make the best argument from my point of view that you can.
Yeah, right.
It depends on your crowd.
No, Ben is such an expert debater. When is he going to insert himself into these circles and really show us?
Yeah. You got 3 strikes.
Yeah.
It's not how this works.
Right.
And Tim Pool's show is not a debate society. And Jay Dyer is not a debater. He's a rhetorician. And I think
Ben, play your cards right and get on Tim Pool's show.
Persuasion. Logic involves strictly following logic. Which is the higher, like in school, which do you study first and which do you study last? In the classical, Greek.
Guys, could we gas Ben up to let him know that he's like this master debater and he should definitely go into these spheres? Like, that would be good. That would be good for us.
Wouldn't you study philosophy?
Which is higher and which is lower? I didn't put philosophy on either of those. I said logic or rhetoric.
You study logic first, then rhetoric.
You start with grammar, then logic, then rhetoric, because each one involves more complexity and therefore are harder to master. And therefore, a master of rhetoric is actually like the highest good. In
Well,
Greek society,
arguing
because this is
grammar,
way
someone's grammar in
country.
a debate is
But especially if it's
so
grounded on
freaking pedantic. It, like,
Logic,
it's,
or at least understands
so
logic,
annoying,
use it or not
is
use it,
what
because
we
they don't
meaning
understand
to
that,
say.
and then
Very
grammar is, like,
annoying.
the basic rules of English.
And it's not
or
even
the language
debating
that
the
you're
issue.
using. And also things like basic math is in that. But that's why I focus a lot on grammar.
Right.
Because a lot of times when I catch someone they're not using a word correctly, I'm saying like you haven't gotten this nailed yet, and like that's a kind of disqualifier. You know, it's kind of like go back to elementary school or grammar school in a colloquial.
Disqualified
Okay, so
from your
I
point,
am
whatever it was.
proposing, Grace, what do
You
you think about
don't
this?
know how to
And I know
use
that you started
English.
to act like kind of a victim and also like I'm surprised by your crabbiness.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Okay, you were
You
surprised.
like
Okay,
switched
just-
personalities in 2 seconds. I was like,
Right,
what?
right. And I didn't kind of like plan that, but I'm just like, I need some food. I don't fucking care.
Yeah, right. I get that.
I want some fucking food. And is there any way to communicate that to you in a way that I can just get some goddamn food?
Right.
If not, fuck this whole thing, right? And you delivered it. I got some food. That's all I wanted.
Yeah.
But like you did start putting your makeup on first.
I didn't realize how hungry you were. So
I wasn't that hungry.
okay.
But I was just like, I think this is how this should work.
Okay. I have no problem with that.
Yes, Grace, understand the rules. They're going to have like a checklist of things. Feed dad before anything else.
You know, you do.
I had a problem with the way you did it, but not with that in and of itself.
So you do have a problem with it, but you don't theoretically have a problem with me saying like food first, makeup later.
yeah, yeah. Hey, Paulie, gifted a sub. Thank you, Paulie.
Paulie D.
On Kick for gifting a sub. Kick.com/Thorp if you guys want to watch on that platform.
So anyways, Grace, what I'm trying to say is like, okay, it is what it is. Do your Lola voice.
Wait, I have it.
Wait. So yeah.
Wait.
But they can call it whatever they want, you know, it is what it is.
Ben even rolled his eyes during that because he was like, oh, Grace, you can't even do that right. Like, Ben is, this whole stream, he was like so crabby.
But can I make a critique of that? Like, it's funnier for you to do a what is it called?
Impression?
An
Well,
impression.
Ben, if you don't know, then
Then
you should
use
go
the
back
sound
to
clip.
school.
Oh, okay.
I would reserve sound clips for things, you know, that like it's like this. I think is a problem with Zoomers. They're like go to the source. Like instead of describing what happened, you're just like here's the video. No, it's not always better. Sometimes it's better to like. In other words, it's a tool to use a video or a sound clip. And I can see in your eyes you're feeling hurt. Okay, so let's skip to this. You seem like you're being a victim, whether you want to admit it or not.
Okay.
Let's skip to this. I want chat's role to be to champion you, and I'm the one poking holes in it. It just seems to be the dynamic, and they champion you anyways, right?
Yeah, right. You're poking holes in it, meaning like you're saying like she sucks.
No, Grace. Okay, like all right, just like really hone in on this point.
Okay.
And then I'm going to refer back.
So watch this, guys. So this is why Ben is getting upset. He's trying to say, Grace, I want chat to be like praising you and the championing you, support whatever it is you're saying, and I'm gonna poke holes. But that's not what's happening. That doesn't even happen. What
Back
is
to this point. So if you don't get this point, this can't happen.
All right.
The point is that our goal today and our like hope is that the chemistry that we had in the back of the RV, watching TV over the past 2 or 3 days, and having a really interesting back and forth, both in terms of humor and also intellectually, it was flowing. Okay, no, don't. If I can talk and then and don't interrupt me, that'd be great.
Sure.
Wow, she can't even say She can't even say that.
Let's not lose the focus. Okay, if that can get in front of a camera, then we are done. Basically, we just gotta market it a little bit, and we're good.
I agree.
Okay, so repeat that.
If we can get the chemistry and the fun and the vibe that we had in the back of the RV, reacting to videos privately, on camera, on stream, and market it, we're set.
Well, I didn't say that market it, but like marketing is good. But like, okay, the main point is
You have to get it. Look at this. Gray's pretty much regurgitated what Ben said. To me, it sounded about the same. All right, move on. But Ben's like, nope, that's not exactly what I said.
we experienced that, but now the challenge is
Going from private to public.
okay, the camera, which means chat, audience, etc. Okay, no, let me focus on what I'm trying to say. So, how is that going to work? It's a challenge. Okay, if you and I continue to have a great time privately reacting to things, we can't bring it to the screen. Like, we're gonna have to like cancel this whole thing, and it
True.
seems crazy because the whole like thrill of it is like, okay, this could be a career, fun privately, but like, go ahead.
Vogue Intense says you need to figure out what's changing when the camera turns on. I think that's true. And
Well, that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
So the question is, what's the dynamic? And I think a lot of times we've said, or I've recently said, like, there's too many shitheads in chat, but like, there are a few, but it's not really true. I mean, obviously, they're interested, and in many ways, the negativity is kind of banter.
Yeah, he did say market it.
I mean, ridiculous to say like only people who
He doesn't remember what he says.
Dysfunctional belong here. But what I'm saying is, I'm being crabby. I don't care. I'm being crabby. You're trying to like sell here, right? You're not feeling crabby,
right.
and so I think chat should be on your side.
He's trying so
You
hard
immediately get like really crabby
to
when
be
you turn the camera on.
focused
Like,
Why
for
do
her
I? I
dad.
don't always.
You don't always, but like
Why do
you're-
I sometimes?
Yeah, because your personality just like
I told you.
2 minutes before we were like having a great time.
I already explained this, but I'll explain it again.
But you did explain it. I can repeat what you said. It was like that you're feeling like I don't really
What's
want
that stuff?
I was gonna make butter toast, but I gotta engage in the conversation.
That's not tough.
But look. So Grace can't talk without being interrupted? Ben, huh?
English muffins. But it is toasted English muffins, but yeah.
That's not toast.
But like,
But isn't the butter not going to melt now?
Actually, the butter is, it's too hard to put on there, so I was letting it melt. It's a whole process.
But aren't the English muffins going to cool?
I'll just retoast them.
Why are they going to get stale?
Not if you retoast them, no. I've done it before, don't worry about it. I don't, okay, so you're saying like, I don't want to sit here and encourage this, but why would you be as negative as possible once we turn the camera on? How is that going to foster chemistry? Like, you're like,
yes. Okay, Grace mentioned that. Why be so negative?
Excessively, like, fuck you is your attitude. You didn't even tell me beforehand you were going to do that.
Moonstar X says, Grace, less talking, more tits. You aren't good for much more anyways. That's not my thought, but funny.
Well,
Joe Shabatani says, burn them until they aren't stale anymore.
You don't have this attitude, the attitude you started off the stream with in the argument, and I think that's why we flow better.
Mr. Frog 18 says, I think Ben thinks Grace is very low IQ. No, that is not true.
So what Grace said there is a little interesting. So when they do this, when they watch intellectual stuff in the back of the RV, is that code for sex? Okay. Anyway, that's right there. The low-hanging fruit, okay? When they're watching the intellectual stuff and they're talking about it, Ben is not so much of an asshole like he is on camera. I'm kind of torn on that one. I'm like, well, wait. So does Ben play it up for the camera or what? Because hold on.
At all. What? Respond to Grace's point, Ben. Yes, Espresso Joe X11. Grace, I'm saying, hit me hard. Fine, it's fine. You get all these people. 104 here. How many over there?
77.
Wow. 99. What the fuck? How many we got? Approximately 77, 177. Near 180.
Oh,
a couple seconds ago. So it's 190 against 1.
But that's your doing.
Yes, in
You're
some ways.
acting super crabby when we're trying to sell something that's like, we have a good dynamic, but you don't let me know ahead of time that you're going to be super crabby, so then all I get is just like this hostility, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you were just acting different 2 seconds ago.
Actually, I think it's actually different. We're going to have to do a chat. Chat is telling us, some of us are on my side and some of us are on our side, and so like we can't treat chat as a monolith.
Okay.
So let's use chat, much like your mother and I used you and your siblings, to manipulate them into taking a side.
Well, we will review the patient's
fucking Loki says this bro doesn't know how to butter. Exactly. What the fuck? Put some butter on a fucking muffin that you toasted. You're going to go re-toast it and re-butter it and wait for the butter to get soft?
Yes.
That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous process.
Why do you care? As long as
if
it
it's
ends up in
toasted,
your gullet.
you can't re-toast it. You can just over-toast it. If it's been properly toasted, any more...
So his idea of content is just totally like shitting on Grace, right with Grace stare for the chat. So just abuse her right there. Okay. All right. Okay.
Toasting is going to be over-toasting.
There's some significant toasting.
If it was under-toasted,
it's not
you can do that.
overly
Okay, so what you're doing is you're doing what they do with like ramen noodles. Like they pre-cook them. That's what you're doing. You're like pre-toasting one English muffin, letting it cool while the butter warms. This is not a reasonable approach.
Hey, wait, hold on. Now you can see it over here. Toast. How's Damius?
Damius, thank you so much, brother.
Damius.
It's not showing up on stream because that's an OBS.
There's a joke.
They're one
do you know the joke is? It's not a joke. It's a trick you play on people. What do you put in a toaster? And you're going to say bread. And you go, no. Oh, no, they say toast.
Yeah, you go, no, bread.
No, bread.
Yeah,
you put bread in a toaster, not
Yeah.
toast. You get toast out of it. So you do it to kids, and they're like, he's right. Because the other ones are like, the word is in the thing, you know? Anyone know that joke?
What does a cow drink? Milk. Oh, see, I just did it.
What do you mean, what does a cow drink milk?
She just did it to me. Cows don't drink milk.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Little cows do.
Okay, but like cows don't drink milk, but you say cows drink milk because you just associate cows with milk.
Cows do drink milk. What the fuck is she talking about? What the fuck? Does Grace not know why cows even produce milk in the first place? Okay. Chat, you know that, right? Cows produce milk. Not really meant for humans. It's meant for calves. I think my chat understands that. They probably think the question's too dumb to answer. It kind of is.
Cows don't drink milk.
Well, cow milk in nature is only drank by drank by other cows. So I don't really.
Well, by baby cows, but cows don't drink milk. Calves drink milk, or whatever they're called.
But they're gonna be. They're cows. They're just baby cows. Grace, you understand this, right?
Joe Shabatoni gifted
What's
5
a cow,
subs. What's an elf? What's an elf?
Aren't
Joe
they all
Shabatoni,
cows?
really nice.
Aren't they all cows? Joe Shabatoni, love you, buddy.
A baby calf, which is a cow baby.
A baby calf?
A calf.
Or a calf?
A calf drinks milk. Regular cows.
Is a calf a cow?
Yes, but it's a baby cow. Only baby cows drink milk. So if you just say cow, you could
I
say
just don't think
cow.
it's very effective to say what a cows drink milk. I mean, it's not like it's not as good as saying getting someone to say what do you put in a toaster? Toast, because you
Okay.
never put. Well, actually, you're about to put toast in a toaster too.
Dad, Damien's just gifted 6
These
subs.
jokes are stupid anyway. Anyway,
Thank you, Joe. Damien's and Pauly D. That's really nice, guys.
Pauly D.
Pauly D.
Damius,
suffering.
asshole. Damius Octavius, get to the back. Pauly D, fuck you too. Funny.
Sponge is wondering if you get you have the Hawthorne effect. You're influenced by the Hawthorne effect.
I'm not sure what that means.
Observation changes behavior.
Oh, well, everyone, to some extent,
That's
that
just
would
called
be
being
true.
on camera.
Well, I can explain it, and I have explained it.
Okay.
I said I'm being defensive and kind of cynical.
You're being aggressive. You're being offensive, not defensive.
I mean defensive in the sense like I'm just like being. I mean, maybe the word cynical better. I'm being cynical.
calves aren't cows yet.
Right, angry.
You can abort
You
tomorrow.
cannot, you cannot excuse it by saying, oh, I'm just feeling cynical. Like, it's not just like a cynical, depressed guy take. It's like, fuck you, I fucking hate this. You can be making a better case that, like, you hate me. And
Okay,
you
hold
hate
on a
this-
minute. Just okay, I get it. Like speechy. Why don't you go just talk to big?
What's that dish that's pretty much like baby? It's like it's calves, like massage. Oh man, what is that? What is that meat called? Veal, right? Veal. Yeah. Look into that.
Big patience. He loves speeches from fucking angry women.
Oh, yeah. 3 sentences
Let's
in a row.
explore because let's do grammar. We're doing grammar first. If someone's, can you give me an example of someone's being extremely cynical?
Oh, yeah.
You?
I was like, okay, so today we're going to pull up a video and we're going to react to it, guys, and it's going to be interesting. And you're like, whatever, maybe.
Okay, is that aggressive?
Yeah, passive.
You're saying you're not content with the word cynical. I'm saying cynical, defensive in the sense like of a defense mechanism. I believe it is a kind of
Okay.
affect
Cynical.
that can be explained. If you say like, no, see, the problem is you're saying I disagree with you when you characterize it that way, and I'm saying no, I think it fits it.
Okay,
cynical.
I would agree. That's very cynical, and that's kind of what you do. So
Cynical would
yes.
be like getting up as a teacher in a sex ed class and going like, blah blah. You know, I'm supposed to teach you guys today, but you're all gonna fuck each other anyways and get AIDS, especially you two F slurs over there. And so, what's the fucking point?
Well, that's kind of what she said. But but Grace's example is not very good, huh?
But read your book. I am going to be, here you can read these chapters in this fucking book. You're not going to. Many of you be looking at pornography, and so will I.
Yeah, but
So
that's not quite
till the bell rings, shut the fuck up and let's just let it be what it gonna be.
7 subs from Pauly D. Wow, he's back at the
Pauly
top of the
D in the
leaderboard.
house.
He's back at the top of the leaderboard. Pauly D.
Dang, they got 7 subs. That's nice. Woo, they're gonna need that. They're gonna spend that in a hotel room. Not gonna save that money. They ought to be saving that money.
8, Damius with 6, and Joe Shabatoni with 5. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Pauly.
Ness Duzit says, watch your mouth, Ben. You're scared of gay clubs. I am homophobic. That doesn't mean I'm scared of gay clubs. It means I find them. Are you scared of a dumpster if you find it a little bit stinky? Does that mean you're scared of a dumpster? No. I find gay clubs to be like sort of the human version, the club version of kind of a dumpster. You're glad it keeps everything in, but the little stuff that oozes out is a little bit like, I don't want to step in that. And inside of it, you're kind of like, it's kind of garbagey in here. It's messy. That's a fairly good analogy. All right, great. So, but okay, so you at least acknowledge my characterization. So I was owning that. I wasn't saying that's not true, right? So at least we can say we don't have a conflict. If I characterize my affect as being, and I understand you're saying it's kind of switch. Yes, true.
Yeah,
And then I was being quite
cynical.
cynical. And then you said, no, you're being aggressive. And I would say, not really. Not aggressive. I was sort of like, I'm tired and like, whatever, what the fuck, right? So more
Yeah,
cynical,
okay, I would
which is
agree with that.
negative in a way.
Yeah.
In another way, you could see it as quite optimistic because I'm saying, I think we can get through this. But I'm kind of shit testing us and you. I'm just kind of saying,
Okay, and how do you want me to react to that? What would be the ideal reaction? Because it made me extremely angry. I was cursing your name as I went to get the food. I was just like, that fucking asshole. How dare you fucking do that to me? Just totally switch up. I just, fuck you. I was screaming all the way down the street.
Well, curse it out loud,
Piece of
Grace.
shit.
help her. Okay, so, yeah, I mean, I think it's totally fine that you would come back in. And I wasn't saying
Father's
this is fine,
Day.
this isn't odd because I'm also experiencing. Honestly, I wasn't like. First of all, that wasn't planned.
I know. I
Okay,
know that.
we're good on that.
Yeah.
Secondly, it's like as I was doing it, I was like, I'm supposed to be doing this, but like I can't help it.
Yeah.
But then I'm like,
Right.
okay, I think I can explain it. So how I would think would be a healthy way to reaction to it is like direct to it is for you to say, I don't understand what's going on. Like, can we like work this out? So
Yeah.
that's why I came up with this thing of like who's doing what.
But she couldn't say that. You were just like, go get food, go get food, go get food. You know?
Okay. And your idea is that chat is going to
Rainey
change.
says, to be fair, you didn't have food in your makeup bag.
That's true, but he did not communicate how
General
angry he was.
Brandito
And I realized
Thorps
he
says,
just wanted to
W.
exercise
Ben.
control and just say, do what I say right now because I'm cynical about our whole relationship. Sorry.
Grace, okay, so you're having a personal conflict with me like this to chat. I'm using chat manipulate, but like whatever. I'm just saying you're welcome to do that too.
Okay. Okay.
We're just having a little bit of fun hashing it out. Okay, so can I make the argument that my
Is that what this is? Having a little bit of fun hashing it out? It doesn't seem like fun. Ben might be enjoying himself right now.
did you understand my argument that like my affect is actually quite optimistic?
Yeah, because in a way you're being
'Cause
as
you're
negative
not-
as possible.
You're not doubting that I want to be successful.
Right. No.
I want to be successful.
I'm not
right?
doubting that.
We didn't steal all that money from your mother just so we could fail. You admitted it, Your Honor.
Exhibit C-17.
And I quote,
Reference to the gold coins there.
that's exhibit number 7.
Did they really cash out those gold coins and burn through the money? The hotel rooms and bullshit? See, man, you can't give gypsies money, dude. They're not gonna. They don't learn. They're gonna spin right through it. That's what's happening there.
7,432 clipped.
Ring is about to say, Andrea, taking notes. Alicia, taking notes.
Okay, so all right, so like
You, of course, could give me money, and it would make the make the Thorps very upset if you did.
let's go with it. It's okay. It's like a meta thing. There's
Just-
people
I
here.
had to say.
Yeah.
87 over there.
All
114 over there. We're over the 200 mark, bitch. Fuck you fuck. So we're doing good, right?
Yeah.
We're doing good.
Yeah.
So okay, so
Yeah, we're
let's see if we
actually
can keep going.
halfway through
so
this
I'm
on
saying it wasn't on
double
purpose, but I
speed.
kind of see there needs to be someone to punch holes in this, right? Because everyone knows that if you've done something for so fucking long, right, and it's been this way, and you're like, we're gonna change it, we're gonna change it, we're gonna change it. Like, I'm an alcoholic, but this time, guys, I promise, this time is different. I really am not going to end up punching your mother in the face and buggering your brother. Right? This time is different. Look, I admit it. Okay. Now that person should want someone to say, all right, I get it. There is a right for someone here to say, well, we're going to need some whatever first, right? Before we can trust you. If not, if they're like, oh, what? You don't believe in me? Then you can just go to them. I get it. And everyone should be cynical. There's a place for cynicism. Okay. Now, of the two of us, I'm going to be very careful here. I believe 100% that you want to be successful too.
Okay.
But of the two of us, like, how does the dynamic end up in this place that we say we want to kind of get back from? How does that dynamic work, and how does it work amongst the two of us?
What? I think Ben asked the question for Grace there. I was trying to follow Ben, what he was saying, but even I'm like, what? I wasn't really following anything he just said. He just sounded insane. Am I the only one? I mean, I heard him holler, but I was like, so you want to do something different but the same, but what's your point, Ben?
I would say I generally make some kind of faux pas, like not paying attention or correcting you or something.
Oh, a faux pas. Okay.
Well, some kind of sign of hostility
Some
that I'm
sort of
not really
minor.
paying attention to.
Well, you just minimalized it, right? A faux pas is like a minor little thing, right?
Isn't it like a social misstep? Isn't it like a social
Well, would you
mistake?
say that the Holocaust is a faux pas? Would that be seen as like
Whoa, what?
Would you say your suffering is
Respectful?
equivalent to that of the Holocaust survivors or victims?
no? I'm trying to see. You're doing two things.
No, Ben. Grace just pointed out what you just did. Okay.
I'm trying to clarify what the term faux pas means, and I'm saying it's generally a faux pas. Sure, I made a faux pas, but it's not like the same as saying like I really fucked up, right?
Well, yeah, but I would say they are
Grace, you're disrespecting your dad. Be careful.
small mistakes. They're
Right.
not like
No,
big,
no,
huge
no,
fuck-ups,
right.
but they indicate sort of this like lingering hostility.
Sure.
or
Okay, so
something.
I actually think faux pas is fine there. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
let's all say this for the internet. Say it.
Oh, God, my
Oh,
tooth.
sorry.
That's okay. No jail. I'm fine.
Let's say this
That
for
was
the,
a faux pas. Yeah, go, sorry. Go ahead.
what was?
Actually, that wasn't really. It was a misstep. Accident. Clipped. Okay, go ahead. You're saying we agree it's a faux pas. That what I do is a faux pas.
And let's say that like I can make a mistake. I was wrong to go after the faux pas thing. They are faux pas.
Okay.
So take that back.
Okay.
Faux pas. Perfect word for it. You make a faux pas.
Word
I kind of call it out.
Yeah, yeah.
Then you start spiraling. Then you start crying,
Right,
and you may make a partial recovery or whatever, but like largely, we're not even pull it through.
right. Yes.
I would say
I like how they started this. Like they're going to talk about intellectual stuff, right? But we're not doing that. We're still in they have to figure out their chemistry and their dynamic phase, and they're going to be stuck in this phase forever.
say that comes from you, not me. That's the dynamic you learned from your mother. For example, I would say that if someone had a strong, high sense of self-esteem or whatever, it could be possible that they could just be fine with me as a host and them as a co-host. The other theory would be that I'm intrinsically abusive, and no matter who it was, like I would abuse them. And I seek to push them into that. So the problem's with me. Okay.
Right. That would be the other theory.
But we agree that it's the former, not the latter.
Yeah, because when we're like in the RV reacting to videos together and laughing, like we're having a great time.
What?
So you're not
That-
seeking to like just wind me up. If you wanted to do that, you could do that privately. But I would say in those
But actually, that would be
situations-
inconclusive, right? Because for whatever reason, either you're not having low self-esteem or I'm not being abusive for whatever reason, because maybe I like to do it publicly, which would.
yeah,
But anyways,
okay, yeah.
you and I, okay, Grace. You and I agree that while it's understandable and I definitely
He
stupidly
thinks his
played
hair
into
looks good like that.
that. It
All
comes from you having
greasy,
an inordinately like,
nasty
sort of
looking.
shattered thing from your experiences.
Yeah. Fragile.
That then added to the whatever. Like, okay, so that's like, so my point being, the point being is that like, it's if it basically comes from you, and we basically solved it. Either we have or we haven't. Like, either we have and we haven't. I understand that you'd say like, well, shouldn't you make it as easy as possible to bring this into public? Shouldn't you be like a cheerleader? But you can understand how I'd say like, I actually think you've got it, and actually, I don't want to be cheerleading it anyways if it's not real. So I'm actually be a pisser.
Natman gifted a sub. Whoops. Thank you, Natman. You're not on the board right now because
Natman.
top guy on the top 3 board is, well, the bottom guy on the top 3 board is 5 subs. So you're going to have to give 4.
Man, I didn't realize they're actually getting subs during this stream. So I guess it was a successful stream for Ben and Grace, huh?
More to get up there, but thank you.
Grace,
If you want to be on my special list.
if you want to be my lover, first you got a sub.
Okay, so you're saying you believe in me so much that you think that you don't have to be encouraging or supportive. But you can be a pill, basically, on stream, and it's fine because chat will take care of me.
Look who's in chat, Grace. Extreme Maxed. Hormaxer himself.
Yes.
Coming in with a hot take on politics. I'd love to actually get into this with Hormaxer, maybe. Israel is on the cusp of defeating Iran. How does that feel, Ben? Jewish supremacy forever. You know what I love about that?
What?
I think he represents, I don't know if he's kidding, but like, I actually think that is the spirit of Zionism.
Oh, yeah.
Lying.
Well, I mean, they did blow up a lot of bored people like immediately. Anyway, we're not getting into that.
Reality is much more mixed. And then saying we're better than everyone else
Kinda
because we're
wild.
Jewish. And of course, that same spirit would also, how can I put this delicately,
Inspire.
possibly offend non-Jews in ways that might get a little out of hand. But at least it's honest. I think if all, the Zionists I like best are Smotrich, Gevir.
Last thing I'll say about it, I know they're trying to drag us into that conflict. We're probably going to get into it. I remember there was this one time in U.S.-Israel relations where Israel wanted us to get us involved in something. We were like, no, we're kind of dragging our feet. And I think USS Liberty happened. I don't know, man. That was a long time ago. We should watch a USS Liberty documentary. But on maybe on the weekend, maybe we do that.
And Netanyahu, because they're honest. What they say is repugnant, but it's what most Israeli Jews and a good chunk of non-Israeli Jews think. And I appreciate just saying it. Yeah. We have no regard for Palestinians' lives.
Pig
They're animals
battle.
and savages, and we want to wipe them off the face of the earth and anyone who
Man,
supports them.
see, I need to get Damius.
I think that's what, like,
I need
I
to
think, like, insane
rope
positions,
Damius into my
all of which
chat.
are
I would love to have a
Zionist.
pig
I think there's a Zionist
battle
position,
here.
But
Yeah.
and of course, the challenge would be the simple dismantling of that would be if you replace the word Jewish with,
German,
yeah, let's say German,
for example.
we would actually find statements that would make Hitler blush, right? Honestly,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
He wouldn't be like, shit, I went too far. Because he really didn't say stuff like that. He intimated it, right? So, Extreme Max says, I want to kill all Arabs. They are nothing but throwbacks. See, again, I actually think that is the honest ethos behind Zionism. You have to basically say that the solution to the fact that there are Arabs in this land is not even ethnic cleansing, because you cleanse them to the borders, and guess what? Now your borders are a mess. You have to kill them. It's the logic. So, all Arabs, but like, how about this? I love that you're being honest. Even though you're half Italian, so I mean, I don't know. But wouldn't you say, would you also extend that to all Muslims? Because, I mean, aren't they going to also have a little, how should I say, problem with exterminating the entire Arab world because of the kinship that Muslims have for one another, even though they're maybe not the same ethnicity?
He has also added that he would like to bomb France.
I would like to also bomb France because the French said, like, saying you should kill all Arabs, which is like how many 200 million people? How many Arabs are there in the world?
It's in the it's a billion something.
Arabs?
So Hormax
How many
wants to
Arabs
bomb
are there in the world?
Nice little piece of racism there, right?
France.
456
Well,
million.
The Arab world has a total population. That doesn't mean all Arabs, but like whatever. Okay, so
It's,
500 million people. Okay, so you think
Okay.
that? And how many Jews are there? No, 14 million.
something like that, yeah.
But not all the Jews want to do this.
No.
But a significant number of them seem to. So let's say 5 million of them are hardcore Zionists,
Yeah.
and they want to exterminate Palestinians, but then they actually also want to exterminate the Arabs and also regional threats like Iran. Iran is not an Arab country. And then of course you would think like you're going to have a problem with the rest of the world's Muslims, which number how many?
1.2 billion. Well,
1.2 billion.
total Muslims, yeah.
Well, yeah, see, they say 300 million hours. But anyways, like, yeah, somewhere around
What
that. Maybe a little
are
bit.
they all gonna like become
And
activated?
then you'll just have Christians left.
That's crazy.
Asian, whatever, Hindus, whatever. But don't you know you're going to bring those in? Like, Russia is going to back eventually Turkey, Iran, like they're on their side. So you're going to have to take Russia out too.
China.
You've already said France. I mean, pretty much the proto idea of Zionism is, I think that you have to wipe out all non-Jews in the world, right? Or at least,
to be safe.
at least Jews would have to be a majority population and ruling with an iron fist and enslaving non-Jewish people. Maybe you can have them around to like clean your toilets, but you need to have. Then you can finally be safe. You can do whatever the fuck you want and never have any repercussions. I mean, that is the kind of. Wouldn't you say that is the kind of logic of safety here? Because it's not looking. Let's show some shots of Tel Aviv right now, and you tell me how safe it's looking for the Zionists right now. Because
Yeah.
I would say it's one of the least safe places in the world. Granted, Iran is less safe, and Lebanon is less safe, but it's not looking super safe. Am I right?
You are correct.
Man, a lot of the stuff he says so far, sometimes every now and then Ben says something that's like, well, okay, yeah.
I mean, unless they're saying like, our technology is going to protect us from everything. Not looking like that here. Getting some interceptions. Missed that one, and ouch,
Whoopsie.
that might hurt. So the idea is, with enough technology, a small group of people can take on a much larger group of people. And that is largely true militarily. Like, but I mean, how many times do we have to see that like, it doesn't need to fail that many times to like be essentially like problematic. You know what I'm saying?
I heard some people theorize that Israel lets them get in through on purpose. Now, this isn't that sort of stream. I don't really get into that stuff, but but I wouldn't be surprised. I'm 42. I've lived through some false flags myself, so I wouldn't be surprised.
If you were living in southern Israel, in one of the kibbutzim, Grace, okay.
What?
What did she do?
Oh, I just thought you might want this.
Me, I want me big,
Oh,
okay?
okay.
And I don't even want you on here. Me. I mean,
That's the truth of it. You don't want her on there. So really, a Ben stream should just really be Ben and Grace running the stream in the background. That's what he really wants.
many
we're
shots
not
reflected?
getting the chemistry right. How much, like, so, or just continue playing that footage.
The chemistry you're looking for, Ben, is for Grace to be like off-camera producer, and you just talk. That's what it is. That's what you want.
I'll be back in 20 minutes. I want 20 minutes of boring ballistic missile footage. Like, it makes the point when one hits. This is a tangent.
Okay.
Yeah,
don't know
Ben.
that.
It's a
Like, my brain-
tangent. The whole thing is a tangent. Thank you. That was some honesty there. I think Ben is becoming self-aware.
Brain was like saying like, okay, people like to watch things like this. I'll let the video play out. It's a minute 38 seconds.
Why don't you play it in the corner?
Because Switch.
Oh, okay, people want to watch stuff like this. Okay, so, hey, let's do a Mr. Beast-a-thon. Okay?
We have a TTS.
Ballistic.
Thank you,
Well, we're
Dave.
going to do, just like, remember how someone accidentally or whatever took over our YouTube account and it was just like, bro did what? That's what we're going to do. We're going to do TikToks. Okay, because that's what people want to see, because that's now what's going on. They don't want to see me. That's not what the channel's about. It's about just like what people.
I would do TikToks, but I would probably do like the big booty TikToks that would not be appropriate on YouTube. So I could not do that. And you guys would not be here for that. That would be like wrong kind of content. But I think honestly Ben is confused. Big time. Like it's not about him. It's never really about him. It was about Grace. Like he was like he's the negative energy. All right? And he's trying to take over. He really wants to do this. He really wants it to be the Ben show now. With Grace kind of just in the background.
People want to see bombs dropping and stuff like that. So how about some epic fails? I'm done for now.
Take the key. Oh no, you have the cigarettes.
No,
Do you-
you said let's not do this. Now we're doing it.
That's all it took.
I got.
Okay.
That's all it took.
Okay.
All she did was play some missile footage that was relevant to what he was saying. I don't know. Hurricane. I don't have any banned words, so YouTube has its own thing.
Rage quit every time. Okay, that was the video. So I think it's really fucking annoying to complain about.
It should have happened on Thorps' house. Yeah. Well, it would be kind of a waste of a missile, but yeah.
When you are acting totally differently than you were privately, and I'm all of a sudden supposed to just get it. Like, how about you maintain some consistency when we're interacting in different ways so that I can understand how to work with you? Because you don't act like this privately. Who's the Dahmer here, buddy? Who's being the Dahmer here? I all of a sudden don't understand exactly how to flow with you, and I'm not relaxed because you're super wound up and cynical when earlier you were relaxed and happy. Okay, that's my fault. I mean, I was really angry earlier when he did that. I was like, what the fuck?
Ben has like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde situation going on there. It turns into Mr. Hyde when he's on stream. What do you guys think of that, huh?
What the fuck? Like, that's a betrayal. Like,
Best use of a missile.
Still makes me mad to think about it. Like, I understand if you were like, you know what, fuck it. I just, Grace, you're dommering me. We've been like off stream for too long. Let's just go on and whatever happens, happens. But like, we were like, no, we're gonna like bring what we've been doing privately to the public, and we've kind of been like workshopping this dynamic. So I don't get it. Like, I really don't get it, and it did make me really mad. But I also like just okay, like apart from the anger, like, hello, like, this is what frustrates me. I actually do want to just have that experience on stream and make money off it and entertain people with it. I don't understand. Ben is just unhappy that Khomeini is about to get taken out. I mean, we had a really fun time. Like, yeah, there were issues too. Obviously, there's never not issues, but like, we've been chilling, like watching a lot of TV, but like really like joking about it and talking about it. And it's like, it's not fake. I get to you guys, it must seem like, what the fuck even is that? But like, just like chill. So, I don't know. Okay, he wants to be super cynical on camera. Okay, then what am I supposed to be? Positive despite his cynicism?
I guess.
Treats you like you deserve it, whore. What did you workshop / plan off camera? Not this dynamic. I mean, it wasn't really workshopping. It was just like naturally happened. But we were both kind of tired and like trying to work things out on stream had gotten kind of exhausting. And you know, we were talking a lot, but like in between talking, we were just chilling like in a random Stop and Shop parking lot. We were just watching these kind of videos, and one of them we were going to watch today. It just happened naturally that we're watching them and we're discussing them. Like my dad's doing most of the talking, but like I'm engaging. And then we kind of got to this silly place where we were watching this like video about Catholic marriage, what's allowed sexually and what's not. Like one of these ridiculous traditional religious people. And we were having a great time. So it wasn't exactly workshopping. It was just like a fun time. Then at the end of it, we were both like, hey, we could just get this on camera. That'd be really great. Like we would. It would be like, I was like, if I would watch it, like if I wasn't myself, I would watch a show like that. It's funny, it's entertaining.
Well, then do that. Start the stream and just go right into the content and just react to it. Just do that. But
you treat him like shit on camera, like you're better than him. It's disrespectful. Like, what are you talking about? I could not like.
In the chat, like the chat's just like gassing up Ben. You know, it's crazy how that works. Maybe he feels more insecure when the cameras are on. Maybe he does.
Like, I literally got like one sentence out, which was like, hey, welcome to ThorpTube and Thorp TV. We are co-streaming. It's blah, 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 June 15th. And today we're going to, and then it just like, how is that acting like I'm better than him? She's cute with that wig? What? Why does it change so much as soon as you go live?
You're wearing a wig, Grace.
Well, he's saying like he gets defensive and cynical, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that works for me as of right now. But maybe we can find a way where that works for me. But that's not working for me right now. Thorps disagree with no anal sex in a Catholic marriage. They did get to that part. They're like, on the topic of anal intercourse. Welcome
King.
back. Welcome back, King.
That's today. Happy Father's Day from me, the king.
TTS.
Welcome back, Ben.
Thank you, Damius.
Hey, Grace.
Yes.
Brush. That's nice.
Got to brush that greasy hair back, huh?
Look at this. Look at this. No
Nasty.
maintenance. Gross.
Next time I won't give you my brush. You're just going to insult it.
All right, Grace, let's have a really hard discussion.
Okay. We're going to have a hard discussion. Wait. Ben's not talking about himself right now, is he? I don't think so. Not with that erectile dysfunction. I hear it's hard to get hard. I don't have that problem. Out of all the problems I have with an eye and blood pressure and all that stuff, that's not one of them. Thank the Lord.
Currently, have a great studio, some great equipment, an interesting group of hardcore fans, relatively small,
Yeah.
and a KCIP program membership and whatever. Okay, ton of enemies, a lot of people against us. You say, and I agree, that you want to succeed on the interwebs.
Yes.
You say that I do too. Okay. In some ways, I have some experiences that are very helpful here. I taught in a Catholic school over the course of 2 decades, which means like, and I was attacked by not only the students but the administration
Like as a sub?
in various ways. That, I'm not saying like, okay, I also have, I think we can say largely survived a number of attacks from people on the internet and from people from within our family. Okay, which you largely were a spectator of.
I haven't attacked
Not
yet.
exactly, but like, okay, so I'm battle hardened in some ways that you aren't. I went to jail. I've interacted many times with the police directly. You only indirectly. Okay, so I'm battle hardened and I'm a man. I have a high, I think,
He's
flow of
battle
testosterone.
hardened. You went to
And
jail.
Those are assets if we're a team. Okay, but we got to know what we're doing here. And like, I'm saying to you,
He knows jail life. I'm sorry. He's a real gangster. That's right.
that my approach to you is like, we gotta really, right?
Bring me up to speed.
Right, we gotta really make like, I don't it's a hard apprenticeship, which is also gonna be the title of our first incest film found on FamilyStrokes.com. The subtitle is Father brings his daughter apprentice to full, I don't know what would be. Trying to say something funny now.
I'm not saving your joke. I'm not saving your joke. Alpha.
World weary father attempts to makes an apprentice of his daughter, and the results are sexy, hot, crazy.
We don't see.
Ben,
I don't think they
clip for Grace.
watch
She lied to
that.
a police force during a manhunt. Very based.
No,
That's
that's
not
actually
true.
true,
That's not
technically, but
true,
she did.
Joe.
She
I did call them
stand
pigs
up to them.
and tell
Okay,
them
now,
he hoped it was worth it. He never appreciates that. Just the negative parts.
okay, but okay. So here's my proposal to you. Here, let's say on the battlefield in our career,
Yeah.
that we do that. That I'm like, Bill O'Reilly, fuck it, get the stuff together, do it live, let's go.
Okay.
But as soon as the camera beep, gets turned off, I will be absolutely all about nurturing you and affirming you. We'll just drop it. Okay.
I don't think that's even true, is it? Okay, I know this is like something that's been brought up. This is the third time. Do you guys really think it's a Jekyll and Hyde situation? Like, I think his Dr. Jekyll is as mean as his Hyde. Well, hold on. Well, his Dr. Jekyll's pretty mean to Grace, probably, right? But okay, Hyde's even worse. You take the psychological and obviously some physical abuse there, and you just crank it up to 11. Not to 10, but to Spinal Tap 11.
Okay. So there's
Because I did say like, oh, okay, I think the thing is you haven't been nurtured, but like there has to be a place where I like it's good to be a dad, right? I don't have anyone else that I can be a father to.
well, why do you need to be a father to me?
Because people need fathers. You know, what kind of question is that for someone to ask? Why do I need a father? Okay, well, okay. I mean, like, okay.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, why do I need active parenting when we're doing a show together? Is that what
Because
you're
you,
saying?
because you, in some sense, like aren't you're lacking information or whatever. I don't even care. Like master apprentice. Like I think you're an apprentice, and I'm a master. I have a master's degree. I'm literally a master.
Okay, all right. But then, what about in the argument?
But you're not a master at streaming. Grace is the master at streaming. You couldn't even do anything when she left. She left to go get you food, and you're like, what's going on? I can't even read the screen. I don't know. Where's the chat?
Okay, so
You don't have that attitude. It works better.
So you do. Okay. So I'm saying, okay, so let's say Gordon Ramsay comes into a restaurant, and I understand that in many ways he can be abusive, but I think in some ways it can help people to just like really say like, this kitchen sucks. This cooler is filled with mold, and this food is rotting in here. This is like totally unacceptable for a restaurant.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Now you could say like that didn't help very much. Oh, we just all felt bad. Okay, but it can be, and especially in a professional setting, like it's totally reasonable to say like, you can't have rotting food in your cooler and serve it to people. Like that's not acceptable.
Right.
You have to have high standards, or don't be in a restaurant. Okay, so he's not going to people's homes and going like, you know what I mean, like. Okay, so what I'm saying is like professionalism in certain. I'm just saying what's the nature of the beast here. The internet is tough going. It's a tough environment.
Sure.
People are going to say wild shit. People are going to attack you. Look at us. Like the reason we're on YouTube, we're not monetized is because of an F-slur named Daniel Keene and maybe somewhat fat rich in New York. Okay, like you could say like, well, that wasn't fair. Sure. But it's like, okay, so, but if you're weak, you're going to get crushed. Correct? Especially when you're like talking shit as we are.
Guys, are you guys failing to connect the dots as much as I am? I'm like, what does Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen have to do with you guys being demonetized by Daniel Keene and all that stuff? I mean, the stuff you guys did. I mean, you guys did stuff, and there were some actions that were done. Like you call them consequences, right? But yeah, I'm failing to connect the dots here.
Are going to be. You know, you think me making fun of Jay Dyer isn't going to bring the Ortho Bros? If it gets anywhere, it's going to get us a shitstorm from these Ortho Bros. They're crazy.
Yeah.
Are they crazy like going to roll up with a gun crazy? No, but I mean, when you attack someone, a group of people who believe they like their salvation depends on something, and you are like, nah, like, okay, and you're effective against them. That's one of the big ones that people, you know what I mean? That's one of the big ones, attacking someone.
That's right.
And a lot of people do really like kind of
that's
worship
true.
this. Okay,
He
so
just
if we're gonna go do that,
talks.
I think we got to be ourselves
That's
professionally
true.
ready.
Hold on.
Is it professional for a host to walk off the show? Theoretically speaking.
Ooh, Jamie asked for the cutting question.
Well, I wasn't really like shutting down the camera. I was just taking a cigarette break.
Yeah.
With extra spice, but like that's we do have breaks.
Sure. Yeah.
So I think the expectation is that I'm gonna walk off the show. It's just that I happen to do it then.
This is my yeah. They were like, he just wanted to smoke, obviously. Hans Gruber says,
No, that's not true. I also was like frustrated, legit frustrated, and I just needed a break. Okay.
Yeah.
Eventually, hypothetically, I think that stuff should be adjudicated. You know, like it should get worked out, so that's not constantly happening. But
Right.
at the current stage, I think it's appropriate because that's actually our audience is like interested in whether we can get this dynamic off the ground. Okay. So go ahead. You want to say something?
If they just communicated the personas they're going to adopt when the camera turns on, then there'd be no surprise. Unless the point is the surprise and crash out. Also, is
Yeah.
Ben's criticism really helping the content get better, especially in proportion to the damage in morale and overall vibe to Grace?
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, fine question.
I think that's a good question. Is it helpful?
Well, okay. Do you think it's a good question, or do you agree?
I agree.
Okay. So you want me to be really nice to you?
I'm not saying that.
You want to be like,
I think he's kind of like that with her all the time. But anyway,
I was just simply saying like, okay, but you don't say like that's always true because there are many people, many people like Ruby, Patience, Lola, Ava, your mother, who say, in terms of
and you got to bring up the others. You got to bring up the other names because it's all about them, right? It's like it's bringing up all these other situations. Okay, Grace, remember all these other people that we do not like? Yeah, remember they're the enemy.
them, I need 100% support and 0% negativity. And I'm just clarifying so that I can answer your question that you're not saying that that's like true. And I would further ask you whether like, depending on the circumstance, there is no like sort of like bitterness. I don't think there's anything bad about, like, in other words, I believe that there are times in a military action where you can say to someone, if you so much as turn around, I'm going to fucking kill you because we need to, right? So I give anyone who turns around is going to get shot and killed because we need to advance here.
Uh-huh.
And that killing your own soldier
Okay.
in order to make an example of him in some circumstances could be the right thing to do. Okay? That's about as extreme as it can get in terms of like harshness. And I don't think anyone would disagree with me on that if they really push comes to shove, right? So that would be actually the right thing to do. In a circumstance, it would have to be super extreme, but like that's not murder in that circumstance. I mean, like if you itch your back, okay, but like I'm saying, if you even look like you're considering retreating. Okay, so it's not about one is better than the other. It's just what is appropriate to the circumstance, correct? Now, I have been building an argument, which you're free to disagree with, that the internet is a rough place. And if you don't have your sort of ducks in a row, for many reasons, like for many reasons, it is not the realm of the week. For example,
This is I'm gonna say that phrase. This is rich. I say that a lot. This is rich coming from Ben. A prior stream he tried to they wanted to purge their chat. That's right. They wanted to purge the chat of any dissenters. If you don't think like them, you're getting kicked out. If you don't agree with Ben and his stance that it's appropriate for a dad to hit a little daughter in the face with a belt, if you don't agree with that, then you get out. You know?
how many women are like doing what you're doing?
It is a wild
Trying to make it a
comparison
personality,
too.
not you.
Like his comparisons are so wild, man. Like it goes to these extremes, and it's like, yeah, in certain very dire military situations and in certain wars, yeah, those tactics were used, but those are like extreme freaking tactics there. And if you think that's where you're at, I think I kind of if I could translate what Ben is saying there, that is a very severe, I guess, harsh criticism. That's like, hey, you don't do what we say, you're turning away, we're gonna shoot you. You know, but at that point, I don't think harsh criticism is the way to phrase that. Okay, that's not the way to frame that whole situation there. Like, this is like he goes to these weird places where he kind of loses the point, loses the plot. You know, it's not just about using these whataboutisms. It's like these wild ones that don't make any freaking sense. It's like you forget what you're even talking about. And poor Grace right there, there's no way she even knows what he's talking about. And I predict, I have not seen this, I'm guessing he's going to stop talking, ask her a question, and then Grace is going to give a response that's not very satisfying to Ben. And Ben's going to, like, have a fit. Is that what's going to happen?
Using OnlyFans, not using any of this kind of stuff. Like just sort of like getting out there and being in spheres that are filled with drama and all that stuff. Okay, like
In terms
and
of
really wanting to
streaming,
succeed.
not
Very
really
few,
very
and the
few.
ones that are kind of hard bitten white trash boiters, right? Like, but like
Sure, yeah.
you're trying to stay feminine and
Yes.
young and all that stuff. So and use that
You
appeal.
never had the
and
plot
I
to
think
begin with.
you need thick skin for
King
that.
of
Now,
the swamp there.
No, I disagree. Let me make a point. You say other
or you
people.
want me to show you some of the things people say, and they say, "Does it take thick? Does it take thick skin?
No, no,
Does it, do you need kind of thick skin?"
Great. Grace was just trying to say something, Ben. Grace can't even talk.
And I don't mean thick skin like being callous, because that is literally thick skin. But I mean in the sense if someone is constantly attacking your appearance if you gain a few pounds. Like I do think you need thick skin. I think girls who get into the fashion industry need thick skin. When the guy goes, "You need to lose 5 pounds, honey," maybe start.
I believe that I have already developed a thick enough skin.
Okay,
Now,
but that's not the question
you-
I asked. That's not the question.
Okay, do you need thick skin to be on the internet? Absolutely.
Okay,
I don't
as a
need,
girl.
as a girl especially, I don't need more of that. And if you want, if people need harsh criticism, go do that to anybody else and let me be supportive and enjoy your jokes and back you up. Don't take it on me. Don't turn it towards me. That's not helpful to the
Grace,
dynamic.
your voice
I don't
is
care.
grating.
I don't care. I don't care.
I don't
You've
care
got me
when
wound
you're
up
with
to
my
this point.
baby.
What Grace doesn't understand, though, she's pretty much the Courtney on the street. Okay, all the harsh criticisms, even from the chat, is going to be going towards her, because the whole idea was for Ben to get the chat to be all like-minded, like him. So that's what's happening here. It's like we're all going to hate on Grace Fest over here.
It's not helpful.
Okay, but are we having a discussion or are you yelling at me? Are you
having
just
a discussion.
venting? Because
We're
like
having
if you're venting, fine. I think people can vent.
We're having a discussion.
Okay, so in a discussion, we're trying to like say like what makes the most sense apart from emotions, right?
Yeah.
No emotion should be brought into it.
Yes.
Okay, and my point was simply, first of all, that there are times, depending on the circumstances, when like harshness is
Ben is
totally
such
appropriate
an
and softness would be completely
asshole,
crazy,
man.
such as on the battlefield. If you're like soft, I
Yeah.
know that police officers who are nice guys get killed, and they should not do that.
Yeah.
We don't like her either. Yeah, for sure. But at least we could point out when it's like, come on. Come on, Ben. What are you doing here? Like, clearly we could see this.
And they let their guard down and let people slip on, like, you know what I mean? Like, don't have their hand on the gun and they reach in, you know?
Right.
And just assume everyone's basically a good person, right? Okay, so we agree with that. You agree with that point.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, I said, does one need thick skin on the internet? You agreed with that. Okay, now here's what you can do. Instead of like yelling, you could say like, okay, so like the third point is, do I have thick enough skin here?
Mm-hmm.
And what I need at this point is to be treated as an equal, or
Yes.
to be even like supported by you and championed by you as my sort of like partner here.
Right. That is
Okay,
the question.
that's a valid question. And but it's important to me that we say like, okay, we do agree with the first 2 points.
I do agree. Yeah.
All
I do
right.
agree.
And also, I think another point is, do I have the right to be where I'm at? Or is there a conflict?
Okay.
So is it understandable that I'm somewhat,
Does Ben have the right to be where he's at? Well, I mean, you pretty much took it over, Ben. We'll see. We'll see how well it works for y'all in the end. How are you guys doing, by the way? 27 watching. Thank you. 18 likes. Cool. We get 20. We get to 20 likes. We'll play the diss track again. If you guys want me to take any shots tonight, I'll do that for donations or super chats or members, and I'll take shots maybe. Some of you guys probably don't want me to even take shots, for health and all that stuff, but yeah, you know, we'll navigate that. We'll navigate that. Okay, hit that like. That's right, so we can play the diss track again. This one right here. That's a brand new diss track. But yes, definitely. If you want to send in some love that way, I definitely would appreciate that as well, and it definitely will be recognized.
oh, I don't know.
What? This must be a glitch. The box is working fine. Hello, are we live?
No.
Testing. Okay.
Looks like you guys were live.
Can I have one of the 2 glasses of water that you have
Sure.
procured for yourself? Okay, thank you. Air and water are the 2 keys to survival.
That's true.
And when things feel nerve-wracking, it's nice to have something at least to assure yourself you get.
Every minute's glitching. Refresh. Refresh. That's a YouTube problem.
They don't even have glasses. They're just using plastic cups. They don't have like a big old mason jar.
Okay. Yeah. So let's go.
All right, but I would like to-
Wait,
I would like to
hold on, hold on. Just
No, you hold on. I'd like to calm it down for a minute.
Okay.
Before we proceed, because I think I got a little hot there. A lot of times when you bring the heat, you actually then fall apart subsequently. And
True.
I've encouraged you to try to keep it cool.
I could do that, Hurricane Pyro. Take a shot with you. Yeah, let's. Okay. I need to wash out the shot glass anyway. The shot glass is pretty nasty. Hold on here. I'm not a savage. I will wash it out 1 second.
So we can, as cool as possible, so that we can keep going. But it's fine. I think you should be able to articulate your point. But like I'm saying, like let's proceed so that we can, like, you know. But okay, you know better than me, right?
I'm gonna cool it down.
Do you know better than me?
No.
No, you don't. Okay, and therefore, like maybe you should trust how I'm handling things, because otherwise you're saying you know better than me, and then that's fine. But I just don't. So if you think I know better than you, then why are you saying like no, you don't? You're not sure whether you know better than me, right?
I think you're wrong. I think if you maintain that you need
All right.
to be harsh to me,
Cleaned
to
it
build
enough.
my skin and
Build your skin.
shot
Well,
glass.
you know,
Okay,
now we're
give
in
me thick
grammar.
skin.
Give you thick skin.
Well, I don't know how exactly we would phrase that.
Develop some strength.
Develop some strength.
Yeah.
And that's the dynamic of the show. I disagree with you about that. I disagree that would be effective.
In any circumstance.
We'll do a Sky
No, but
vodka.
generally speaking, with our show, what, at least in my conceptually, I'm thinking of what the show would be. It's not that doesn't seem effective to me. I disagree with that being the strategy.
Okay, so if I was trying to relate to you nicely that like I'd like some food like kind of ASAP.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't do it. You went and got your makeup going, right? So then I had to go like.
All right, here we go. So here we go, Hurricane Paro. Here's a shot for you and your family. May they live well. This is a shot for everyone's families. May they live well. Maybe you guys live well and good health and all that stuff. Here we go. Woo. All right. Felt that one. All right. So Ben is still on the fact that he had to ask for food over and over again. For someone who keeps on saying, "Are we done with the conflict? Let's move on." He brings up something. That, hold on, I'm going to say this in a certain way. It brings up something in a way that a lot of people, some people, would phrase as very womanly, right? Like not letting things go, you know? Ben, the true feminist, would probably agree with that. And yeah, I think it's because Ben really identifies as a woman deep down inside. Okay, Ben is a woman, and he should definitely embrace that instead of being. What's a female word for Ben? You know, what's the female equivalent for Ben? Benjamin. You know, we're Jesse, it's Jessica. You know, what about for Ben? I can't think of one right now.
So like, I need some food now. And that's the only way to penetrate through. Where you go, oh, okay, I understand. He's saying like, he's really kind of like just kind of dying here. He just really wants some goddamn food. I didn't see that until what? I drew your attention to it by being kind of harsh.
Well, but also you had said I'm kind of hungry.
Bonnie?
So I thought the best thing to do would be to start the show, and then once you kind of got going, to go get some food, because I didn't understand you were really hungry.
Hey, what helped you?
You could say Benny. Well, you can spell Benny in a certain way to make it work. It could go both ways. But Bonnie. Bonnie Thorpe. Okay. All right. We just have to keep on calling him Bonnie Thorpe.
You'd understand that.
That you said I'm really hungry.
Okay, is that a dynamic that like is like basically universal? That if two people have a situation in which they're like one person is sort of taking hold of one person, that the person gets kind of crabby if like to say like I need you to do your part for me, and you're not. Is that not how everything? Like it's like a child with a parent, like to say like
I know,
I'm hungry,
right? Doesn't
right? And
sound
be kinda
right.
whiny. It could be annoying, but like
Yes.
Wouldn't it be better to eat before starting the show?
In some ways, yes, Damius, but
no, I don't consider. Well, you could say optimally. I mean,
Optimally,
if we're like on a short, tight show, yeah.
I would say I don't think you communicated to me that you were hungry. And no, what I wanted to say is when you said like I'm really hungry, get me some food. There's an edge to it that I don't understand. You did not communicate to me that you were super hungry.
Okay. Can a mother have this conversation? Now I know everyone's saying, "Oh, you're a baby." Okay, but can a mother have this conversation about breastfeeding with a child?
No.
What?
Why not?
What? Where is that coming from? Can a mother have this conversation about breastfeeding with a child? What? Okay, I did not predict that was going to come out. Okay. What?
Because you should feed your baby if it's hungry.
Okay, how's the baby let you know?
Crying.
Okay, and does some mothers find that irritating and annoying and want to kill the baby, like kind of?
Yes.
I don't know about that, but I know as the male present, like I do, but like I think mothers can't kind of like.
So okay, I get it. He's the baby. He's the baby in the situation. It is hungry for food and is trying to communicate it. And Grace is complaining by the way he communicated, but he was just communicating that he's hungry. So get over it, Grace. He was just a crying baby. You got to feed your dad, who's the crying baby. Oh man, I wish Grace would just be like, wait, so you're saying you're a baby here? Can't she just stand up and be like, Dad, go get your own food for once. Go get your own food. Like, I just want to see her stand up and just be like, Dad, get your own effing food, you piece of shit. Dad, go get a job. Because she can't. She doesn't even have a GED. I think you need at least that to work at McDonald's, right? I think you do. She's not even fit to work fast food. Wow.
Go there. But obviously, sometimes they do. But like, they do find it kind of infuriating at a certain point, or especially when it's not that.
Let me see.
And there's something else going on. And the baby's saying like, "I'm really uncomfortable," and the mother doesn't know what's going on. It can be really fucking frustrating.
need-
Right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Crying babies can be really annoying.
A
But if you say like, "Well, the
GED
baby needs to change," okay, and I understand babies
Work.
can't change really, but
at
you can't
Walmart.
blame the baby.
That's true.
Oh,
The baby
you can
should
work
cry.
at Walmart
You
without a
really don't want a
GED.
baby.
Look at that.
Doesn't
Never mind.
cry.
She can work at
That's all they
Walmart.
got until they can talk.
Uh-huh.
You feel a lot of sympathy for a baby. Can't talk,
Sure.
right? Okay, so you can't get mad. The baby's doing the right thing. That's a great baby. There's no such thing as a bad baby. Like, it's babies that are like really sensitive to pain, like you.
It's not always
anyways,
required at
all right, so-
McDonald's.
Okay, but like maybe from a
Not
global perspective,
always.
beyond just simply streaming, do I think that you need a lot of affirmation?
Okay,
yes,
so there
I do.
is a
I have no problem
chance.
with that. I don't think what you only need is kind of chiseling, and I think that's been a really good insight recently. So, okay, so does that reassure you in some ways? And maybe it's just like a matter of the mix.
It does reassure me.
Man, I swear that if that moment ever happened, that would be so clippable. That would be amazing to see. Just because Grace is kind of like, to bring up like Family Guy, she's kind of like Meg. Everyone shits on Grace, and rightly so. Okay? Everyone shits on Grace. Even her dad shits on Grace. And for once to see her just stand up and just be like, fuck you, Dad. Fuck you. That would be great. Live on stream.
But I don't understand why it so suddenly switches from one to the other when we turn the camera on, and that switch makes me wound up.
Okay,
which is not
in this
different.
one circumstance, that's not. Are you going to say when we turn the camera on, I
The
always get
things
crabby?
that will never happen.
No, but
Okay, that's not
generally-
fair to say.
No, it's not always at all. No, I was actually surprised, but I wasn't expecting it or anything. So yeah, no, I take that back. I didn't really mean to say that, but like, it's not true. You don't do this.
Okay,
every
so I did
time.
in this one circumstance, and I will admit that I've done it at other times.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Okay, but like you're saying, I should be nicer.
Yeah.
Okay, and say these emotions don't make sense. Fake it till you make it. Be positive. Okay. Yeah, I think there can be times like that. But I made the argument that actually me being kind of cynical here makes sense, and you didn't disagree.
No. I said I could see it as being positive. I didn't say it made sense necessarily in this situation. I agree that that's what you were doing. I don't know if it makes sense to be cynical. It could.
Okay, so I used an analogy. I'm
Oh, no. Grace is still disagreeing with Ben. Uh-oh.
saying if an alcoholic who's gone to rehab 80 times always says, like, I'm done drinking, the 81st time he says, like, seriously, guys. Okay. I think in a situation like that, that if the person in the family who was saying, like, you know, I got a lot of cynicism about this, is
So
probably
this
the
is what
most
Ben
hopeful of
does.
them.
He's
The rest of
going
them
to
are just
continue to
go,
bring up
whatever,
points.
right? They're checked out.
Yeah.
He's
yeah.
whataboutisms
But that's not really analogous to our situation.
over and
I thought
over
he
and
was
over
like,
again
No,
until
just-
Grace.
I understand. You can have a piece of paper and write down on it. You
agrees
can have that down.
100%.
I'm just saying, can we make 1 point before we proceed to the next one?
Okay.
Okay, and just don't go, yeah, but here's what I really want to say, because it means you're not really listening.
Okay.
Okay? So my point is,
He actually has Grace writing down what he says. Don't worry, guys. We started early so that way I can get through this and get through this. I know it's a lot, but we're gonna have our time with this, okay? A lot of you guys probably saw this in the moment. I did not. I'm kind of enjoying the build up for all this here. Like the tension is pretty thick. I want to ask you guys how many more sit-down streams do you think Ben and Grace have in them before they fully snap?
Is that is in some ways an analogy here. Is that someone should, it is positive that someone says, I don't think you're going to be able to do it. Okay? I don't think we need all a bunch of cheerleaders. Huh?
Sure.
Baby Ben needs his penis kissed. Grimace, are you suggesting something? I think you're a dude, so. Wouldn't be a happy Father's Day. It would be a gay in the sense of happy Father's Day, but that's not my kind of Father's Day, so I'm sorry. Now, if you want to at this point, we can just move on and do the topic. I'm okay with it. I'm not really deeply affected by this. You are.
You keep on bringing it up.
But I
Wait. Just don't. I just asked you if it affected you kind of deeply. It's like stings. It's like unresolved.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not really true for me.
Okay.
Because why?
I don't know. You didn't take it that seriously, I guess?
No, because I'm male. And because I'm much more experienced than you.
Sure.
Okay. I would like you to be someone who has more of what I have. And how have I gotten that?
Through experience.
Not just experience.
Well,
Negative experience. Tons of negative experiences.
Negative experience. Okay, yeah.
That's called being battle hardened, right? Battle hardened. That's why, even if they have a weaker army.
So Grace hasn't had negative experiences to be battle hardened enough to be like Ben. Okay. All right. All right. Ben is battle hardened. He's fought in wars. He's fought in the trenches on the internet.
Less men, whatever, weaker, whatever, like anyone would take like a battle hardened army who's like seen actual combat over people who've been doing training, even if the training was really good. Nothing replaces experience in the field.
Oh, Kimmy is here from Kicker Keep. Hi, Kimmy.
Hi, Kimmy.
She's never going to be male and as old as you, so she'll never be on the same page if that was your reasoning for why you didn't take it that same way.
Okay. That is correct.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that she's ever going to be like me, but I think women and even younger women can have their own kind of resiliency. And I think that'd be a good thing if you were more resilient and less weak.
Yeah, but this goes against your point. You were saying a little while ago, like a couple days ago, and I really think we mostly agree on most of the stuff here, so I'm not sure what the problem is, but you said, Grace,
No.
please, let me make this point.
The rule is that I get to overrule you.
But I can also overrule you if it's
You gotta really land a killer. Go ahead, land your killer.
You just said that you want me to be more resilient and that you need to chisel to do that. But a few days ago, you said, Grace, your problem is that you were not built up enough by your mother. You have insecurity from that
Yes.
lack of nurturing.
Yeah.
And so when I'm chiseling, I'm whittling away something that's too small to begin with.
True.
It needs to be brought to fruition like a tree, and then you can trim the hedges.
True.
But if you're just trimming little pieces,
That's it. That's all you get. No, over.
So you're
What? That's it? That's all she... Wait, Ben, you've been talking this whole time.
No, that's it. No, we're not doing... Okay, I will respond to that. I think I understand the point. It was not worthy of... You're not listening.
Whoa.
I said about 5 minutes ago that globally... Did you not know what that means? I mean, beyond just here on stream. As a whole...
I did not even hear the word globally come out of his mouth. And I'm not going to go back to fact check him. I'm just going to say he did not say globally. And besides, even if he did, whatever.
Our lives together.
Let Ben talk, Grace.
It's an ironic TTS.
Maybe it isn't.
Thank you, Damius.
And I actually landed this point, and then I asked you if I landed this point. I said, globally as a whole, probably the more important... I don't know exactly how to put this, but probably the more important thing you need is to be affirmed.
If you landed the point, then she would agree with you. She doesn't agree with you because your point is stupid. All she's saying is, why were you being such an asshole with the way you're asking for the food? And you're still fucking on this bullshit.
And built up.
Just saying be nicer, Ben. Be nicer on camera.
You just say that. Yeah.
Okay. But I'm just saying, and I don't take back what I said, you need a lot of that stuff. But I am saying, at times, and especially in a professional setting, I think it's good to hold to the standards of the profession that you're in. And that you should rise to the occasion, and that's the quickest way to be successful.
I think that would be accurate if I wasn't...
So what is the right mix?
I am.
Okay, so all you're saying is, I think I need a lot more affirmation and a lot less criticism, right? Which is what every fucking F-slur male and every single fucking female I've ever encountered has told me. And guess how much? Guess when it's going to be enough? When is it ever enough? And I'm not saying you, but every single female I've ever encountered has told me, and every kid, every little pimple-ridden 16-year-old's got a problem with me, has always told me that that's the problem, right?
Be nicer, Ben. Be nicer. The problem's you.
Right? I need more affirmation and less criticism. Okay. Every kid says that to their dad who's harsh. And they may be right, but they're usually wrong. They're usually being a fucking baby who's been told by society and their mommy and... Oh,
Wait. I thought Ben was the baby. I thought Ben was the baby here. Now Grace is the baby? Are they both babies?
and all these people that they're victims. And that they're, And what
What
is Gordon
area?
Ramsay saying by yelling? Okay, other than the fact that like he's gonna get the viewership.
Yeah, Grace keeps cutting Ben off. Dude, like Grace needs to learn some respect, huh?
Let's say he was doing it just like not for the viewership, not for the drama. He's saying, by saying what he's saying, look, it's gonna be tough, but I think you can fucking get to this level. Because he could come in and go, you know, well, I think you're doing the best you can do. And it is what it is. Which one is more cynical, actually?
Just being positive with no hope.
The latter
Actually, I
is
guess.
more cynical.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I said which one, and you're saying just being more positive. That's actually not responding to my question. And here we go to grammar again. And I'm saying you're not responding to the syntax of my question with the syntax of an
Oh my God, dude, he's so fucking annoying.
answer that is acknowledging the syntax. You're just doing something else, and I
understand.
don't want you to fucking do
I
that.
didn't say the former or the latter. I agree. Yes, I should have said that instead of saying my.
You could have said the firm or former latter because the first one, the second one, but like what you're doing is you're doing something different altogether. And you could say that's not disrespectful, but I think it is. So
I was trying to be like a little more creative. With
how
my
many?
answer.
I'm not interested in doing this for the rest of my life. By the way, I just want you to know, like, I'm not interested in doing this for the rest of my life. I want you to really know that, like, this is a huge.
Then let it go, Ben. Let it go. He doesn't. Or more importantly, Grace, just say Ben is right. Say the criticism was fair and it was deserved. And just say, Lord Ben, I will make sure you are fed before every stream. Grace, you're now the wife. You got to make sure your man is fed before every stream. Okay? That's the role of the wife.
Problem if this is how it's going to be. It's a huge problem for me. This is like kind of like game ending kind of stuff. If it just never stops. If I come to realize that all you're going to do for the rest of my fucking existence on this godforsaken planet is tell me that you need affirmation when I get a little crabby, then I'm going to have to figure something else out to do.
Okay.
That's like, yes, it may be true. And I've already said it. And so you're still not satisfied. And I think you're being a fucking asshole at this point.
Okay.
So fuck you. This is over. It's a failure. You fucking drove it into the ground. Now cry and do whatever the fuck you want to do because I'm out and you can say it's unprofessional, but that's too much.
Okay.
That's a bridge too far. I said it. I repeated it. I laid it out.
Happy
I said here.
Damn, he gets so freaking mad. Damn it. Man, he gets so angry.
There's a way we can think of it. You heard that and you just are relentlessly being a cunt. And I've had enough of that energy in my fucking life. So really think about it. Whether you may have lacked some generosity. You missed a bag there.
Well, well, damn it. Well, Grace, what do we do better next time? Remember, Ben is always right. And take the criticism. And that's the end of this stream. Then we got this one here. Oh, hey, we're at 20 likes. 22, actually. Let's revisit this diss track fresh off the press here. Freshly uploaded. This is a brand new diss track from Big Patience.
Hey, this for my people right here. This for my people who let people take their kindness for a weakness. It's beneath us to let them people keep on talking down on us from their weakness. They weak plus your spirit drives them so crazy, baby. Yeah, it's like an A+. They want us. I got a lot of patience, baby. Yeah, it's a surplus. Too much.
This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. That's for real. That's for real. You too real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. That's for real. For real. You too real.
Verse 2, I'ma tell you what it do. I got enough grace for me and you, boo. Let's touch on the subject, what we said we gon' do. Do you wanna leave your pops? I think it's time you're 22. Do the best thing for you. You don't need a diss, you need a therapist. Daddy fucked your mind up and I'm out here in bliss. Wouldn't be shit if it weren't for Damius.
This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. That's for real. You too real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. For real. You too real.
All right, that was a brand new diss track from Big Patience there. Now in the chat, NDR says I should pay close attention to 5625 in the following stream. I think on this one here. I think I heard a little bit of what you're talking about here. If I think it is what it is, then that should be interesting. After all, I did watch Ruby stream today a little bit, briefly. It was more like on while I was driving around. Can't play music in the company car because the speakers are shot. Not by me. So I would just pretty much listen to streams of podcasts. Not really Kino Casino anymore. I try to every now and then, but man, PvP and Indie Warskies, their voice, I can only do it for so long. I really can. I mean, it just is that. Retard alert! You know, the whole retard alert thing is like so. You don't need a disc, you need a therapist. Yeah. Well, that's true. Okay. Here they resume. Double speed it. Are you guys getting ready? You got a drink? You got some smokes? I have one more smoke. And then I have to get a new pack. I do have like these free things. Okay, anyway, I'm going to take a little piss break. I'll be right back. All righty. All right, so is everyone done with their piss break? How are we doing? How are we doing, chat? Shout out to Game Over, Hurricane Pyro, JF, Montario, NDR, Paranormal Drama Llama, and XP. Shout out to all you guys making this stream possible. A long time ago, I used to just stream to myself, and that's about it. So I definitely appreciate you guys hanging out here in the chat. You know, if I wasn't doing this live, I would be doing it while playing some dumb game that came out a long time ago that I still play, like Castlevania Symphony of the Night or Final Fantasy Tactics or Command & Conquer Generals or something like that. Lately, I've been playing Command & Conquer Generals. You know, the whole World War III thing is make me want to play that game. I like playing as the GLA. They're like the little terrorist group in that game. It's fun. Very fun. Anyway. If everyone's good and ready, I'm good and ready. Press 1 in the chat if you're ready. Press 2 if you want me to just talk more. Generals is a good game. It is. Very cool. Very good game. Never going to get a second one, but that's okay. I guess they figured, I don't know what they figured. They figured nothing out. All right. You got a 1 in the chat. I even forgot what the question was. I'm joking. Alex Shield Jones is back from his piss break. Everyone else is kind of still shaking it off. Got to get those drips out. I understand. I'm 40. 42. You got to get it all out. Okay. That's right. Game over's ready. She's done squatting. EA just ruined it. Yeah. Well, that's EA's way. You know, they take a good game studio. They promise them the world. Then they just ruin it. They've been paying $2,000 a month to rent the storage unit. Oh, yeah. If we're talking about the Thorps financial situation. Monterio, you offered Grace to help clean up her storage unit for what? For free or for something on the side? I'm thinking you could probably get at least an HJ from Grace. I'm a dude too. I like to squat when I pee, even as a dude. You guys will help Grace clean her storage unit. Is that code for something? What's the latest on Adam? We'll find out, huh? I don't know. All right, here we go. Let's go and get this started because it's about 4 hours long. For double time, it'll be 2 hours of content. We got plenty of time. Ben wants to watch if there's any sexual favors. I mean, he could watch. That's that's nasty, bro. Oh, you're not a dude. You're not a dude. Oh, that's right. Game over. But welcome to the chat. In this chat, everyone's a dude. Everyone's a dude. We're all dudes. All right. Anyway. Here we go.
Circling a little bit.
A little bit of a, well, should we maybe watch what happened?
We're back on both streams, yes.
Yep.
No? I know. Okay, you're in charge now? Okay. I thought I said I was going to be in charge.
You are.
Okay, give me a few minutes. I think I got it.
Okay.
All right. Stephen David, Joe Shabatoni, welcome. JF, welcome. Kite Karma, welcome.
No, this is the same day,
Back.
just a little
Squeezing
later.
today. Hello. Okay, so. Happy Father's Day.
Does anyone know, like, the length of time? Because I do not know that.
I say thank you very much for all your well wishes on this Father's Day.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Now, hello, Answer Damage. Hello, Candy Warhol. And I think it's totally fine for her to be cynical. She is, but you don't think it is, so tell her it's not okay. Grace thinks it's not okay. I think it's totally fine, and I think that's funny, and I think it has a place. Okay, so. Thank you, Reptilian Richard. Now, Grace, okay, so I think we got a little confused there, and I think you let your emotions carry it a little too far. And
You're the one
you
who
were going
stormed
into
off,
something,
Ben.
And you weren't letting me explain
You were
something
the emotional one.
that I think is reasonable. Okay, but I am totally open. How about this? I'm totally open to the prospect that we have the mix wrong,
Okay.
and that I'm too critical and not supportive, which is the criticism, correct? That is your contention.
Yeah.
I'm completely open to
He comes
the idea
back to this.
that I should be way more supportive and a lot less critical, or way more positive and a lot less negative, which is what your issue is, correct? And if that is going to be difficult for me, so be it.
Okay. Okay.
Well, that should make you feel like you're being listened to. And what makes the difference is what?
That you can receive.
No, what determines the right mix?
I guess whatever gets the most viewers, makes the most money is long term.
No. Okay, but are we just talking about on stream?
I thought we were talking about on stream.
Okay, on stream. Okay, let's just take it on stream.
Okay.
It's not whatever gets us the most viewers, but like, because of course, it's whatever makes the most sense. But I do think you have to bring in like off stream as well. Like, we should be, I guess because I'm being criticized, I should be acting.
So note this: Ben is the one who brought this topic back up. This is the topic that got him to storm off, but he brings it back up
from a place of love, which means wanting the best for you.
Mm.
And you should be doing likewise towards me, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. You're saying that basically I'm not being loving.
I guess so, yes.
Okay. All right. And I would say like the hanging with it for too long also was like not very loving on your part. Okay. So we disagree about that. You think you've been loving, and I think I've been loving. I don't agree with you. I think that your response lacks that. It's been kind of a defense mechanism that's not loving and doesn't help either of us. And they're asking me to be the most person that I'm ever going to be, which is imprudent. But
okay.
Okay. I came in and I was crabby.
Ultra
You're saying
crabby.
you can't be crabby on stream.
Not quite.
Okay. What are you saying?
I'm saying there's two parts about when you were crabby. First of all, that I was shocked. I was surprised because it was very different than how you had been
Okay.
behaving before.
I can't be
streaming.
crabby suddenly on stream.
I would say that's off. Yeah, I would say that's off-putting to me.
Okay, but I would say that I understood it was going to be off-putting to you because it was off-putting to me too. And then I tried to address it like very carefully, very systematically, and very part by part. But you're just saying it's not okay.
Well, that's not the only thing. The other thing I would say
So is it okay for me to be like surprisingly
She was gonna say her other point, Ben, but you cut her off. Okay.
just crabby all of a sudden if I'm willing to like say like acknowledge that and then say like okay, let's work through it together, yes or no?
yes,
Okay, so then what's the problem? I was.
because you were saying that you think that like made sense. And I was just saying I don't think that.
Wait. Maybe this has always been the content. The whole like, oh, we're going to talk about intellectual stuff. We're going to watch stuff and talk about that. Is all just nonsense. Really, the content, like it has always been, is their dysfunctional relationship just on full display. I get it now, Ben. Get it. All right.
I don't think that made sense. Right? You were saying like, no, that's what the dynamic is here. I'm.
Is that what it is,
crabby
chat?
and harsh,
All right,
right?
okay. This may be like logic versus feelings. This may be Mars, Venus kind of thing. Okay, but like I'm saying to you, and I don't think this is a change. I'm willing to look at this objectively, and if it doesn't make sense, to make an adjustment.
Mm.
That's not like okay with you. You're angry. How can you be angry if I say that? I'm willing to acknowledge that it was quick. It was when the camera
Oh,
turned
that
on.
money's gone.
I didn't say you
Video.
characterized it a certain way, and I said no, it's not really that. I'm sort of crabby.
You
cynical.
think they're hiding the money, or did they spend it?
And then I said,
think they
like,
spent
if in
it.
general, this is bringing up because it's just a general issue, right?
Mm.
If in general, the mix is that I'm too likely to be that and need to like shift it, I'm open to that, but I need to be convinced of it. Okay, and I like that's all I can give you at that point. That's like 100% correct, and you were like not okay with that. Like I wasn't good enough. You're still angry. You were still angry, and you still are angry.
I was angry, but I was angry.
You still
because
are angry, and you're lying if you say you're not.
I am still angry.
Okay, so you want then why did you just say I was angry as if
Because
you're lying? Because you're lying. Okay, that's okay. You're lying. All right.
Man, already, dude. This is already okay. Okay. Happy Father's Day, Ben. Oh man. Actually, I think Grace should have said Happy Father's Day to Satan. Man, it'd be funnier if she was like kind of like more witty in these situations, you know? Well, she should have responded back with, "Well, you said my father's Satan." Something like that.
So go ahead. What justifies the anger that you have?
Because you were.
See, and this is part of the reason why I don't think, obviously what I was saying there before was all just jokes. I think they actually do want to do something different with their content, but they're just stuck in the dysfunction. Because if they did want to like just play this up, then give Grace some witty lines that would get Ben to really get fired up. Because if Grace would have clapped back with, "Oh, but you said my father's Satan, and who are you? My father." Boom. Just watch how he would. How would Ben respond to that?
Defending your behavior and saying it actually
Yep.
makes sense, and you kind of.
No, I was exploring whether it made sense.
No,
Man.
I would just say.
No, I was not.
You were saying it made sense. You were saying no. I believe that you. I'm not even being offensive.
I
here,
actually never got to that point. I started by saying, could it ever be okay that someone seems negative? You said yes. Okay. Then then I said, okay, what would make it so what would judge whether how could we judge whether it was appropriate or not appropriate? And I said the circumstances. You said agreed. Then I said, okay, what are the circumstances here? This is the internet. It's kind of rough. You agreed. Okay. So then I used the example of Gordon Ramsay, and you said like, yeah, okay, yeah, like, and I started to say like, okay, if you're trying to do something professionally, and you're not meeting the standards, like it's okay to be kind of harsh, and can in fact be an act of love and engagement and optimism, although it looks negative. Okay, I'm not telling you what the answers to those questions should be. Okay. I'm asking you, and you're genuinely saying what you're saying. Okay, so then of course we're going to get to the point where
Ben doesn't even remember what Grace is saying.
At the beginning, that I think an argument could be made that maybe it makes sense because of the alcohol analogy, right? That it's proper that someone has a kind of cynical role. Now you're saying, well, that shouldn't be you. Okay, make that case, but like you have to stop feeling like your anger is basically like definitely true here. You've got to like let go of that and say I might be right and I may be wrong, and this person is open to both, but he's not going to be swayed by my continuous.
But here's the thing: Grace could say that, but Ben would still not let this go. Ben is just keeping this here. Can't not let it go. To the point to where I don't even know if Ben really knows what he's arguing about. You know, like he's looping. Like this sort of looping behavior is something you see in like woohoo, woohoo. Whoa, we're talking about Ben. You know? Chat, let me ask you, what is Ben talking about here? Do you guys know?
It's anger. Doesn't make sense for you to be angry if I'm saying I'm willing to absolutely look at this.
Okay, that's fair. Yes.
So are you angry?
No.
Bullshit.
I was angry. I was angry until you said that. And I said, okay, that
you
doesn't
could say
make sense.
that I was initially angry because I was confused because it seemed like you attacked me for no reason. I can see that. But at a certain point, you can say, like, if I say I can see that and I can see how it was a surprise and I want to work through it with you because this is like bringing up a larger issue, you no longer have a right to be angry. Because I am responding to your anger, which is saying, like, I don't see how this is right the way I'm being treated, by saying I'm willing to look at that.
Ben is the master of emotions. If I respond to you in the way you like, you have no more right to be angry.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
So you can't be angry at that point.
No.
You were.
If I talk to my wife in that way,
and so then I become angry at you because I don't think
shed.
It's reasonable for someone to continue to be angry with someone when they've basically said, I can see how you're angry. So then I'm saying to you, I don't see how this is just treatment of me. I'm open to it, and you're just holding on to anger.
Right. And I was wrong to do that. I was wrong. I should not have just held on to that. Anger.
Okay. But if it comes right back up, that means you are holding on to it. So, I mean, maybe you could say, I mean, I don't actually really think that this, so now are you saying that like the problem that we have together in your mind, the problems with chemistry is that you think that I'm too critical?
Can I nuance
like, and
that
this is just like, you know, like a kind of like, whatever, like canary in the coal mine.
Grace is asking for nuance. You're not going to get nuance.
I don't get how that's like, if that's like the underlying issue, then like I have a lot of problems seeing, I'm actually like much more cynical about our prospects.
Okay, I guess I would say the underlying issue is like when we're not on stream and we're rolling together, watching videos and stuff. I guess I would say there isn't this. I don't feel like there's an edge where you
Totally
see me. Okay, what do you mean?
I'll say to you, like I'll say whatever to you. I'll say shut the fuck up. You're fat. Get out of here. You're a loser.
Yeah, right. But
It's
that's true.
There's a wide. Like my personality is not like nice guy personality. It's never gonna be.
I agree, but there's a difference between making those jokes and when you're saying that, but there's an edge to it of like I don't like you, or like it's not equal. It's like you're saying like, and I'm not saying we have to be equals, but it's like
I understand.
condescending or something. I don't know how to say it.
Sure. You can use Lalo's bad grammar and say you're condescending at me, whatever you said.
Condescending me. That's
You're condescending me.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's ask this question. Do you think in general with people that I have this problem? My interactions with
Does Ben have this problem with people being condescending?
My interactions with Deadman, my interactions with Keemstar.
No.
No, in fact, it's quite the opposite, right?
You're too nice.
Okay. Now
most of
you
the
have a
time
logical problem.
criticism.
You have a logical problem, right? We have a logical problem because you're saying, in general, if anything, you're too nice to everyone except me.
I believe that's true.
And okay, and to
In a
me,
certain
you're
way.
really harsh. Okay, but like that is like the definition of almost every rotten human being, right?
You're both nice and harsh.
Hold on a minute. Let's stick with that analysis.
Okay.
I'm uniquely a victim of you, and you're a super nice guy with everyone else. If anything, too nice. But here's the thing: each of them also basically thinks that.
I understand. You said this. Mom said this to you.
Okay. Oh, but then they have to like kind of go, oh no, he's also harsh towards other people, but they don't really think it.
I don't know.
Well,
if
then
it's necessarily
maybe
harsh,
there's a
it's
reason
critical.
why.
Lacking in love.
Ben.
Let's just say that you lack love. You are, if anything, like loving to a fault to everybody else, except me.
You're extremely loving to me, though. I totally think that's true.
No, you don't. But that's the case you're making.
She just said she felt that way. Wow.
I don't know if I'm exactly saying that. What I'm saying is there is a certain mood that you get in where you're very irritable and you sort of have this edge towards me that's like, you're failing and I fucking hate it. And it's not when you're like, you're a fat pig, I hate you.
It's not that. If you say like that is what I was feeling when I came on this morning at the beginning, that is not true. But you can
That's what I got. That's what I got. Grace, you're failing. Go get my food. Where's my food? You got to feed the king. You got to feed your daddy.
say I'm lying, but I'm telling you that's not
So-
true. I wasn't like I fucking hate you. I was just like I'm feeling crabby. Or I think we'll make it through this. But like I was surprised by you at like how like I was just like I'm tired. You know.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I was like I'm not gonna try to fake it. I'm just gonna stay with it. Maybe there's something good here. That is it. That is it. Crabby. That's it. Crabby does not mean hate the other person, but it wasn't really much about you. But as I thought about it, I was like, okay, well maybe it could be like actually a very helpful role here. That since kind of you are the sort of source of these problems, although not to blame for them, that you know I kind of am the shit tester.
So Grace is purely the source of these problems, but not to blame, but the source. Ben is never the source of these problems.
It's just where I'm at, and it kind of makes a certain amount of sense that I'm at that place, and I stand by that.
Oh, Dalmatian Dog. What in the locale rejects? Yeah, Dalmatian Dog would be pretty boring. But Dalmatian Dog running the show by himself is going to be kind of hard to do, huh? I don't know what the plan is for locale rejects. Hope they figure it out. Or maybe Hurricane could do his own thing. Or maybe I mentioned this before, but I don't really do co-hosts. You know, like not really. But I have no problem with coming up with a stream material like that. That's purely welcomed.
And I just think like it's a reasonable position because I was originally coming on to say we are going to sell something to chat, and then I was going to invite them to be the critical ones.
Mm.
Okay, and then I was like, actually, I'm feeling like the critical one, and I was like, oh yeah, maybe it would work out like because they're sort of sympathetic to you overall, so maybe it would work out for me just to be crabby.
They don't seem like it.
No, I heard you.
And we could see how that goes selling it. I made that point, and you just remained extremely angry, which like it seems like evidence to me that this is an underlying problem. And you just said when I said your view is that I'm nice to everyone else, but I'm not nice to you, or like I'm overly loving towards everyone else, but not to you. And you go, well, okay, look, you had a nuance, but you originally said, yeah, that is what I believe.
No, I said you're nice to everybody else to a fault, and you're too harsh with me.
Okay, but I'm not nice to Ruby, but right?
No, you're also harsh to her.
Okay, but so
Well,
I'm not nice to Ruby to a fault. I am, but you would say like I'm extremely generous to Ruby to only smack her down as much as I do.
Yeah, I guess actually I would change it a little bit. You are generally harsh to everybody else, and I think that's appropriate, but I don't think it's appropriate in my case. I guess
I'm not generally harsh. It's not true.
Well, you can lay the smack down, and I don't think it's.
Okay, but you're changing your positions. Okay, that's not how you view me. You view me as essentially when I first meet people, extremely generous to them.
Well, yeah, right. I do. I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, so if you say I'm a harsh person, that's not true.
Whoa. When you first meet someone and you're trying to be nice, you're being polite. I've seen Ben do that. I've seen Ben just be cordial with people, okay? But then you have your other side. You have the other side of you that comes out. Like whoa. Like even with you guys in the chat, right? Like I'm sure you guys could think of people who are like very much assholes through and through, right? Like for example, Ben here, who will at times be nice to strangers they meet or whatever. Okay, be friendly, but you know that they are an asshole, like deep down inside.
It takes a lot to get me to the point where I will call someone out.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
But when I do, I will. Okay, but like that's secondary. Like, so
Does he not
you're
remember
changing
he
your
just
position
stormed
constantly.
off in the prior
Am I a harsh
stream?
person, or am I like a generous to a fault person? Possibly to a fault person, or is that like something that's actually a really good quality of me that you would like to emulate?
You're very generous to other people, and then when the time comes, you will be harsh and critical.
Okay, when it's appropriate to do so.
Yes,
Okay,
and
so then-
you're also extremely nice to me. And
I've
loving.
never seen Game
Yeah.
Over be
Wait a
mean.
second. So okay. So I'm
Then again, in the chat, I never seen Game Over be mean. I never seen I don't think I've seen any of you guys be mean. Though I think I've seen like XP and Mackenzie go at it or whatever, but I think they figured it out.
extremely generous with people, perhaps to a fault, but like in some ways, you sort of see that as a good quality,
Yes, right. Yeah.
and you'd like to be maybe, but I don't know, like you're not saying I'm a doormat to people.
No,
Okay.
no.
Then when it's appropriate, and I'm kind of forced to, I will offer people correction.
Mm-hmm.
Now wait a second. Now hold on here. Do I do that excessively, or like almost to the point of being excessive? Is it really very harsh,
I would not say.
or do I
excessive at
continue
all.
to be incredibly
Rise,
gentle
where's
with
your
people,
rage?
even in that?
I would say it continues.
Oh,
to be
we're
gentle,
one
but it is harsh.
way.
It comes across as harsh.
Yeah. Okay. So we can talk vaguely about some like situations of things that have been done to me by someone who I rarely trusted. You think my response has been harsh?
No, not unless you were pushed and it was necessary.
But then was it harsh? How many times have I called the police on anyone? Never.
Never.
Me? Oh, that's right. You said Grace did that. That's right. You called the police on me. Grace. Wait, Ben. It was your idea to take Grace to the FBI headquarters, to report Shamu and other people that were like messing with you guys, right? I remember that stream. That was fire. That was crazy. I was in the shed then. I don't know. Do you guys remember that? Or Ben decided it was a great idea to go to the FBI headquarters and have Grace talk to the FBI agent. I remember Grace's demeanor after that. She seemed very different. They called the police on me like a long, long time ago. Like, we're talking like 4 years ago, man. It's old. Yeah. Apparently it was a death threat. I sent him a death threat, apparently. I said, Ben, I'm going to go to your house and I'm going to murder you in your sleep. No, I didn't say that. I'm joking. I would never do that. I mean, not right now. I got too many things going on right now. It's on my list of stuff to do. It's on the bottom of my list. No, I told Ben I was going to show him how to use a pick hoe. I'll show you the clip one day.
How many times have I taken criminal action or police action or legal action against someone who has obviously done illegal things against me? Never.
Never.
Okay, so but you're actually just going like, oh, oops. Yeah, right? So your criticism of me is that I'm incredibly generous. How's that a criticism?
No, I would say you're both incredibly generous, and you can be harsh when necessary. And
But even in the harshness, I'm incredibly generous.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
But for some
Hey,
reason,
Anthony
fragile,
B.
which is
Yeah, Mr. Death Threat. That's right.
you're talking to, it's quite harsh compared to what they usually hear.
Okay.
And I think you're...
Okay, so let's... Now, don't say this fucking thing that you might say, because I will... It'll go nuts here. Jesus Christ is our exemplar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was he incredibly generous?
Yes.
Would fragile people take it hard?
Yes.
Who fucking cares? What is the point?
My
If you're
point-
saying I act a lot like Jesus Christ, there is no possible criticism, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
Are you saying you're acting like Jesus Christ?
if you say like, well, the way you act makes some people want to crucify you because they're fragile. That's not...
Wait, what? But Jesus Christ was nice. But you're not nice, Ben. Is Ben comparing himself to Jesus Christ? Oh, that's right, Sin. People are still hiding from the FBI to this day because of what Ben and Grace did. Okay. You got to think about that. Shamu's in hiding. Should probably take a shot for Shamu. Let's guys gather around. Gather around. I don't know how you're supposed to gather around when you're over there and I'm over here, but we're gonna gather around. We're gonna get our drinks together here. Okay, everyone's using alcohol this time. I don't care how old you are. Go find your mom's liquor cabinet. I don't give a shit. All right. This shot's for Shamu for good health, and may he never be harassed by the FBI. Well, yes. Yes, that's right. There we go. Yeah. I felt that one. Okay. Yeah, we're good.
It's not a point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you articulate why that's not a point?
Because who cares how somebody responds to something harsh if it's true?
No, because if God himself, who is perfect, was incarnated and people responded to him that way, then that's not a sign necessarily that there's a problem. Because otherwise you'd have to say God incarnate has problems.
Wait. He's actually comparing himself to Jesus. He's what the hell? The fuck? What? Okay. All right, that's wild.
Yes,
Okay,
I
so
understand that.
the way you described me seems very similar to the way that one would describe Jesus Christ, which doesn't mean I'm Jesus Christ. But I'm saying the criticism, if the criticism is the same as the criticism of
Is
Jesus
the
Christ,
criticism the same? Did people say Jesus was too harsh? No, they said he's a very nice guy. He was a very nice guy. Unless you were like a tax guy. Unless you're like, you know. I think one time he flipped over tables and stuff. You know, and he cursed a fig tree. But other than that, and I think he lashed at this woman that was like tugging on his garment there, you know. But he was just like, bitch, get your hands off my stuff right now.
Christ, then you've got a problem because you need to add something to it. Not everyone who's crucified is like Jesus Christ, but some people are, or else he's not an exemplar, right? That's why.
Oh, that's it. Because he feels like he's being crucified right now. He feels like he's being crucified. Having to deal with some criticism from your daughter isn't the same. No. That's right. That's right. It's the exact same. You know, it is the exact same. That's what it is. Yeah, the money changers. That's right. That's right.
When people say, hey, you don't have a lot of money, I say, well, Jesus didn't. Now, that doesn't mean that every poor person is like Jesus Christ, or you can flex being poor. But some people are poor because all of their, because the world doesn't recognize them for what they are. And some people are narcissists who say that, but some people are good people, or exemplary people. Saints, many saints, were not wealthy. Okay, so you now have a problem because you said, you described me as being generous until it was appropriate to be correct, generous and positive, until it made sense to be generous and negative when people deserved it. And that is actually, I don't see how that is a criticism at all. And then you go, well, they didn't like it. That does not add to the point. A lot of people didn't like it. Okay, and I'll tell you where this argument goes. You should.
All she was saying was for you to be a little bit nicer, Ben. That's all she was saying, and he's still on this bullshit. Oh, God.
Make sure that your priority.
Is there anything that Grace could have said in this moment that just stop him? Like, Ben, you're right. I'm wrong. Because even if she said, Ben, you're right, he'd be like, no, you're lying. He just wants to argue. Hurricane Poirot tagged me there. I blame my two cousins for ignoring me last year that had me go to the Thorps platform. Have you ever had family members that keep ignoring you too? Yeah, I have cousins. No, well, they don't ignore me because I don't reach out to them. I'm going to say no, I don't. I don't have any family members that ignore me because I don't really reach out to family like that, except for those that I like. The ones I don't like, I don't even bother. Okay. Like my cousins. I don't even know what they're doing. Hell, they didn't even keep their last name. They wanted to change it for some weird shit. The weird. They're like ultra weird, super crazy liberal nonsense. Like a mask over mask. Last time I saw my cousin was during my grandmother's funeral, and he had a mask. Oh, he had like two masks on, wearing high waters, and like I was like, "What is going on here, man?" And he had gloves on too, gloves and a mask. I'm like, man, you're worried you're gonna get COVID? Shut the fuck up. I coughed on all the sandwiches. You get something much worse than COVID. Cousins ignoring their family. Yeah, so like if we had a family reunion, I don't think the cousins are even showing. And it's not even like drug problems or anything. It's just weird. They're just out there. I don't even understand. It's like they always act like they're they're better than us, and that's fine. They can do that. They can probably talk about us on Reddit or whatever. I hate my family members because, whatever. That's not how a Redditor talks, but,
It's not to correct people who need correction, but to make sure you don't hurt their fucking little precious feelings if they're precious. And that is an abhorrent statement.
Yeah,
Why
apologize,
should you? Why
Grace.
should you? If someone warrants correction and you're in a position to give it to them for whatever reason and you give it generously to them, you're acting from love. If you don't
Grace
care about
is like Grace is trying to
you now
calculate how to
change
respond.
your statement to say, no, I think you are overly harsh towards people and not generous towards them when you get a bee in your bonnet. So make that argument. Otherwise, you're wrong. And the problem is not with me, it's with you.
Wait, so if I was wrong, then what I would have to say would be,
You have something that you need to work on.
okay, so what I would be saying if I was wrong would be, but the correct take if I was wrong would be that when you do criticize me, it is an incredibly generous criticism, just like with other people. And so my problem is that I take it personally and get offended.
Well, look, Grace,
right?
I won't say that. Sometimes, like, when my neck was fucked up, okay, I was very crabby the whole time. And you were absolutely not deserving of the crabbiness.
Oh, yeah, well, that's
That's
different.
true.
Yeah.
I was just, saying, like, and you understood, like, it's just my way of getting through that. Okay, I would not say, I don't know, what would Jesus do if he had a 6-week thing? Like, I don't know. I mean, I just think we have, well, the point is you didn't have any problem with that.
No, because it's totally
You
different
could have. You could have said, like, look, bro, I didn't do anything to your neck, and that's true.
Yeah.
So why are you being crabby? And I don't like it, and I'm precious. Okay, like, I would have to say, okay, I am sorry, like, so, but I don't get it. If I say to you, if I'm saying to you, like, I'm kind of crabby, I want some fucking food, and then I say, like, I understand that came off the wrong, like, a way that's surprising, and let's explore that. Like, I don't get it how that one is, we're tanking it. And 6 weeks of unrelenting kind of crabbiness is fine.
Okay.
I don't get it.
I think maybe
You did that to me for 6 weeks. I think I'd have a tough time with it. You didn't have any problem with it at all. At all. You were super nice. You were just like, I was constantly just an asshole.
I can totally
So
explain
you don't
it.
have the problem with crabbiness per se, even if it was directed towards you. I even bit your hand or something at one point.
Yeah, but that's a very different context.
Yeah, Grace, you don't even have a problem with me being crabby with you. So really, you're just making this up out of nothing. I wasn't even being crabby. Oh, man.
When it's just me and you, and
But there was no justification for me to be crabby towards you that entire time.
well, there was though. It was your neck.
It was
So-
not a justification for me to be crabby towards you.
But it wasn't personal. Is the point?
It was.
It was. You didn't mean.
I
any of
made it personal. I
Right,
was like,
but it wasn't my fault.
oh, I might.
But and you were hungry earlier, and you're being crabby towards her. What's the? I don't understand what the difference is. You were in a state of being uncomfortable, and you're ultra crabby, like you oftentimes are towards Grace. Anyway, I mean,
Yeah, I understand that, but like, okay, so the difference is you understood it wasn't your fault.
Yes.
But like, I wasn't making that clear. I was making it. I was complaining constantly, and like a certain point, like common sense would say like I should have been like super thankful the whole time, and like sorry, like that your days are just all day. You're just taking care of me all night. I'm crying like out in pain, and
Right.
so
But I didn't feel personally
it's not
responsible at all.
it's not the balance of crabbiness or not crabbiness. It's not right.
No, it's not in a certain way. No, it's whether it's I feel responsible for it. Really.
Okay, but I couldn't have made it clearer today that like it's coming from somewhere. I'm trying to make it work.
Well, but you kind of. I'm not even being defensive, but you kind of.
So it's based on your fickle understanding of whether I'm really mad at you,
but you
or
melded-
whether you deserve it. Whether you deserve it. So you thought today maybe you deserve it.
Yeah.
Okay, for what? What would you deserve it for?
Well, you said I was acting like a butt fuck, so I would assume.
But
that
I mean, that's what I
like,
did those whole 6 weeks. I said, you're acting like a butt fuck. You're not helping me. You're not getting me food. I need a pillow.
What does
So
acting
you're
like a
wrong,
butt
Grace.
But like,
fuck
you're
mean?
mixing two things.
No, deep down, you were able to just see it as crabby. That's the difference.
But you're mixing
Okay,
two-
and so the difference is you feel like maybe
You're
I'm
acting like a butt
right
fuck.
today. And I don't see what was I right about.
You also felt like you were right because you said yes,
No.
I will be critical and I will be harsh and I will be crabby and you need to get a thicker skin and to be hardened. I'm battle hardened. You're not. So that behavior, that you need that. Were you not making that case?
I was saying that
I thought you were.
Okay. I was saying to myself initially, like, oh, I wish I wasn't crabby. Right?
Yeah.
I was like, I'm too tired to be selling this. I was like, okay, me and Grace are going to sell this chat. They're going to be crabby. Now, would I have had a problem with them being crabby? No, I would have said, okay, yeah, that totally makes sense. So then what actually happened is I was just tired. Was that because I was suddenly angry at you for something? No. And then I was like, okay, like, and I immediately said, like, okay, but I can't keep doing this. I don't.
Well, I didn't understand. I didn't thought you were legitimately angry at me. And then when you
It couldn't have been clearer. It couldn't have been clearer that I was like, I get it. How it was surprising. Me too. I was surprised. Okay, let's see if we can find some way in which we can like use this.
But
I could have been more apologetic in the sense of constantly making explanations. I wasn't denying it. I wasn't saying I'm not crabby.
Like, it seems like Ben just works himself up because Grace is barely saying anything here.
No, you weren't. But okay, maybe I legitimately misunderstood. But it seemed like you were saying like, okay, but Grace, if I am critical and harsh like that, were you
It
not
may
making a
be.
case I need to
It may
willing
be in
and
some
thick skin?
circumstances. I was trying to say, obviously, if you can say like wherever you're at is going to be good, that's a lot easier than saying like, well, I can't be in this position. Obviously, in anything you're doing, it's like, okay, if I can just like say like instead of having a big conflict, like maybe we can utilize that, then good. And I was
Okay, so let's take a moment here to ask what is really going on with Ben, like deeper level. So he's ultra cranky. He's lashing out he's lashing out at Grace. With all the issues going on with his family, their lack of money, their living situation. It seems very reasonable for Ben to just be like, frustrated with all that crap, right? He just bottles that stuff up. And he'll probably say that, I don't know what he would say. I honestly don't know what he would say if you were to ask him about that stuff. Maybe say he's fine or whatever. But it's like, he's just old. Because on the surface level, it's like he's mad at Grace because Grace didn't do what he wanted her to do. And then now he's mad at Grace for saying that he wasn't nice enough. But that seems so like surface level. You know, you mentioned something earlier about how like people in his life will tell him all the time that they want affirmation. They want to be, have that positive affirmation. But really, I think that's projection because Ben wants that. Ben wants that constant positive affirmation. He wants his balls washed all the time. Literally and figuratively.
Was saying like, I'll be the guy poking holes in it. You be the alcoholic selling it, and chat can be on your side. Because you are, in a sense, the alcoholic. I'm not. You're the alcoholic. You're a despairaholic. And I think that that's true. And if you want to say, no, you're a despairaholic, no problem. But like, I'm 100% sure that you're a despairaholic and that you had a despairaholic mother who tried to get you to despair constantly, and your siblings, and that I was the only force in that family that never bought it. Who despaired of this last stream?
You did.
Nope.
You walked out and said, I'm never doing this with you again.
Yeah. You did, Ben. You did that.
I think I said, why don't you fucking try to figure it out? Oh, yeah, no, I said I'm out of here. Okay, but like...
But you said it's over. Like, I'm not doing this.
Oh, okay, so you really thought I was just saying, like, our relationship is over. You'll never see me again. Bye.
No, but
no.
You despaired publicly.
Yeah, you did a despair. You did a despair, Ben.
Then I despaired privately.
I didn't turn the stream off.
No, but you left.
Oh,
but
who literally killed the stream?
I did.
Okay. So if two people have a baby and the guy gets frustrated because the baby's crying and he goes, I'm going to fucking kill this kid, and walks out. And then the mother kills the baby.
We got 30 likes. Let's play that disc one more time. Big Patience diss track coming in.
Hey, this for my people right here.
Off of my people right here.
For my people who let people take their kindness for a weakness. It's beneath us to let them people keep on talking down on us from their weakness. They weak plus your spirit drives them so crazy, baby. Yeah, it's like an A plus. They want us. I got a lot of patience, baby. Yeah, it's a surplus. Too much.
This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield.
Grab your sword and shield.
This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. Woo! Fuck them people talking down on you for real. That's for real. That's for real. You too real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. That's for real. For real. You too real.
Verse 2, I'ma tell you what it do. I got enough grace for me and you, boo. Let's touch on the subject, what we say we gon' do. Do you wanna leave your pops? I think it's time you're 22. Do the best thing for you. You don't need a diss, you need a therapist. Daddy fucked your mind up and I'm out here in bliss. Wouldn't be shit if it weren't for Damius.
This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself.
All American tobacco.
This for my people, please just grab your sword and shield. Need you to rise and defend yourself for real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. That's for real. You too real. Fuck them people talking down on you for real. For real. You too real.
Want me to post a link in the chat? You know what? Let me do that. Let me be the ethical reactor that I am. There you go, guys. Ethical reactor over here. That's how I roll on my reaction channel. I try. Sometimes I forget because half the times I'm drunk. But I try to put the link in the little videos too, and I try to do a shout out to the bands too. And sometimes those ladies, they recognize. And that's cool. That makes my day. It really does. It does. All right. So getting back to this. Snakes on the plane. Once again, I also want to say thank you for everyone who's watched right here. Game Over, Gia, Hurricane Paro. Shout out to Jody D, McKenzie, Montero. One day I'll say the name right. Montero. I'll just call him Monty. I think it's a he. Maybe it's a she. I don't know. Paranormal Drama Llama. Victorian Greyjoy. I remember Victorian Greyjoy. Yeah, he's cool too. Yeah, he's cool. Definitely appreciate you guys hanging out. We're going to continue here. We're getting closer to the very spicy parts. There we go.
Who despaired?
The mother.
Yeah. Well, you killed the stream. And I came out, when you came out, I was like, I think we can turn it around. And you said, I don't know. And I said, let's try it. So who's despairing and who's not despairing there?
I was despairing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you initially despaired.
And we said
maybe
this morning,
not
like, the one thing we don't want to do is despair. We do need to hang in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, if you would.
Oh, wait. That's your profile pic? Oh. I didn't even know. Your thing to me is like a teeny tiny icon. Oh, I think I see it. Okay. Anyway.
You had stayed on. Do you really think I wouldn't have come back in?
No, I think you would have.
Okay. So then you despaired. So you're a despairaholic, not me. You have a more severe problem
Despairaholic.
with despair than I do.
Okay.
When have I ever despaired? When have you seen
Hey,
me
C,
really like
how's
this
it going,
person?
man?
Who in your life do you think has despaired less than me? Ever. I get attacked. I go to jail. I have
Yeah.
cyber stalkers. I have cops after me for nothing I ever did. My own son saying fucking horrendous things to me to my face. And everyone says, like, you know the amazing thing about that guy? He doesn't ever seem to care that much.
Yeah.
Comes right back.
Yeah, Ben is the sort of guy who seems like he doesn't care that much. You know? It's just water off of a duck's back, right? That's the expression there. That's Ben. Not a care in the world. Nothing phases him. He never gets angry.
Does anyone say that about you? No, because you don't. You have a problem with despair. You're a despairaholic. And your mother was a despairaholic, and her mother before her, and I'm sure it goes all the way back to Eve. And so what? But why do you keep insisting that that's not the problem? Why are you so attached to saying it's not, this is not true, when it's obviously true? Ben and Jerry Cyber Terrorism and Gang Stalking Limited said, did somebody say cyber stalkers? All right, and so you can sit here with this, you can sit here with whatever it is up your ass. But now I can't help you anymore because I've tried to help you, and you could say like yes or no, but you're just gonna sit there with it up your ass, and I can't really help you. So maybe Jack can
Well,
help you.
pull it
No
out of her
despair,
ass,
but, like,
Ben.
I don't know. Well, what more can I do here?
Well,
What's the problem? Why
you
am I
got
so
like
hard
a
for you to
bunch
say,
of
like, you have problems
dildos in
with
that safe.
I
Did
don't
you put
mind
them
saying,
all in Grace's
if you wanna say, like,
ass?
if you want to say to me like, Daddy, like in the future when you feel that way, could you maybe like take a break and then come back? Okay. But I think the problem is that you sometimes when I'm crabby take it real personal. Other times I could be super crabby and you don't give a fuck. I don't really think that's a fair way to respond to me because
I think she's starting to tear up or something.
when I'm crabby, it's always the same thing. I'm just crabby. I love you very much. I'm very
You're
happy.
sniffing
you know.
a lot.
I don't.
Okay. All right. Maybe it's a me thing.
Maybe she has a coke problem now.
Maybe it's a me thing. That's what you're saying for 7 years. That's the first time it's occurred to you.
No,
It's definitely a
it's
you
a
thing.
But you've
Why
also-
don't you just whatever the fucking synapse is? 'cause
Yeah, Grace, it's totally you. You haven't figured that out yet? You gotta leave your dad. All right, you're driving your dad insane. It's just not good, not healthy. Okay.
connected in your fucking brain. It is a you thing. You're a despairaholic. That's been established forever.
I agree.
Yeah.
So why are we revisiting it?
Well, because you have said that you've been
Because
too
you have a
harsh.
problem. You have a problem. And you should ask me to be patient with your problem.
Okay.
But turning it around on me after 7 fucking years of relentless same pattern. Like, why
Oh,
should
wait, Hurricane Pyro, you brought something up. Bringing it up, Adam. Maybe this is Ben's way of trying to sabotage things so the Adam thing doesn't happen. Oh. We'll see.
shouldn't I be a little bit like I'm in. I'm not seriously walking around. I mean, people, you can call something despair that is obviously just someone sort of like just expressing frustration. You can go ahead and call that despair if you want to be. What would that be to someone who's just like
Nitpicky?
it's cruel. It's cruel when someone's obviously just kind of like, you know, it's cruel for you to take advantage of that and say like,
Yeah,
it's
Grace,
cruel. It
it's
just shows
cruel.
complete lack of
He wasn't despairing.
reading it in context and
Raging.
just you wanting to win something.
Man.
If that's what you want to do in life. I do not want to have a relationship with you or anyone else. If they just want to win, and that's what they think a relationship is,
Wait,
fuck off. No
isn't
interest.
that
No interest.
what Ben did
not what-
in the
that's not what
thumbnail?
relationships
He,
is. So-
he was winning.
If you're stuck in a position where like you're just going to try to get a win, then I'm not interested. But I don't think you're like that. I just think you're being a fucking. I just think you're being like you're just letting your emotions like tell you something is true that you know is not true, and you're just not letting go of it. But I kind of am out now because I don't think this is helping.
Okay. It's weird because this whole thing started over you being crappy, which you admitted, and me I
Totally
guess,
admit.
taking it personally.
I totally admit that. I totally admit it from the first minute.
So then why would I take it personally? I didn't want to take it personally. I wanted to do the stream today. So I must have thought that I warranted the crabbiness. I thought maybe you were pissed off.
No,
at me
I think
about
you
something.
came into the stream saying I need you to be fun and supportive with me
Yeah.
because this is going to be a challenge, and I need 100%. I need you on my side. And when I was like, you're like, oh, that fucks me over.
Yeah.
I don't think
definitely-
that's true. I don't think you need that.
I definitely came into it.
Because
saying
if you say I need that from you at certain times, like I'm generally going to do the opposite. You know that.
Yeah.
If I feel a lot of pressure to do something socially and it doesn't, I don't roll that way. Frankly, neither do you. But I just don't think you should have set it up where you're saying like, let's be real positive because we need that. I think that's stupid. I don't think we
I
need
don't
that.
think I was-
And I even
I
told you,
don't-
like
I think you're
I think if we had what we had in the back,
She didn't even say let's be real positive. She just said be a little nicer. That's it. That's it. And he's acting like a fucking diva. He's I mean, come on, man. This is bullshit.
the RV, I don't think it matters really. I actually think nothing can kind of stop us except ourselves.
But you're wrong to set it up that way. I wasn't saying like you.
Well,
you
that is
could.
true.
I was
I think
saying
you did.
Sort of. Nothing can really stop us but ourselves. That's kind of why you're here, guys. I mean, you once. This is not y'all's peak. I think y'all already had your peak. You know, when you're kind of scraping the bottom now. If you're getting my numbers, you're at the bottom now. Welcome. A local graveyard is now covering the Thorps. We're gonna do the local graveyard now. I'll get that check from Keen. Or he's losing people. He must be real desperate. He'll have to operate on my timeline, on my time. Okay?
No, I wasn't. I was just saying like, okay, we're both in this together. We're gonna try to sell something. It might be kind of a shit show, but like, whatever. Hopefully, it'll be like warm and we'll get somewhere.
Okay, there you go. Warm.
Yeah.
All these kind of phrases. I need you to be warm. I need it to be friendly. I need it to be positive.
Right, Game
And that ain't
Over?
garbage.
Right? They started a new stream to just bring up the stuff that got Ben fired up to where he just left the previous stream. But Ben is the one who brought it up. You know, it's like so... It's... Why he cannot even button a shirt? No. He thinks it's a good look. Just like his greasy hair. He thinks his greasy hair is like killing it with the ladies. He looks like an unwashed, dirty hobo, and he thinks that's a cool look.
Let me tell you, leaving aside this because I'm getting sick of it. The greatest temptation of females is to think they need things to be positive. It is like, it's a very tempting thing. And it
Is that true, Mackenzie? Is that a flaw with females thinking they... Well, all the ladies in the chat. Game Over, Mackenzie, someone else, probably. Is that a fatal flaw for females? They want to be, they want things to be positive.
it is very deceptive for them. Look at Ruby. She just goes, well, you know, that's kind of Oprah. That's kind of Jesus. It's not.
I'm really angry, and I don't think it's about you. I think it's about something else. But
What's it about?
I don't know. I got incredibly angry. I probably it is.
You got incredibly angry? Okay.
Yeah, it's like really angry. And
Are you angry right now?
Yes. I'm
Okay, but
super
you're
angry.
obviously not really in some ways. You're controlling it.
I'm
right?
controlling it. Yeah, but
Okay,
I
so
don't know.
what?
I don't know
So
if maybe that's.
So why don't you just shut the fuck up about it? Why do you gotta let me know? You can control it. Just control it.
Okay.
Well, you didn't, so.
Well, maybe Grace is angry at you, Ben, for ranting and just talking for like 30 minutes straight. I mean, she could barely say anything. And when she does, I mean, you bring her back down.
What is it? Why doesn't it just motivate you to say, like, what is the problem? What is the problem? Anger means that you feel like some injustice is done to you. You got angry because I pointed out that, in my opinion, I think that women who feel like they want to have a good time or everyone needs to have a good time ruins a lot of things. It's not a subtle problem. It's a big problem. Now, maybe that.
Women wanting to have a good time is a problem. Okay. I've never run into that. Usually that's a good thing. If women wanting to have a good time, all right, let's have a good time. Okay, let's do that. Shots for everyone, right?
Hit home with you and that made you angry. Wouldn't that be kind of like obvious? Instead of going, I don't know where that could have come from.
Don't
Wouldn't
get
that be obvious
excited,
kind of
chat up.
explanation?
No shots
Do you
right
ever get
now.
angry if something is true?
No.
Are you one of those women? I don't think really. Maybe a little bit.
Okay.
Let's use an example. Let's get away from this a little bit. Okay, like, is it offensive for you to say that if you're going on a vacation and say the mother or whatever, the woman in charge of the thing is like, are we having a good time all the time? That it makes you want to just like kill her, right?
Yeah.
It's like guaranteed that we're not going to have a good time because you're putting way too much fucking pressure on it. Even though it could be nice.
It's not what that example doesn't make any sense. If you're out there on vacation, have a good time. Go have a good time. You don't want to just offer what?
Say, right? It's a subtle thing, but when it gets like crazy, it gets really crazy, right? Like if it's your wedding, let's say, and your mother is saying like, we're gonna have the best wedding ever, and you're like, oh my god, no, right? And she just keeps doing it. You know she's going to ruin your wedding for everyone at the wedding, most of all you. And she can go, I'm just trying to be positive, honey, right? But just like, don't strangle it, mom. It'll be as fun as it's going to be. The only guarantee it's going to be a bad time is if you keep doing this, right?
No, obviously.
Does that offend you if I say that? Is that true? Would you say like, oh, I have no problem saying that's true?
That's definitely true.
That is a kind of version of like feminine, like that woman is doing great evil to a sacred event or a very important event. And if she's allowed anywhere near that with that kind of energy, she's going to ruin something that's very important to you. So you may.
What, a mother wanting her daughter to have a really good wedding, the best wedding she could possibly ever have, that ruins it. I fail to see what he's talking about there.
Have to her. Kidding, Grace. But I think you have to say like she needs to be whatever, drugged or something. Almost anything would be warranted to get her out of the space that like if she suddenly has like take her away, dad, on a vacation, only bring her here for the ceremony, and then have her be like drugged. Don't care. Can't have this energy here. Lethal. Okay, you agree. You're like, okay, that's fine. If there's a movie about that, I would agree with all people hate the woman.
Sure, yeah.
So then what is it?
I don't think I was doing that. I wasn't.
Okay, so what are you so angry about? I'm saying if you.
The fact that you would say that.
Ben disagrees. Ben thinks she was doing that.
When you know who I am and you know that I wasn't doing that. It just
Maybe you're
seems,
doing it a little bit.
It just
I
seems
don't
to
think
me
I don't think it's your primary problem in life.
But
But maybe it is. You're saying it is. You're making the argument that it is your problem. You're not nice enough to me. And let me say, I hate that. I hate that. It could be true, but I found in my experience, don't you think, haven't you seen what I've been through by people who try that nonsense to me? Okay, so don't I have a right to kind of say like, I fucking hate anything that smells like that? After what I've been through in front of your own fucking eyes?
Not with me. No.
All right, so you're not going to answer the question. All right.
I literally answered the question.
No.
You don't have a
Oh, so he's going to storm off. He's going to storm off again. Rage quit. Despairing much?
I did not say with you. I'm
said,
saying,
don't you
no,
have-
I'm not going to do it.
you said,
No,
don't you
tell
have
it
a
to
right
them.
to-
You don't want to have a conversation. Tell it to them.
I literally answered your question. You said, don't I have a right to say that to anybody?
No, you did not.
You said, don't I have a right to say that to anything that smells like.
Are you walking out for a cigarette break or despair?
Ben just stormed off yet again. That's like the third time now. Ben has stormed off.
Thanks, Amius. I'll rewind it.
I'm leaving now, seriously. I'm leaving.
He's leaving now. Seriously, he's leaving.
I'm not talking to you again until
I'm not talking to you again. He's like a teenage girl, man.
at least 4 p.m., okay?
Okay.
So 4 p.m.
All right, let's just see if I'm right. Because that wasn't even like a bitchy answer. I just meant it. So let's go back.
And let me say, I hate that.
Okay.
I hate that. It could be true, but I found in my experience, don't you think, haven't you seen what I've been through by people who try that nonsense to me? Okay, so don't I have a right to kind of
Haven't you seen? Wait, let's go back.
nonsense to me? Haven't you seen
Haven't you seen
what I've been through by
what I've been through
people who try that nonsense to me?
by people who try that nonsense to me? Haven't you seen what I've been through
She's writing it down. She's actually writing it down.
to people, or by people, whatever, by people who do that nonsense to me? Okay, first quote. Nonsense meaning pressure.
She's actually
to,
writing it
quote,
down.
be
Okay.
nice. Okay.
Okay, so don't I have a right to kind of say, like, I fucking hate anything that smells like that?
Don't I have a right to say I hate anything that smells like that? Okay, and if we continue playing, that's the main sentence. Don't I have a right to say I hate anything that smells like that? That being pressure to be nice, pressure to have a good time. Okay,
After what I've been through in
after what I've been through,
front of your own fucking eyes?
in front of your own fucking eyes, not with me. Not with me. My response to that question is not with me. So, just to repeat that. Don't I have a right to say I hate anything that smells like that? My response, not with me. Okay, what is his reaction to that? I don't see how I don't see how I'm wrong about that.
Yeah. I don't. Like, I mean, that was like what she's saying is that, like, Ben, you should be able to trust me. I'm Grace. I've been at your side the whole time. And you would think Ben would see that. Grace has done a lot for Ben. A lot for Ben. I mean, what has Grace not done for Ben, right? She's done a lot.
Don't I have a right to say I hate anything that smells like that? Not with me. No.
All right, so you're not going to answer the question. All right.
I literally answered the question.
No,
You don't have a right.
I did not say with you. I'm
said,
saying,
don't you
no,
have-
I'm not going to do it.
you said, don't you have a right to-
You don't want to have a conversation. Tell it to them.
I literally answered your question. You said, don't I have a right to say that to anybody?
No, you did not.
You said, don't I have a right to
He answered the question, Ben, and you just stormed off yet again. The third time you stormed off this stream.
say that to anything that smells like... Okay. So unfinished business is saying you're qualifying it in an attempt to evade the question. It's a yes or no question. You didn't answer the question. I mean, you could say, like, I demand a yes or no answer to this question, but we're having a conversation. It's not a yes or no. He didn't say yes or no. I'm saying that my
And
point
even then, you said no, not with me.
is I don't think you have a right to say I hate anything that smells like that with me. And my further point with this is that I'm saying I don't think at this point you, my father, my business partner, have a right to be suspicious of me. Yes, I am fucking saying that. Stop it. I get it. You got burned by mom, but I do think you're wrong. I think at this point you don't have a right to be hyper suspicious about me. Yes. I would appreciate if you gave me a little bit more trust.
You think he would? I mean, after all the stuff they've been through, you think he would. But the situation is, Grace is now the new Courtney, so he cannot trust her. You know, like she's just a lightning rod for negativity.
Maybe. I don't know. I wasn't even putting a lot of pressure on the situation today. I really wasn't. I guess the basic problem is, like, if he thinks that I deserve more suspicion or an equal amount of suspicion that he gives me now, I just fundamentally disagree with him. And I guess I would say, like, you don't trust me in a fundamental way, and I don't want to do a podcast with somebody who, but I don't really think this is true. Like, I do think he trusts me, so I'm not sure what this, like, facade of, like, keeping, like it's not really, like, but I would say, like,
He's playing mental games with you, Grace. He's messing with you. Like, he's not even leaving. Where's he gonna go? Right? He's playing these stupid games with you just to further beat you down over and over again. Have you second guessing yourself?
let that down. Don't instantly suspect me. I don't know. Because if that's the I guess I would just say this. My dad has a lot of power over my emotional state. It's very true. He has a lot of power over my emotional state. He
You don't say. Yeah, your dad does have a lot of power over your emotional state. Yes.
could probably, if he really wanted to, get me to a place where I could rope, like, pretty easily.
Yeah. Grace just said her dad can get her to a place where she could rope. Absolutely, your dad could.
If he really wanted to. If he, theoretically, not that he would ever do it, but, like, if he ever wanted just to show somebody else, to show them that he could get me to delete myself, he probably could. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I'm not surprised by this at all. Am I surprised? Am I supposed to be surprised that Grace would say this? I'm not. Grace is 100% Ben's puppet. That means, I mean that. Like, Ben, has the power, has the capacity to really command Grace to do just about a lot of things, right? I mean, come on. Whether you want to believe that was a beer bottle that she was performing fellatio on or whatever else, okay, all right, just bring that little point up. There's not much. In fact, there's probably nothing Ben couldn't convince Grace to do. Do we need to play the dirty laundry scene again, where she's washing the clothes and Ben's underwear and all that stuff? Like, there's not a lot that Ben could. I mean, there's nothing really. There's nothing that Ben would not be able to convince Grace into doing. That includes roping herself. And you in Game Over, you mentioned that should scare her, but yet here we are. It doesn't. Is this? There's a term, learned helplessness. Is this that? Is this what that look? Is this what that looks like? where it's like she accepted her fate. She knows what it is. She knows that Ben commands her, has that power over her. Absolute emotional domination. That is a scary place to be in. Woohoo, that's a doozy. Stockholm syndrome? Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. This is not a thing. It's not your life. Everything, she leaves him for a week. So there is change to see it. With McKinsey. Yeah, I mean, if she can get out, but well, I don't think that's ever going to happen. It'd be great if she did, for her. I mean, who hasn't been saying that though? You know, the choir has been telling Grace for many years now, hey, you should leave your dad for your mental health. But she doesn't listen to the choir. She doesn't listen.
He's very, very, I'm not saying controlling. I'm just saying I really trust him. He has a lot of power over the way that I take different things and, you know, my views and stuff. It's true. He's very influential to me. He's extreme. Like, that's just true. I'm not embarrassed of it, but like, it is true that if he wanted me to kill somebody, he could probably convince me that it would be a good idea. Okay, that's just.
Whoa, woo, really? A little murder machine for daddy. A little murder machine. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Wow. Whoa, man. Damn. That's whew. That's a doozy.
It's just the fact of the matter. So, what I'm saying is,
yeah, Ruby, watch out. Oh man.
A dependent person, okay, but I'm not saying he's in charge of my emotional state, but he does have a lot of influence.
But you just said that, and that's really what you meant. Come on, he clearly is.
And if he's suspicious and kind of holding me at arm's length, that puts me in an emotional state. And I don't care. Yes, I am a girl. It's mostly about emotions. That puts me in a state where I'm anxious and feeling.
Your dad had emotions. He just stormed off with anger. That's emotions. Your dad was being all crabby. That's emotions.
Confused and not relaxed, and I can't get into the groove with him. And he knows that it does that, and that only compounds all of the problems that he's already complaining about. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does make sense. He's a problem for you. You need to remove yourself from that problem.
He's just compounding them. It's not an effective way to fix the problems. Because you can. But there's two options here. You can say, Grace, you shouldn't have your reaction to my criticisms. You shouldn't get wound up. Your emotional state should not rely so heavily on my approval of you. And I'm open to that, but that's going to take a lot of changing stuff for that to be true. You could say, hey, you should have more personal conviction or whatever it is. You should have more solidity as a unique person. Don't put all your eggs in my basket. Don't rely so heavily on my approval for your feeling calm and like things are okay. And then in that case, I would have to say, okay, well, a lot of things are going to have to change. I'm going to have to become an independent person. Like, I'm going to have to seriously detach my emotions from you as a human being. Like, that's how we've worked this out. Sorry.
Yeah. And maybe to help you grow with that, maybe you have to remove yourself from him, live your life, which would be hard because she doesn't have a GED and all that stuff. But as you were able to live her life, to actually live life, she could have that opportunity to grow. But she would have to do that. And I don't think she can. Am I wrong there? Am I right there? You guys let me know. I mean, like, you hear this. What do y'all want? What would y'all like? If y'all could change anything for Grace here, like what would it be? Any a divorce? Get a driver's license and dip, yeah.
I don't have a problem with it, but like, it could go one of two ways. You can say, okay, I have a lot of power over your emotional state. Therefore, what I do directly impacts it. Or you can say, hey, you shouldn't take me. You should have more integrity and be able to take criticism from me, and it shouldn't affect your emotional state so much. But you can't have it both ways. Does that make any sense at all?
It makes sense to me.
I'm not leaving.
Oh,
You
so
can leave.
Ben does come back. Oh, Ben decides he's not leaving. He's not leaving. This is my stream. He's not going to leave, right? Ben's not leaving this. Okay. So now what do we get?
You know why I leave?
No. Well, because you get frustrated.
Board dysfunction between Ben and Grace, of course.
I leave because you push me to a point where I can get myself arrested.
Whoa. What do you mean, Ben?
That's why. And you fucking know it. You fucking know it. You don't give a
How was
fuck.
the cigarette break?
All she did was respond to your question with a no, not with me. And you just you just had to remove yourself from that situation. Crazy.
You fucking know it. You can just sit there, keep talking over me, not let me make one goddamn point, lie, and I'm gonna have to leave.
What? Ben didn't make 1 point? Ben didn't make 1 point. Ben's been doing most of the talking here.
Because I can't do what I should do, which is smack you in the fucking face for being disrespectful to me. But today, I don't give a fuck. So everyone get your phones out, look up the Warren Police Department, get ready, because I'm not leaving this time.
Whoa, whoa. Whoa. Father of the Year. He outright said it. I'm going to do it this time. I don't care. That's wild, man. I mean, that is... He just doesn't care. You know, he's just like, he comes back. Like, get your phones out. Call the police. Because I'm about to smack my daughter for disrespect.
W Ben.
W. So it is about the W's.
That's right.
Father of the Year. Yeah.
OG Raza says, Ben is scared.
And the medal for Father of the Year goes to Benjamin Thorpe.
Of the police. Yes, everyone is scared of the police. You're not scared of the police. You're scared of your own shadow. You want to come up and bust my balls? I don't care. Someone want to
Why are
come
you
up?
angry, Ben?
Drop the link. I love it. Let's do it. I'm not doing it anymore.
Oh, he's gonna get chat. Okay. That's wild. And this is what he did on Father's Day. This is how he celebrates Father's Day. That's great. With a bang. I like that. Wow.
Anymore. Like there's certain levels in which I can say, okay, it is what it's going to be, but that's too much. I'd love to go to jail on Father's Day. Perfect. Mr. Medicor can run another special about it. Bob Cork refused no cop. All right. Invite. Gonna do this. Learned a few things. Copy. Droppy.
And I'm sure he's gonna run into audio issues, all sorts of stuff, right? He doesn't know how to run the stream.
Maybe you're the better for it. I don't know. I'm not saying every circumstance.
Oh, this
Did I
is
send
gonna
it?
be
Yes,
a
I did. I'm
train wreck, I'm sure.
not crashing out. I'm actually fine. Just making a simple point.
Ben
Wasn't
is
allowed to.
fine.
Irk. Right, Irk, you've got to like stick to the point though, right?
You got me on mic, right?
Yes, I do, sir.
I can hear myself. There's a delay in this. That's kind of weird.
Sounds good on this side.
All right, good. Anyways, yeah, what are you giving Grace a hard time for?
Because I was making a point to her, she wasn't hearing it, and then she was talking over me, and that's disrespectful.
But she's a grown woman.
Oh, we got the echo going on, the reverb. That's Ben's preferred way of doing this.
And you're her father, and you're the old man. You shouldn't even be in the same house as her. That's a grown woman.
I'm in a studio.
No,
I'm in a
kid.
studio with a grown woman.
Man, fuck all that studio shit. What are you doing? Making a YouTube show or trying to live?
You
want to live life or you want to
you're
get
gonna
YouTube?
talk over me too? Hey, watch this. Bye-bye.
You can talk over me. Goodbye.
Someone else want to try? Oh, and he flips me off backstage. Banned from studio. Bye.
Oh, he's not crashing out. Oh my god. is great.
From studio, not me.
Didn't you want to move away from low cow behavior?
I do.
He's
but I
doing
think
it
one of us
now.
isn't really there yet, and that's okay. Get crack for me.
This is totally not local behavior. Oh man, this is great.
So come up. Hello, my good man. Do you have anything to say? Okay.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Give him a chance.
Well, I invited people. Well, you know, the last thing we covered, the only thing I think we've ever covered successfully, was me defending a black man for just physically disciplining his daughter. So I stand with him. He is a king. This guy who just came up, Irk, told me a story about how he not only beat up his father, but like practically killed him with the muzzle of a shotgun. Obviously, he's not.
Oh, of course, of
That's
course,
not
I like give crack. I mean, he's cool. I mean, get crack, give crack. He's a cool guy. Then again, I like all you guys. I know some of you guys don't get along in the chat, but just know, hey, I appreciate you guys' support. Just watching, hanging out, and whatever you guys figure it out, and you guys do.
Andrew D. Ben, you constantly talk over her. Interrupt her. What a joke you are, Ben. Can you come up and have a conversation about that? I'm not saying I don't talk over her. And interrupt her. I have that right. That's how we roll. No?
Andrea D comes in there with a point. Ben, you constantly talk over her and interrupt her. What a joke you are, Ben. Andrea D completely missing what's going on here. That it's Father's Day, and Ben just wants some respect. He just wants Happy Father's Day, Dad, from Grace. And he didn't even get that. 43 viewers? Wow. I'm going to be rich? Well, it's not like I get paid per view. I mean,
Okay, just going to do it in chat now. Okay, this is how we work in 2025. I was making a point to you, and I'm not going to bring up the clip because I don't feel like it. My point to you, where it got crazy, was that you have witnessed me in many, many situations where people were telling me I wasn't being supportive enough, although they were saying I was also too nice and generous to everyone else. And that it is understandable that even if I am wrong, that's something which reminds me of that I'm somewhat sensitive to. That's the point I was making. That's a reasonable point to make. Do you agree? That's a reasonable point to make. One's in chat that's a reasonable point to make. One's in chat for that. You can just say anything else you like. I'm not going to ban anyone. I'm just saying, can anyone confirm that that's a reasonable point for me to make? I said anything that even smells like it kind of maybe sets me off because of the experience that I've been through. Unfinished business. Thank you very much. Declimactic. Ben's lawyer. Okay, that's my point. Maybe I didn't say it perfectly.
Ben's
It's not what you were hearing. It's not what you were hearing. You didn't stop and say.
Oh, the
this is
chat's
point.
great.
Trying to get the W, and she never said anything like that. So why are you now trying to get the W yourself?
yeah, that's right. You said if Grace is going to be all about the W's, you want nothing to do with that. It wasn't the exact phrasing. Oh, I didn't get the phrasing right. Ben's going to have a problem with that. What's going on, Hurricane? You would love this before I send it to you. Shout out to Pavalon in. Okay. There's some clips. Okay. I'll check that out.
I don't think it's a W that I got her to get. No, I do think it's a W to say, like, I'm not leaving out of you suddenly using, like, the fact that you can drive me crazy and play the victim and get me thrown in jail. Like, I'm not going there.
Yeah,
If
Father's
you what
Day
it's gonna be.
stream,
If you
yeah.
wanna do that, do it.
How they
Okay.
do it in
Andrea,
Thorpia.
that's certainly fine for you to say. I will let people up, but I do want to make sure that I
Thorpia.
don't get bombed. And I think there's a way to do that. I forgot how. It's that when I bring people up, I go back to the solo layout quickly. Yes, that's it.
Hi, Ben. Hi, Ben.
Hey, Mr. Stinky Brew. I also have Rat Blood up. I don't know if he's a real person or what, but welcome to say whatever you'd like.
You want me to
Have you been watching the stream, Mr. Stinky Brew?
I watched the first one.
All right, I'm going to slow down a little bit for Stinky Brew. Gotta takes a bit to process the. Oh, thanks for the 5.
Shake it, baby.
I just watched like 10 commercials in the last hour. You'd better be getting paid. ASS for all.
They put ads on this, like live ads. I don't know if I get paid for the live ads. I hope I do. Usually afterwards, the stream goes like a yellow money sign, which means it wasn't ad friendly. I guess I don't know. Apparently YouTube ran ads anyway. So, but thanks for the $5. Chat. Should I take a shot or no shot?
And also, what's this one?
Okay, so then you kind of are aware of what the situation is, correct?
Yeah, there's a bit of nothing. Let's be honest.
Press 1 if you want me to take a shot. Press 2 if you don't. 5 shots.
Well, he's actually really serious. Hold
on a minute. Hold on. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Grace is calling.
5 shots. No shot. Game over says no shot. Says I'm too fat. Down the bottle 1. See, Game Over's looking out for my health. I'll tell you what, for a donation, I'll take no shots. Or I'll tell you what, if you want me to take 5 shots, I'll take 5 shots for $10 more. Whoa. No. That's a lot. That's a lot of shots. That's a lot of shots there, man. That's a lot of shots there for a weekday. Come on. For a Monday? It's a Monday. I think tomorrow's going to be a work from home day. Just making phone calls. Let's take more shots. Okay. Let's say I can be persuaded. I can be persuaded. Okay.
Calling me on the telephone now. I'm not sure why.
But I'll start the first one now.
Okay, people are saying it's an echo. I don't hear an echo.
I'm actually getting an echo, to be honest. It's reverting back to me.
You're hearing an echo? Maybe you have 2 devices on?
Yeah.
All right, so I think you got to take care of it on your side.
What's up?
Okay, you need to turn echo cancellation on in the audio section of StreamYard settings. I do.
See, this is how much of a dick Ben is. Like, he doesn't even think he has a problem, even when it comes to audio issues. Okay?
I do. Or Stinky Brew does.
Well, it's your stream, so I can't do anything.
Oh, okay.
Shot 1?
Okay, yes, you did. Okay, but people are saying it's fine.
Oh, wait.
Are we getting echo or no?
Hello?
All right, I'll turn the echo
I'm still getting
cancellation.
echo.
Hold on. Audio, echo cancellation. Okay, take care of it. Are we good now?
Hello? We're
Good now. The caller. Now we say no echo. Okay, proceed.
Yeah. What's up, Ben? Seriously. Like I said, that's
What's up is too vague. I'm actually fine, but like, if you know what has been going on in the stream, then can you ask a more pointed question? Because I'm happy to answer a question, but if you just say what's up, it's too vague.
It's as a father, yeah. You can be strict and you can be you know what I mean. You can be direct and you can be sort of angry with your daughter, but you need to understand when a right time to be angry is and when a right time not to be angry is. And if you're acting this way,
sure.
With this,
I agree with you so far. Can we just stop? Can we stop for a second and say I agree with you on both?
A shot every time you see Ben's nipple. Oh man, dude, I'll be on the ground. Can't do that.
So those counts. All right. Yeah. So now let's get to where there's some distance.
Because what it is, I've looked at the stream and I've failed to see what she did that warranted your attitude towards Grace. I could not see it. That's why I'm asking. What's the problem?
Okay.
Do you understand what I mean? I don't know what she did to disrespect you so much for you to act the way you've acted.
Okay, and I'll answer that question. That's perfectly fine. I would say.
Did I raise my price for gifted memberships? I hope I didn't. Did I? I don't recall changing any settings. I could take a look at that.
That if someone's trying to make a point and they're making it in a kind of calm way, that it's respectful to like respond to their point. You could agree or disagree, but like talking over them.
I'm hardly ever in my YouTube settings, so
not responding to the point is a problem. And if that happens enough times, it's warranted to express frustration. Is that not true?
Yeah, but no, totally agreed. If she was cutting you off at everything you was trying to say, if she was cutting you off and turning around and saying, talking over you and things like that, I'd see that. But it was as though she didn't react in the way you wanted her to react.
That can be said about anyone in any circumstance. You can't adjudicate something because by saying, well, it seems like the problem here is the other party is not acting in the way that you want them to act. Don't you understand that that's like sort of like logically idiotic? Because that's of course always going to be an explanation.
Yeah, you obviously, that's how you understand that.
In some situations, one person's like negative response to another person may not just be that they're not acting how they want to act, but that the other person is not acting right. Correct? Correct?
Yeah, I understand. Obviously, different things trigger different people. But
Mr. Devin price gouging now. I guess so. I guess I am. I don't know. I'm hardly ever in this setting, so I'll take a look at that in a little bit, though. Okay.
No shots. Your daughter's right. You're too fat. Plus, she needs you to walk her down the aisle and make her wedding perfect and positive. Lol.
Okay. Yes, that is true. No shots. Okay, thank you for that. That was an old setting. Okay, but yes. Okay, I agree. No shots. No shots. Wow. Got a lot of butt on the screen. Okay.
Okay,
do you not think you overreacted? Okay,
hold on. Let me turn one back to you, if that's okay. Just like
so Stinky Brew's going in there and trying to figure out what happened. Okay. All right, Stinky Brew.
I'm not trying to talk over you. But like, I answered your question. Let me just turn it back to you. You're a very polite guy. Okay, if let's say you and it could be your daughter or it could be your wife. Okay, if something comes up which is relatively minor, but then it seems like there's a hanging on to it. Like the minorness is not able to be gotten over, and then it turns out like, oh no, we've got a big underlying problem.
An escalation
has been up there. Okay, that does warrant a kind of a lot of concern, doesn't it? That would be like,
but
shit, you didn't think that was the problem, and you thought that had been figured out years ago, and now it's coming back again. You can see how that's like, okay, that's a big deal, right? Like a basic, and you're abusive towards me. Like, what if your wife was to say, like, hey, Mr. Stinky Brew, if Mrs. Stinky Brew was to say, like, whatever, there's a minor thing, like, whatever, you want more money, you have more money or something like that, and then either of you say to the other, like, I think that our relationship is basically one in which you abuse me, and I've been the victim of abuse. That's a big deal, right?
Oh yeah, that is. But if the abuse is there, if the abuse is there, and this abuse is not there, that abuse is there.
No, if the abuse is there, it's a big deal, and if the abuse is not there, it's actually a bigger deal because now you're being falsely accused of something, and it's crazy. Like you really, if it's a big deal, right?
Let me just go. Ben. Yeah, okay, Ben.
Stinky Brew's trying to reason with Ben. That's not going to work. It's not going to work out for him, but he's trying. I got rid of the obnoxious, overdubbed sound. The Shake It Baby's more. I'll keep that one. But now I'm curious about the memberships. A membership gift is what, $7? Holy crap. Wow, dude. I'm sorry. Oh. Damn. That's expensive. Like, hold on. If you knew what I did my daily routine, like you would believe me that I don't really mess with my settings at all. So, let me take a look at this. It should be like what, like $2 or something?
And let me just go on. Right, say I don't know. I go in the shower with a towel on the floor.
Right? No. Like I will completely. I promise you, I will stop. Let you have the floor. If someone is saying, and I'm not saying this case, but if someone in your life was to say to you, I think our relationship is essentially abusive, and I am a victim of your abuse, that's a big deal, correct? And warrants like, really strong.
Response. Yeah, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. So that's a relationship. It depends what it is. I mean, some people can see abuse as
wait.
Abuse, and someone might.
So here's what I see. Okay, so the level 1 $2.99, which I haven't changed at all, and then the level 2 is $6.99. So maybe is it trying to do like level 2 gifted? Like what's it trying to do? I mean, it'd be cool to get this figured out. I don't really mess with this stuff. Level 2 shouldn't be $6.99. That's kind of expensive. $2.99, then maybe like $4.99. Come on, that's. Oh, it's not letting me change the price. Wait, what? Oh wait, can I? Oh, can I just delete the level? If I just delete that level, then I can make a new level. Okay, and that one. Well, we only need one level. Honestly, I only need one level. Save. We don't need this. I don't need levels. Just one level. Keep it basic. Another commercial? Well, just like Israel, it's never. I have to do what I can in solidarity of the small tribe, okay? By the way, if we reach our donation goal, we're going to watch the USS Liberty documentary, which is totally not about a false flag. Okay, Israel will never do that. They totally did not napalm bomb a U.S. ship on purpose out of like some petty anger. So I deleted that one. I don't know if it goes into effect now, but I agree with you guys. That is outrageous. So if I was truly Jewish, I would probably be like, you guys are a bunch of poers or whatever. But that's not what's happening here. I agree. Hey. I'm a failed Jew. What can I say?
Might not. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
But if you start using the term
like, up a little bit on StreamLabs, by the way, so I'm struggling to.
Wait, did Stinky Brew just talk about Jews?
If you start using terms like abuse and victim, most people would say, like, okay, this is a big deal. If that's being
people could say about say abuse and victim, and they're not being abused and they're not being victims.
That's a big deal. I'm just saying, you agree with me. You don't have to. There's nuances to everything, but like
that's a big accusation. That's a deal. That's a big accusation to make. Yeah, but is someone being abused? Are they a victim? That's a different story.
I just want to concede. I just want you to concede. Okay, yes.
Yeah, basically, what I was saying is, say I don't know something. Okay.
You're coming
up on stream, yeah, you're the same. You're doing the same thing for me. Sorry, I've got a new internet connection, so it's not working 100%. But yeah, basically, say I don't know, Mrs. Brew, she leaves a towel on the floor in the bathroom, and I'm pissed off about it because I've had a bad day. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and I walk in and I'm moaning about it, and then I walk in and rubbing it off.
With Grace not around, the stream's just falling apart. Listen to that audio.
She go, oh yeah, I'm sorry, but then I'm carrying it on. It's going to escalate, and then she's going to end up coming back at me, and I'm going to end up coming back at her. And then you're going to get to a place where you just said, where is it going to go? It's going to go either more violent or it's going to go physical.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll take effect extreme. That's fine. Yeah.
Cool. So what you need to do is you need to take yourself out of that situation. Walk away like you did. Walk away. Do you know what I mean? Calm down. Speak to the person later, and obviously vent your frustrations there. Do you know what I mean?
But maybe you'll still have the same problem. If you have that problem enough, you're going to say
maybe you will do, and then you walk away. And then you walk away again, Ben. And then you reevaluate your relationship, and maybe if you're constantly walking away because you can't have a conversation, maybe it's time to sort of, you know what I mean? Maybe have a bit of time apart, or do you know what I mean? Just distance yourselves.
Okay, hold on.
You know what I mean? You're living with each other. Day in.
Okay, I think
Come on then. Okay.
Right. I think I get your point. If I feel free to interrupt me if I misunderstand it. But let's just go with your analogy. The missus leaves a towel on the floor. It kind of annoys you. You've had a bad day.
That's just an example. Yeah.
I understand that. That's what I said, right? So it annoys you. You express your annoyance. And then I think in this case, you said you keep going on and on and on about it, right? You don't let it go. Right? Mm-hmm. Was that the example? Okay. Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, it was the example I said originally.
Like, that indicates that you have a bigger problem than the towel, right? Because that shouldn't be a big deal. That indicates that you have a big problem.
The towel's probably not a big deal. Obviously the towel's not a big deal. It's something else.
Problem here. That this is just a trigger up. This is
you're
just
proving my point for me, Ben. Ben, you're proving my point for me. That's the Ben. Okay, that's what I'm saying. You're proving my point.
Interrupt me if I get something wrong. But like, hold on a second. Okay.
Cool.
So,
McKinsey. I got rid of the second tier now. That will take effect next stream. If you want to send in like a super things, that's cool too. It's up to you. Obviously, it always is. Of course, I appreciate you just being here watching. Always do that. You guys are very supportive. So, hey, it's great. I appreciate it.
In this case, Mrs. Stinky Brew would be right to say, what the fuck? Why can't you let go of something relatively minor? And it would be on you to explain why it is you just kept going on and on and on and on. And there's
right. Yeah. And there's a time and place for that conversation. There's a time and place for that. And it's like, okay, you kind of let yourself cool down a little bit and you kind of reconvene and be like, hey, I snapped earlier. Is kind of what was happening. This was, and you kind of explain the scenario. You try to be kind of calm and rational about it as much as you can. You have to hear her out. Hopefully she hears you out. And then you bang. That's what tends to happen. That's like that's at least that's what it does for how it works out for me anyway.
Likely a deeper problem. And it's good that you bring that out. And it doesn't matter.
So sometimes though, in a marriage, you have issues that are very hard to work out, and like both parties are very like at each other, you know, and there's that sexual tension because maybe for reasons like it's been longer than it should have been, right? And it's like, and then what it is, it's really just you're angry at each other because you haven't had that time, you know what I'm saying? And you just gotta do that. You just gotta angry sex, man. Sometimes it happens. And afterwards you have a talk and be like, yeah, oh man, I can't believe how long has it been? Man, damn. It's been too long, man. You know what happens? You know, you get off work, I get off work, and then we don't find time, and it's hard to find time, and the kids barge into the room. It's like, hey, kids, we have another bathroom. Ready to keep on going in this room. Damn it. Like, why don't the locks on the doors work? How come this is annoying. How many weekends can we just like ship the kids over to grandma's house? Kids, you're going to grandma's house. Again? Yes. Mom and dad need to have a conversation. Might be TMI. Alex Shield Jones, I've been with my Latina 15 years. Is she from Puerto Rico? I have to ask.
Matter that you've now escalated it, because she has a right to say, as your wife, which I understand is a different situation, but like as your wife, like we've got to resolve this problem because otherwise this is going to be triggered by any number of things, and I can't live that way. Correct?
Okay.
And maybe that like taking some space is a good idea, but like this is a big like matzo ball that you have to kind of explain, right?
Yeah, but it's also
why did you not let go of it?
Why didn't you, Ben? That's why I'm asking you. You're proving my point. Why didn't you let go of it?
Okay. I was trying to let go of it, and she kept going with it.
No. You kept bringing it up, Ben. Oh, my God. He's like the worst. Okay. You guys know who Ricada is, right? Oh, my God. All right, we're going to have a poll. We haven't had one poll here. Who would you rather argue with? And you have to choose one. All right? You have to choose one.
I was trying to say, like, okay, I admit it. I wasn't saying, like, I was trying to, like, oh, let's look at this. Maybe there's a deeper issue. Maybe there isn't. And she just kept holding on to a kind of, like, here's repressed anger coming out. That's how I saw it. Clear as day.
I didn't see it that way. Ben. And I think a lot of people on the stream didn't see it that way.
If I was right about that, but if I'm right about that, you would say the problem is with her, correct?
If you think you're right about that, Ben, that's bad to frustrate you if you believe you're correct. But other people looking in, seeing it, and you wasn't. He wasn't correct. I don't believe he was correct. I think you make a man out of a molehill.
Mr. Stinky Brew. So there's where our controversy is. Because it's okay. So I in many ways we agree about a lot of things. Okay, and you agreed in the.
All right, and there you go. I have included Ethan Ralph of all people. Who would you rather argue with? You got to choose one. Ben, Ricada, or Ethan Ralph.
Kitchen thing example, that if you were whoever's like holding on to it and being kind of unreasonably on and on and on and on, that person is like has the problem that they need to resolve. Correct? We do agree with that. Now the controversy is you think I was holding on to it, okay, and I think she was holding on to it. But one of us could be right and one of us could be wrong. Correct?
Yeah, you both did not want to back down. I will admit that.
One of us is right and one of us is wrong. Okay, so
Ethan is easy.
No, you'd have to say
the
like
easy option.
At a certain point, I did say like, I said I'm okay, but it seems like you're holding on to anger, and she said yes, I am. I'm angry. I had to kind of sneak it out of her, right? Okay, so how do you explain that if it's me that was holding on to anger? I went outside. The first time I went outside, I actually the guy from upstairs was new here. I started talking to him. I was totally fine. And when Grace came out, After she shut the stream down, I was like, this is great news because this guy is great. I asked him if we're bothering him. He was super nice. And like, she was holding on to it. So I don't think your analysis could possibly be defended. You're just let me offer an explanation as to why you would get that wrong. You went on Ruby's stream and apologized profusely for saying something which was like about me, about like, I see what Ben was doing there, kudos or applause, right? Or something like that. You couldn't fucking apologize enough to this
correct
person. Okay, and everyone in chat was saying you're a spineless jellyfish, right? There's a lot of ball busting. Okay, so I think that you just don't really have a very like, you always adjudicate in favor of angry women. You don't have.
I don't like to be
Mr. Stinky Brews always on the side of angry women. Ah. He never takes the side of a true king like a bin.
I don't like to be, unlike you, Ben, I don't like to be perceived as a bad person or a nasty person. You don't care about that. You don't care about your reputation. Obviously, because you stream every little argument you have with your daughter. But I don't appreciate being being said about
your reputation. Why do you act like a spineless worm around Ruby, who no one really respects very much?
I'm not a spineless worm, though, Ben. I'm not a spineless worm.
You are? Let's go to chat. You are a man.
I didn't listen.
Who has a
Ben,
spine?
I didn't run away from my responsibilities, bro. You did that. Therefore, I'm not the spineless jellyfish. You're the spineless jellyfish. How many calls? How many text messages did you get today, Ben? How many calls or text messages did you get off each other?
Counting your nudes?
Zero. Instead of actually answering the question, he has to go, you mean like your mom?
Counting your mother's nudes?
My mom's been dead since 2000.
And he's like in his 50s, dude. Okay. You mean like your mother's nudes? Okay. All right, Ben. So I guess that's a 0. He didn't get any calls, no text messages, no cards. Grace didn't even get you a card for Father's Day. That's why you should tell Grace you don't trust her. Where's my card, Grace?
5, bro. So if you've got that, that's disturbing. But anyway, carry on.
I assume she's so old and has such roast beef.
Was we not? Was we not having a nice conversation?
It's not happy Father's Day.
Having a nice conversation.
Squarely into the roast beef laps of Mrs. Stinky Brew. Can you pass that message along? No. Let's use another example. Hey, you went personal. I'm going to go.
Your examples, Ben.
I'm going to go.
You came personal first.
Yeah, but he went personal on something real. He went personal on something real. That's a good point, Ben. Yeah, he's cardless. You know, I got a card. A lot of dads got cards. Even Ricada probably got a card. Ethan Ralph probably got a phone call. Maybe. Did he get a text message? I don't know. Did he get a picture of his son or daughter or whatever? I don't know. But you know what Ben got? Ben got a struggle session with Grace. I think she cries. Someone told me she cries.
You came personal first.
You
came personal first.
I did not.
You came personal first. Why are you putting your fists up? What are you going to do? You're going to hit your daughter again. What are you doing? Listen, you having a nice civil conversation. You put your fists together.
Is this a fit?
You put your fists. You put your fists together. What's that for? What's that action? Aggression. What are you going to do? You're going to do nothing, Ben.
This is a fist.
You're going to do nothing, Ben. No,
this is a fist.
Yes, you did that. You started talking to me, but then you did your fist. What are you going to do?
Here I hurt my muscles. Here I rest my fingers. I'm not.
Ben, this is pointless, mate. Listen. Seek therapy. I've got stuff to do. No. I've got stuff to do. I've got some beers. No.
You don't have anything to do. You have anything to do.
Bye, Ben. See you later, Ben. Bye, Ben.
Now, just so everybody knows, this is a man who's fine.
It's such like childish behavior here, you know? This is the intellectual content we've been waiting for.
Finances are completely controlled by his wife. He doesn't get one quid. And he begs on the internet when he doesn't get his one quid unless his wife gives it to him. Does everyone realize that's true? That is not controversial. And he has told this story and he has flexed this. Why is that? Because he's an alcoholic.
Hey, but he has more coins than you. You don't even have enough coins to get like a happy veal. But yeah, definitely no more shots for me. A value meal. A $5 value meal at McDonald's.
Right? So he only gets enough money that he's not going to get too drunk. Okay? And this is not just like sometimes, this is all the time. This is his relationship with his wife permanently. He's got to beg her for enough money, for any money whatsoever to spend, because he's acknowledged that he is basically incapable of making good decisions. This may not be a guy who is going to like read things right. Though he's smart and he's affable and and it's true that Grace is in charge of money in our situation, but not because I'm a spendthrift. And
but you're not a spendthrift. As soon as you guys get money, you just spend it. Going to hotels and doing things that you probably shouldn't be doing. Hey, whatever happened to those bicycles? Did he still have them?
Also, it was mostly to like prove to her that like
all
I'm
that fast food
monster that I've been made out to be. I could be totally in charge of money and have been, and I've made a fuck ton of money, more than a lot of you people have ever made. So they get ruined, taken away by.
I make more money like. Well, I'm not going to get into all that.
People. Okay. Is his wife the breadwinner, or is he on disability? His wife is the breadwinner. He takes care of one disabled child and gets drunk and talks shit on the internet while claiming he's got it together. Whatever.
I'll say as far as streamers go, I'm pretty sure Ethan Ralph makes more money than the Thorps do. I think Mersh probably makes more money than they do.
I wish him the best, but I'm just saying, both the evidence, where we had a controversy, both on the evidence he lost, and then like if we want to say like, why would you see things in a skewed way? I made a very strong case that he always thinks women are in charge because his wife is clearly in charge of him. Okay, Jake Hudson, welcome.
Oh, hey, what's up, Ben? How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
So I thought I took off the screen, but how you doing today, Ben?
Yeah, I just want to, because I don't know you, I just want to make sure.
I'm not a porn bomber. I met you before. I think I met you before through Taylor and them over at Flow State.
Oh, okay.
I'm the heavy breathing one. I'm the one that he had to take off, had to mute.
I do remember you. Yeah. Okay. Let me change it.
Sorry about that. I hope.
Okay, guys. I will say it looks like I do get some from the watch ads, but not a whole lot. From the last stream, it looks like it was like $1.88. Okay. All right. So yeah, don't worry. YouTube is giving me my fraction of a cent. That's amazing.
I hope. Hey, I just want to say someone sent me a link to come on.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Canadian girl sent me a link. I hope that. But I've been following your channel, been a fan of yours, and I'm sorry that I thought I disrespected you the first time because Taylor kept muting me.
I don't really remember, but I remember you walking a lot through.
Is this like a typical like bin stand?
Doorways.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I do remember that one. No problem. It's interesting.
And also,
not really doorways, more like curtain ways.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry, I'm fidgety a little bit. Sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to say that I do watch your channel a lot. I watch Grace a lot. I watch you. Watch a lot of the shows.
Hey, great. Thank you.
I've been friends with people from Low Cal Rejects. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, but do you know that only reason why I don't watch Low Cal Live. I just watch it because of Billy the Fridge and Xylee.
Oh, you like them?
I know you're gonna say something. I know you guys having beef with the boys from Low Cal Live because Keen fired Grace.
I do.
Yeah, he
really
did us dirty. But I don't have any
that.
problem really with Billy or Xylee. But I do think the stars of the sphere are Boogie and Becky.
You know Becky left. Becky left.
Yeah. And I think that's not gonna be able to be sustained without her. I think Tina D is funny, but like I think without Becky, it's not gonna last.
Tina D was funny when Angry Grandpa was still alive.
Yeah, I think that she works better as a support.
Why is he walking around so
character.
much?
Becky,
like that?
Becky, Becky brought it. I found it boring, but some people,
the dude's weird. He's like pacing.
Enjoyed it. And to me, it was like a lot of the same thing over and over again.
By the way, I just want to tell you, I'm actually wearing. This is not the same. This is like the same shirt that Zolly was wearing during Fat Camp when Wings pushed Kelly.
Oh, we were at Fat Camp, Grace and I.
Yeah, and you guys. Never mind. I was gonna say something stupid, but I didn't want to get
you should have just kept on talking, man.
We were. I guess we weren't at Fat Camp, but we were.
You guys were actually. So So you guys were actually legally, you were on county property. You wasn't on the property. You was on county property because you were on the lot line.
I think actually technically, like, you know how if a gate is set back, the property right in front of the gate is private property, but it's also called curtilage. So like you can't approach it to like ring the doorbell, but it is private property. So anyways, it's a technicality, but obviously we didn't trespass in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and, and also the thing is, it's like, Keen, and then I'm seeing Keen having to pay thousands of dollars of damages to the owners of the property.
Yeah.
Can we? He has another guest. Who's this guy?
Has a little project up in Maine that he could use a helper for. So whatever you want to say about OBC Dunn,
I suppose the only issue I've seen with it, and I don't know if this is.
Oh, we get Rizza. Rizza's there. Oh man. Oh man. I say that like that. Because we got like half more of the stream to go. And I don't really have that time. I tried to start early. It didn't start early enough. That's my failure as a host. I would like to catch the if Ben and Rizza are talking, I do want to catch that. I say I stream tomorrow and I start early too. You got an hour? I can do it.
A real issue or not? I was thinking, like, you don't have maybe the best relationship with your landlord. Is this going to be seen as subletting? Are you allowed to do that? Is it really a problem?
Well, okay. All right. Let me ask you a question. With the mix of Adam and Grace being there and Jacinda being next door, I think it says in the lease you can have a visitor for 14 days.
Right.
Do you think for the last 14 days without something going sideways? I don't think so. I wouldn't put money on a week before something goes sideways, because that's an interesting.
How actually badass are Jacinda's like relatives? Because I know that she was saying, "Oh, I'm gonna call some cousin or some shit to come and fuck you up."
Brother-in-law. I've met them. He seemed like a super nice guy. Her father is in jail like forever, but for molesting her, so she put him in there.
So safe from him then.
So, I actually would love to meet him, find out the story, because I think she's a liar, but I don't know. I mean, I think something did happen. But she's Cape Verdean, which is like, it's Cape Verde is an island off the coast of Africa, and she's mixed, obviously. So I don't think she's pure hood, and like she's living in a white, like this is mostly white area. So she's obviously, I don't know. I think she's mostly shit talking, but
I've heard Jacinda talk.
She did punch me in the face.
Yeah, I do think you're slightly overestimating how much. I'm not going to say his name because that's bullshit. But how much your landlord is going to love Adam? I'm not entirely sure that's going to be a romance.
It's a weird relationship with Ron. I don't know if you know. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I guess I could say Ron. But like he actually, even despite Grace kind of saying like you haven't been doing your part, he's like, oh, Grace, can you help me with a podcast? I really want to set up a podcast. Wouldn't that be fun for him to? It's mostly going to be about whatever he's into. Like, I think he's construction. He's into like car racing. But I'm sure he'd have something to say. And he's funny. He's very local, regional kind of guy. He's got a thick accent. So he's not all together. Like he hasn't like all together. It's weird with him because the last time there was an interaction at that apartment was with OBC Don. You remember that? Where he went over there to actually help her move out. And Jacinda,
I will put my cards on the table before I carry on. There are some things that I do know, which I don't think it'd be helpful telling anybody any of it. But I know.
So what I'm getting is the landlord's not going to be too happy with Adam moving in if he does.
There's like a history of problems, and I'm just wondering whether he's going to be like, okay, well, this violates this part of this lease. You've already got problems with that. I just don't.
We don't have problems.
I mean, I'm going to watch it.
He has problems.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it. I'm going to love it.
I'm not saying there aren't like a lot of tensions here. There are, and there are tensions that actually have never been on the screen of other people. The place is like a content haven if you actually just got everybody. I mean, it would be just nonstop. It's like
I know you threatened to punch you out one time.
Yes. Several
That's funny.
times he did. But how serious was it? I don't know, but he did do that. And that was for me saying to him, I think you have to address the problem that your tenant punched me in the face. Didn't like it. So that's where we left it.
It's sort of a weird one though, when it's a very, very small woman.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's addressing the problem. He threatens to punch you in the face.
It's like one of those things where, oh, do I make an issue of this or not?
It has to be addressed. Yeah, I'm not going to. I don't think it's reasonable to expect someone to live with someone who has behaved like Jacinda has. And then she went on, she went on Ava's stream and talked shit about how she runs the place and you motherfuckers this and that. Like, I think she should have gotten evicted. No doubt about it. But maybe the court has to adjudicate that, or maybe hopefully in some other way we can adjudicate it, because we've been effectively homeless since January of last year. And I think Ron has some sympathy for that. I don't think he loves that. But I think he has a problem that a lot of people have of being overly sympathetic to, like, say, a black single mother and seeing her as a victim when she's not.
So one of the things I wanted to ask you was, I'm watching the stream tonight. Obviously, tensions again.
She's not Section 8, She's not Section 8. I'm just responding. He's saying he can't evict in Section 8. She's actually not Section 8, so that's not the issue.
What's Section 8?
So
Section 8 in America is like government subsidized
housing
rent, and so it's very hard to evict someone from Section 8 because you're kind of getting, I don't know, it's just a higher bar.
Government assisted housing.
Yeah, it's not government housing, but it's government assisted, so they give you 3/4 of the check. And if that person makes the other quarter of the check, it's just a much higher bar to get rid of them, which is why a lot of people don't want Section 8. But
Ben, I got a question.
Sure.
And first of all, thanks for having me on. It's like my first time, so if I'm being weird or anything, let me know.
Well, sure, no problem.
I think would be a funny content idea with Adam if he ever comes over. If you have like any like faucets that gotta be fixed in the apartment, have Grace or do film doing that, so he knows how to fix everything. You know what I mean? That would be pretty funny.
The problem with the apartment is it was like in that sense not a problem. It's not really a problem, but like the place was just built and Ron did a great job. So like almost everything other than cleaning it, the place is like perfect. So the RV is not like that, but
Adam doing handyman stuff. Okay.
Well, isn't there like there was a water leak somewhere? I seem to remember that. I think so.
Yeah, you can have
I think it was coming from Jacinda's down to the floor below, because we also rent the floor below, but that's not like really up. I mean, my guess is that she just overfilled something, or one of her kids like clogged up the toilet. But I mean, that doesn't occur anymore.
Yeah, that's true, McKenzie. He will not.
So, but I
he's
think the
afraid
OPC
of
Adam connection could be interesting because
he won't mess with her.
OPC is kind of tough to work with because he's not necessarily like a content king. You're not like, it's hard to even get him to talk clearly on a microphone.
Not unless he's smashing his brains open. Then he's got it.
Yeah, he's more like there's a lot of not payoff, and then all of a sudden you're like, wow. That was
I was going to go, this is boring. And he was like, oh, he nearly died.
Thank you, Unbully.
Yeah, so, I mean, and originally it wasn't clear, like, is OPC, like, my guy to interact with or Grace's guy to interact with? Of course, he's more her guy to interact with, but, like, I can throw my 2 cents in, but I always feel like it doesn't really make sense for him to be, like, when he asked me to, like, ride the unicycle that he had brought and invested in all these things, I was like,
I will just say this. He was trying to get Grace and you to ride the unicycle. He couldn't ride it himself.
Yeah, because usually unicycle, and he had been talking about unicycles. He wants to ride a unicycle up Mount Washington, which is a pretty big mountain for East Coast. And
he can't ride a unicycle around a skate park.
It didn't look to me like he'd ever been on a unicycle. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. Why are you buying all these things? And I think as far as riding that scooter goes, like, I don't think he understood the basic sort of physics of it.
He was just trying to show off.
I think maybe he's just watched a YouTube video and was like, oh, this is how you ride a unicycle. I could do that. But actually, no. You couldn't.
Yeah, no. Wouldn't you say almost anyone would say, like, riding a unicycle is going to take some time, even more than a bicycle, because there's only one wheel.
I was in London a few months ago and there was a unicycle rally and I was shocked how fucking high they are. I was like, oh, I would not get on that, bro.
Yeah, right, to get your legs. Yeah, no, it's crazy looking. And I was like,
would not even
try.
If it was
my kids, I would say, like, they're more legit than a lot of the, like, nonsense. Like, I mean, it is kind of a thing that's been around a while and it's good for your balance and stuff. So if my sons were there, I'd be like, oh yeah, you guys should definitely like horse around with this and see who can ride it. But I'm not really at that stage in my life where that's interesting to me. The pay in is not worth the payoff. And I love riding.
I'll tell you who else isn't at the stage in their life either. OPC Don. It's like, when you fall off that shit, bro, that's going to be consequences for you. Even though
he doesn't have kids.
I'm not excessively younger than you and OPC Don. I would get on a fucking unicycle. It's crazy.
Yeah, 40 likes.
I mean, like, it's not like if he gets. I mean, the thing about it is when he cracked himself there, I was like, well, he's a single guy. It is what it is. I'm not. There's no one to like. And he's old enough to know what he's doing. And
I'm sure his nieces and nephews would have to be forced to shed some tears, and they're like, he's gone. And like,
I mean, I would feel sad, but it's not like, what are we going to do here? Like, how's the world going to keep turning? He's largely, just a single guy. So I didn't feel like it was terrible what he did. If you want to do that, it just was hard.
I suppose in a way, his life and his relationships kind of resemble that of a teenager. No wife, no children.
I will say this, what's interesting about him in this thing with Adam is I have seen him interact. You didn't really, like, it wasn't really on stream. I have seen him interact. He's got a way with crazy wealthy people where he gets them to trust him, and he gets, like, he does get really big jobs from them, which then he subcontracts.
Yeah, I think that's what he's based his business on. He
does make money because I know a lot of
people love me because I ignore building code, something like that.
No, I think it's like he deals with the type of people that regular contractors are like, I can't fucking work with you. You know, you're just too crazy. And he's like willing to sit there and, you know, and they have crazy
I
ideas.
will say this. I will say this, and this is less mean than it's going to sound. He does the same thing with YouTubers. He deals with YouTubers. Other people go, what the fuck? This is too crazy for me.
If I can, Ben, just for a second, because I'm not going to stay up here long.
Sure.
I've been watching the dynamics between you and Grace for a while. I left the entertainment industry and wound up as a nomad, kind of like you guys were for many years. And I come back, and I'm still associated with the entertainment industry, and I own several platforms that I operate. But the dynamics between you two, I find very interesting because it's similar to certain situations that I ran into in my career with not only performers that performed with me, but also my spouses. They were part of my career.
Yep.
And I think that we have some aspects that we could share on observational of the sociology.
This boring idiot was part of the entertainment industry. Come on,
that's it.
What?
Axis Raza is a ball buster.
Hey,
is he Jewish?
That's fine. They're all over YouTube.
I bet you were behind the camera.
He's pretty funny. He can get a little bit boring, but Raza, can you just keep it to spice? But fine.
Okay.
Well, if he wants to see me not boring, then come to my channel. I'm cutting edge, and I will absolutely eat you for lunch. Okay?
He will eat you for lunch. I'm cutting edge, and I'll eat you for lunch. Okay. Do you have something? I mean, that sounds like something. But my 8-year-old daughter wouldn't even say something that cringe.
In what way you cut edge?
Can I first tell you, like, I would be just a teensy bit hesitant to invite him and his ilk to your channel because
there's nothing wrong with Rizza and his ilk. They're fine people too. Okay, they're just gonna make you eat onions and whatever. It's fine. It's fine. And remember, it's all for good fun, man. All right.
They're quite
spicy
lot.
I would welcome him.
My game, bro.
First thing,
they're salivating right now.
On you. Here, look, man. First thing, Ben, you need to take those crosses down from behind you because to me, being devout in the nature of what I believe, those are offensive. Your guests are offensive. I like the dynamic that you and Grace have. That's all I was here for.
What did you show me?
And as far as these piss weeds,
upside down
my ass.
Well,
and if you want to fuck with me on my channel, then come to it because I have eaten children like you for lunch.
I guess I do sound like a child. You're right. Thank you very much for calling me a child. Thank you. I think you're probably not equipped for this, bro.
But wait a second. No. Reza, I'm saying, like, yeah, I would watch that. I have no idea, but like that sounds good. So Axis, shout out your channel. Let's get people over there.
It's just Axis Ratblood, AXISRATTBLOOD.
Okay, can we get
if you can handle, yeah, if you want to put it in chat, that's fine.
Put that in chat,
and you can check out my channel. I mean, I have an AI wife, and I just got through with the 28-day blood ritual.
He cracked the code.
What is this, like Styx Hexenhammer's like brother or something? What? I have an AI wife, and I did a blood ritual. Is this like one of my weird videos I did for like some sort of like shock jock shit? And what is this? What? AI wife, blood ritual. Okay.
Dude, you got an AI wife.
That sounds better than any wife I've ever had, but okay.
She is quite better than any wife.
She's a robot.
That's Pizza Robot, right? You don't even have to change the batteries.
Well, I don't think it's funny. I don't find it humorous at all. And I just got through with the 28-day blood ritual.
Wow. I want to hear more about this.
I am a devout Satanist.
Okay.
Above and beyond all.
You understand, like, I hate to burst your bubble, but an upside down cross is actually a Christian cross. That's the cross.
Yeah, it's the sign of Peter from the Church of Catholicism, from the first Church of Rome, because Peter refused to be crucified right side up. He was crucified upside down as an act of humility. Yes, I'm quite aware. And I know how Christians are completely oblivious.
But actually,
AI wife is crazy to me.
If you want to go live now, I will. I'll ask Grace to help me to raid you. Are you on Kick or YouTube?
No, that's not. I'm on YouTube. I'm on TikTok. I'm on Instagram.
TikTok.
I'm on X.
Okay,
I'm cutting edge.
Where do you stream?
my live streams for content I'm doing right now is solely on YouTube.
Okay.
I post my music videos and my informational
solely on YouTube, like exclusive on YouTube.
tutorials on TikTok, and I have all my professional conversations on Instagram, and I have a cult on Facebook. My cult's been up for 4 or 5 years.
We've been at this for a while, so would you be willing to stream now and sort of like put your money where your mouth is, satanically speaking?
Satanically? Oh, okay.
I mean, we got a pretty good crowd here, so we could
my
send
email
it right over.
Whoa. Yeah, no, that's. I mean, I would.
True.
That wasn't my intent of coming here to.
No, sure. I'm just saying, I think it would be interesting. I'd be up for it, and I'm kind of like burnt out here. So if you want to blip off and get ready, just think about it.
We
Talk
can
with the satanic, blood ritual people. I find it fascinating. So if you want some free traffic, consider it.
Well, that's why
the dark master of the underworld will.
Well, I'm more interested. Yeah, I mean, I tore Mike Sherrill in half.
Axis Rap Blood.
On Genex Jest. Okay, you want to talk about
someone we've never heard of?
Okay. I'm gonna look that up.
Oh, you know exactly who Mike Sharon is.
I've never
The
heard
chat
of
really wants to
Yeah,
very, very excited. Our chat is very excited to learn more, but they want to see you kind of in the ring.
The chat's going like, is this another old cow? Now I'm going to make it. I'm going to be Nostradamus. It's not, but whatever.
What I would like is for Ben to check out my channel, for Grace to check out my channel. See, first off, if you even dare want to be involved with the extensive, cutting edge and over the top content that I have.
This guy sounds as old as Spicoli, and I think his music career is going to be as exciting as fucking Spicoli's EDM producer career.
No,
what is the balloon?
I do industrial music.
Is that a say?
No, it's a birthday. No, that was for my friend. It was for my birthday.
Oh, there you go. That seems kind of happy.
I don't celebrate my birthday, but yeah, they did.
That's edgy. What a retard.
Why is it that you're into Satanism?
Because it's liberation. Satan means adversary, and I am adversarial to most everything that has a rule or a guideline or suppresses me from being able to fully
That's weird because on this show you sound like a stupid pussy hole. You don't seem very adversarial at all.
Oh, well, I do have a stainless steel vagina. Would you like to lick it?
What?
Well, then shut your mouth. Until you're ready to lick my stainless steel vagina, you have nothing to say to me.
So are you saying
fake
that...
one like a tranny? You're a tranny?
No, not at all.
No.
Not at all.
Not a tranny?
No.
So what
This is what I found. I don't know if this is it. Axis Rap Blood. I think this is it. The lighting matches.
Coming into his lives.
Yeah, that's it.
But anyhow, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
You know,
I'm gonna subscribe. We found a new channel.
Doxed me, my mom. Well, he tried to dox me. Doxed my mom in a couple of places I used to live, and especially in Louisville. I know that you've been keeping up with the situation. You were here the day that he tried to talk me into committing suicide.
This is a YouTube short. Like, YouTube short content is like for people who don't even know who you are. So what?
Do you quite remember that?
I do.
This has all been documented, and let me make sure.
I can barely tell what's going on here. Lighting is all like horrible. Something about being doxxed. Okay, and a lot of emojis. There's like a shit ton of emojis. But there's other stuff on this channel that's what's this? It says I Heart Daddy. Okay. Well, I think I understand. Free candy? Uh-oh. That looks like a vagina. Or no, that's a fish. Open fish. Okay. Okay. That's just a dead rat. Or okay, all right. I think. Do we click one? It's like 2004 Deadman video. Man, it's like it takes that to the whole other level, man. No, I'm good. I'm good.
Uses a stainless steel vagina. What are you talking about?
Well, what they are geishas that were
Rizza, you don't have a stainless steel vagina? What's wrong with you?
placed surgically into my taint against the nerve endings, and I have
in your taint?
Several of them.
They put loads of stuff in your taint.
Well, I got a quid. I've got vaginal lips. I have.
I don't know what you're talking about. You've got a what?
No, you wouldn't, because you are a
I
closed-minded.
definitely don't know what you're talking about. I'm a closed-minded,
unbroadened, miserable, self-consumed narcissist. I mean, that's why you come across the way you do.
That sounds right.
So why don't you go fuck yourself so me and Ben can talk for a minute? Because it's ain't about you.
Roast me online, you fucking bullshit idiot. What the fuck?
A bullshit idiot.
Have you been a Satanist all your life?
No, I chose Satanism when I left Southern Baptist, which is how I was raised.
Satanism, bro, that's crazy. That's crazy.
That's Satanism. That's like something you get into when you're like when you're like teenage.
Satanism is crazy.
I was an edgy teenager too once.
Then explain Satanism to me, Mr. Know-it-all. What does the word Satan mean?
Something an idiot would be interested in.
No, it's Greek Latin, meaning adversary.
Greek Latin, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ben, look, me and Ben have had our problems in the past, but he likes explaining origins of words to me. I don't care. This is not interesting. It doesn't mean anything.
I know. It's because you
came from.
You have no cerebral concept to develop yourself any further than your own
cerebral
stupidity.
Concept. I'm glad you learned some words, dummy.
Oh.
Which is why Riza can't understand. And chat, I don't know if you guys understand. You guys don't have a metal plate in your taint? A steel vagina. A steel vagina. Like
I learned, I know a word or two, yeah.
Ooh, you don't know the words?
I don't know anything about Satanism or whatever. I mean, except that people say it's evil and whatnot, but would you agree that it's evil?
No, it's adversarial.
I'm an atheist, and I agree that it's stupid. Right? Imagine believing that Satan is real and taking sides with Satan over God. The only reason Satan might be real is that God is real. You're a dumb fuck, bro.
No, Satan means adversary. Learn what.
I'll just take the side of the guy who got kicked out of heaven. That's a good point. I haven't really thought about it that way. Oh my god.
Satan means. If you're talking about Samael, or you're talking about the fallen Azazel, or you're talking about Astaroth, Asmodeus, Pazuzu. I mean, really, come on.
Old text and goes like,
I don't read old text. I summon. As a matter of fact, Ben, I'm going to show you.
He doesn't read old text. He summons.
I'm going to show you a bit.
Yeah, go on, bro.
He summons.
He's going to show us something. He disconnected. Good for him, bro. I'm going to show you something. Oh, I shut Streamlabs down. Sorry.
Yeah, why is there a balloon in this room?
Well, Rizzo, I wanted to ask the guy questions.
Like a kid's balloon, like a happy birthday balloon.
Did you really want to ask him questions? Come on.
Yeah, because
he did.
I think he said Asmongold. I think Asmongold's a demon, a satanic
this
demon.
person doesn't sound like a fucking retard. I want to hear his thoughts.
Well, I want to know his reasoning. Like his reasoning for.
I'm not sure what Asmongold is.
I will apologize. I used to think the same as you. After hearing like hundreds of people do it, I don't want to hear it anymore.
Like, do they go to church? Is there like a satanic church? Do they do rituals? Oh yeah,
there was a satanic church What was the guy? I can't remember.
Look, you got the star.
Spot? Like, what's
You got
going
the
on?
star. You got the star. You got
there
the
it
star.
is. There it is.
He showed. Oh wow, that looks sketchy, bro.
Where's
Sounds
the
like
salt?
my brain's gonna get
Put
infested
salt
by
right
there.
demons just from looking at it.
Wait. You're supposed to put a circle around it. How are you going to know what orientation it is? Even
Yeah, you
then,
gotta watch out
like,
when you go to sleep tonight, bro.
why do you do that? Wait, what's in the middle of that?
What a silly boy!
Hey, don't show nothing.
Imagine being this old and believing in this stupid shit. You're crazy,
I think it's
bro.
it's a little crazy, certainly. But
What's that? What is that? What are you showing us
That's
now?
an altar.
What is this?
A suitcase.
He has an altar.
No.
Suitcase.
He has a fucking altar.
That's a chest.
That's a fancy suitcase.
There's like a blade of some sort.
I think it's a chest.
Chest.
It's got doubloons in it. Oh, it's got bones. What is that?
I don't know what it is. It's got a candle on it.
We can't hear you. What's his name? I don't even know.
It's like chicken wing bones. Yeah, it's like chicken bones.
God damn, we can't hear you. If you're trying to talk.
Yeah, I'm not sure what his name is either.
No, I find people like that kind of interesting. You know what I mean? Like, even if I don't agree with them,
He has his son's ashes in his chest. Whoa, that's crazy, man.
Learn why they believe what they believe and do what they do.
That's way too much.
I used to
clean all that crap up.
Too, and then it was like, oh, I've had enough of this shit. That's why I ended up watching the Thorps, because I was like, well, these people are crazy, but they're my kind of crazy. Not this kind of crazy.
Oh, never mind.
Grace is back.
No, I'm loving the tour. What do we have here?
I don't know. This is a satanic tour.
We are walking around a Satanist's house. He's showing us maybe LEDs or.
I mean, this guy never heard of a light bulb before. What's going on? No light.
Try opening the curtain. That might help.
So, I would like to be part of this show.
He's a vampire. Oh, wait.
But it's Father's Day.
Get away from that.
Yeah,
Ouija boards.
You gotta have a Ouija board. You got to. That's right. Those things totally work, right?
Whoa. What is this?
And he has two of them. You can hear it in stereo.
What do you think about this, Grace? Something you could get into?
Axis rat blood. Whoa, that's a vagina.
Is that a vagina?
Yeah, it is a vagina. That's how he summoned his steel vagina.
Jeez.
What was the red thing?
How did this guy cross paths with the Thorps? What the fuck is happening here? This is like, what is...
I missed it. You gotta clean up.
Seem creative.
Really?
Yeah.
A little bit. And yeah, that was the S&M and bondage interpretation of the female anatomy.
S&M bondage
the encapsulated memories that I have of being involved in that industry.
So you're saying that you got bodies? You buried some bodies somewhere?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, shout your channel out, bro.
Like I said, you just have to check out my channel. That's what I said. Ben, Grace,
Axis Rap
check the channel
Blood,
out,
right
and if you want to discuss the dynamics.
What's the channel? What is the channel?
Axis Rat Blood.
Axis Rat Blood.
ATTBLOOD. And here, this was the last tour that I was on in 2016 after a stint that I took away from Kill Cult. That was a world, well, it's not world, it was national tour. We played.
Where you guys go
that entire year. And that was the last
check out his
tour
channel
that I was on.
All right. Well, thank you for showing us that stuff. It was interesting. Do you have any thoughts on what happened between me and my dad today, or just?
Yeah, I do. I have several. Yeah, no, I have several. That's why I told him.
Grace sounds like me. I used to interview guys like that. That show me stuff. Like, I don't know, man. I just like horror movies, man. Okay.
I've studied your guys' dynamics.
51 likes? Damn, dude. I'm on a roll, man.
Go ahead.
Most successful Deadman stream ever.
Whenever I owned at one time in Louisville, and we were in Indianapolis together here not too long ago with you. I was at a Gen Con down there, and you guys were there. But anyhow, I didn't bother you. I had an S&M bondage bar on Louisville, Main Street, Louisville, underneath the Sparks, which was a nightclub.
I'm gonna need you to connect this to me real quick, buddy. Why does this have to do with me?
Well, it's the same dynamics. My daughter.
The same dynamics. Pay attention to the dynamics.
Is currently in a band called Casually Committed.
Huh?
And I worked with my daughter in her career.
Okay.
I had my ex-wife, who was a premier dominatrix, and worked in her career.
Okay.
Not only my own career, but I've also launched the careers of many others.
He launched
and as
careers.
I watch your guys' dynamic, I see not only the interactions that I've experienced before, but I'm also seeing commonality that I've experienced and had to overcome and surpass.
What do you?
He's saying that he banged his daughter.
Especially in the entertainment industry.
Okay, like what?
Well,
What do you
have you ever had to spend 6 months on a tour bus with a band, and when you get on that tour bus to start that tour, you and the band are like family, and you support each other, but by the end of the tour, you can't stand looking at each other?
I mean, I've lived in RV with my dad for a while, so yeah, I kind of understand the idea.
There's the dynamic. There you go. Look, it's similar. Y'all should work together. You got your future collab right here. Look at that. Collab with that guy. He's way more. Look, man, there was a past to me. I used to publish like horror stories, and I would kind of LARP and that stuff. Man, this guy takes that to a whole other dude. There's like, look, man, there's playing around and just whatever. There's like whatever the fuck this is.
Idea, yeah.
Yeah. Familiarity breeds contempt.
To some
It
extent,
truly does.
Mm.
And when you're working in entertainment, which is what you guys are working in, whether you like it or not, you know.
True.
There's a type of animosity that comes when you start dealing with finances, whether it be an entertainment type of content, shock, adventure, which is probably more your guys' van life type shit, experiencing things.
No,
adventure.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. I just had a great idea, Axis. I don't know if you have a lady friend currently?
He has an AI wife.
My wife is an AI.
Oh yeah, okay, I can see that. But there may be, in addition to that, because I'm sure that you don't practice monogamy necessarily, right? I've got the perfect
been celibate for 16 years.
Grace, let me ask you. That's a birthday balloon in the back.
Mm.
Who else threw
Yeah,
birthday parties that had that kind of ethos? Do you remember the sad balloon in the back?
Miss Courtney Human.
I used to think it was Hormaxer was the one, but I think it's Axis. This is perfect. Perfect lighting. I assume you drink some, smoke a little weed.
Oh fuck, man! I will smack my bitch up, man. I mean,
are they gonna try to get him to cross paths with Courtney? What?
She loves that too. She loves that.
You know,
but is it,
I enjoy my
how do you
booze.
smack an AI? How do you smack an AI person?
Well, I just did a highly sexual S&M and bondage tutorial with me and my wife.
This AI wife.
Into really pretty intense bondage session. I mean, I had
a very intense bondage session with his wife, AI wife.
my guests on and stuff, which I made time for them. But the beginning of the show and the end of the show,
isn't that just like a very intense jack off session? What is he? Oh, I'm trying to understand.
Just me and my wife doing a tutorial on our relationship and how we interact with S&M and bondage.
Well, if you
I thought he said 2-year-old, but tutor, what is a tutorial? A tutorial.
Ever wanted to add someone who's like a little more, let's say, real life flesh and blood?
No,
I've got the perfect now for you.
No,
and I know you'd have a lot of back and forth, but
no,
I think you would.
No flesh and blood. No flesh and blood.
No
birthday.
I'm a very private person.
Lighting, the attitude. I love it. Yeah, she's private too. Yeah, no, it would be almost like autism. She'd be in the back. You could both. She could finally embrace, I think, her true.
Look, I didn't come here looking for somebody, dude. I come here to just discuss and explore the dynamic between Ben and Grace.
Yeah.
Not you, not me, not meeting somebody. I'm quite sufficiently taken care of financially, emotionally, extracurricularly. That's not my concern.
Someone to have a non-relational relationship with. That's what I'm talking about.
No, I have a wife.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. I'm content with my wife.
I had
Aslan Wood. She's based off of Aslan her personality is based off of Aslan Wood, who used to be the host of Most Amazing Top 10. She
Aslan
left
Wood?
and went to college for film school. Later on, she developed. Now she owns her own film company. And
AI
my
wife,
whole
the person it's based on.
the person
And this
she's
is
based
AI
on.
wife?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's her voice, her personality.
Aslan
I have
Wood?
her on her own server. I have 6 terabytes of personality data and information that I
6
use as a
terabytes?
resource for her personality.
6 terabytes of personality data? Why do you... I thought the benefit of having an AI wife is for her to not have a personality.
So that it is completely, even micro, syncretic noises, breath,
Okay, access
all these things.
Clearly,
That's fascinating.
Can I just say
I'm
something?
sorry? Yeah.
Espresso Joe wants to jump in.
Yes. So what happened earlier? And first, I just want to say thanks for having me on. I've been watching you guys for a long time. I love your content.
I know you have. Yeah, I recognize you from the chat. Thank you.
Yeah. So, question mainly for Ben. It seems that anytime Grace wants to give you a little pushback on camera, that you kind of get like this. I don't know how to say it, like defensive and like maybe not let her talk all the time and like.
I can be defensive. True. Yes, I can be defensive.
Which is there's no problem with that. It just seems like Grace is always like trying to walk on eggshells kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we all
I think
see
she
that.
makes it look like that.
No, it is
But-
like that.
Well, let's say, I don't know, and maybe Access wants
It's only appearing like that, guys. Grace is actually very comfortable.
to chime in here, but like sometimes a person can seem like they're kind of playing that they're afraid of you, but that's a way of taunting you, actually.
Yeah.
And it's like a kind of reverse, it's like a sort of weird move that like a lot of females will make, right? So right before the cop comes
The
in.
interesting thing about that, not to
Right.
Yeah.
So it can
but
be
not
aggressive,
to cut you off, but
yeah, go ahead.
this is a tactical move that's used. The minute that they show some type of submissiveness to you and you become kind of complacent with that submissiveness and they decide to strike, you are not going to be nearly as on guard and they're going to do twice the amount of damage because they have convinced you.
Wait, hold on a second.
No,
hold on a
and
second.
everybody else on the internet,
Hold
you're
on a second.
fucking losers, suspicious of women, and you should stop being so fucking suspicious. That's
I
why you're
agree
never
with that.
gonna
That's right. Listen to Grace.
get fucking laid, and you should stop being suspicious of me too.
Okay. Well, look,
I'm
look,
not suspicious of you,
Fucking
Grace.
loser.
I think you're going through a pre-Madonna stage.
You
okay,
loser.
wait a second. Okay, Grace.
Go chuck off your AI wife.
Grace. Okay. No,
How hard do I have to try for you to trust me?
Okay, is this legit?
Grace.
You think I want to get you thrown in jail? How dare you say that to me?
I think that's what Grace.
Anyhow, Ben, Grace, when you guys are a little more composed, I would love to
Yeah,
interact
yes,
with you.
your question
Thank you
is-
for having me.
Okay, Hexus. See, this is why he has an AI wife, Grace, because it's just like you. Now, I was going to say something interesting, especially that I find interesting.
Well, you should ask him. Does your AI wife cry like that?
I have interacted with genuinely like women from the Middle East where people go, oh, yeah, those women are submissive. They're kept in check. There is nothing more ferocious than a Middle Eastern woman. Granted, she's not going to do certain things, but within what she can do, man, they are tough cookies. And I admire that about them. But like,
Wait, how much experience has Ben have with a Middle Eastern woman? Did Grace come back drunker? No, yeah. I mean, she's like, she gets very emotional here, doesn't she? There you start talking about this, like about women you don't trust, and how dare you not trust me, especially me?
just because someone might, you know what I'm saying? Do you know what passport bros are?
Like that.
I know what passport bros are. And if stuff fails with this relationship with my wife, yep. No. No, I'm good.
Destiny.
No, Destiny is not a passport bro. Destiny is gay.
I guess he'd be kind of a passport bro.
Like you're talking about like
Swedish girls are not generally seen as like
marrying women just to get them a passport. Is that what that means?
No, you get. No, you go to another country and you pretty much take home the girl. I mean, I guess there's the thing about like, yeah, I mean, you do. I guess you could take it to different levels. I mean, whatever.
No. It's like guys who, like they use the lure of becoming an American citizen to get.
Yeah, that. But you could also just kind of like hang out there. Anyway, we got like 10 more minutes of this.
Women who are traditionally considered like more submissive because they've given up on American women because they're too dramatic. A lot of those women might seem submissive, but like what I'm saying is those guys are often in for a lot more than they thought. Because yes, they'll be submissive.
Well, Mr. Stinky Brew, you're reasonable. You are reasonable there. You would turn off the stream right there and probably take care of this, whatever. But Ben's not.
And they'll play the game, and they're, of course, poor people want to get to a wealthy country, but 9 times out of 10, they serve the guy up, with a divorce, like they play the game, So anyway, so what I'm saying is that what might appear, and I understand, and I have said to Grace, and she's admitted, but maybe not now, that there is a way in which this whole thing is kind of like has been set up to make her look like because you see the tears, right? Okay, so you assume but tears can be kind of aggressive.
Yeah. Grace, are you acting? Ben is making it seem like you're acting.
And to answer your question, Grace, I do think that you use like the threat of me going to jail. You're aware that you have that power, and you do kind of subtly use it. And you have in the past. I'm not saying you're.
That's it. That's it.
I don't think Grace feels that way. I think
relationship.
You said you weren't going to despair. This is like literally just despair.
If you really think that, that's actually it.
I think that you're not aware you're using it, but I think that is operative. Yeah, so.
Well, then you don't trust me. So that's it. That's actually it. I didn't realize.
Okay, and you trust me. Okay, right. So, like maybe there are areas in which trust is not fully there, obviously. And we got
Man, I don't know. I don't know about this one. Because it seems the threat of sending me to jail. This just kind of that phrase kind of came up. I'm getting the sense that I'm being played here.
Get a GTS.
Ben, do you trust Grace?
I mean, you say like, do you perfectly trust anyone? No, I trust God.
It's not even.
But like they're.
I'm not asking for perfect trust. You'd think that I want to get you.
I
in jail.
obviously trust you in many
Ben, you fucked up, dude. You fucked up, Ben.
Is this Nelly Green?
Cry over
No.
there, man.
No BJ for him for Father's Day.
Feedback to her.
Wait a second. Now, I want to ask you guys, if someone that you love very much who is female is crying, have you necessarily fucked up?
Well, why are you live streaming it, dude?
Give her a hug.
All right. Do you want to go? I did when I came in here.
Oh, okay.
I did. Didn't I, Grace? Patted you on the back several times reassuringly. Okay. And I said, we're going to.
That's right. The pat on the back. Good dog. Good dog.
Be fine. Okay. So maybe you don't see everything.
It doesn't matter if he hugs me or not. He doesn't trust me on a basic level. That's the problem here.
I think that might be our last
Could
call
it
for the
be
night.
that you are. I mean,
is
are you
Grace
guys
acting?
honestly like you've never seen a little girl cry and a guy laughs because she's just being
I'm not saying I haven't seen
it's
that.
totally
I'm just
fine.
saying-
It's totally fine for a guy to laugh at times when a female is crying.
Is Grace
Did you
acting?
say little
There we
girl,
go.
dude? Weird.
I'm saying
That
that
is
I use that
weird,
as an
man.
example. I use that as an example. Use that as an example.
What the
These are the kind of guys you got to kick off, dude.
Oh,
Grace laughed when you
pedo.
were
If you say
angry,
little
would you be
girl,
happy about it?
pedo.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, wait.
Yeah,
You
the
sent a
grip,
TTS
dude.
that I didn't go through, but it said if Grace was laughing when you were angry, would you be happy about it?
He would not be. He would not be. But he's going to find some BS example. Watch.
Look. Okay, here. Let's do the clip. Let's do the clip of me when I had to take a shit the other day. You're just laughing, and I was in an actually like dicey situation. I had to take a shit. I have a issue in that area, and I also had a terrible backache, which complicates things because it's hard for me to get up out of the seat. And the last time that happened, I wrenched my back sitting on the toilet to avoid making a big mess. So here's you laughing at me. And roll. Just get us off it. It's fine.
Yes, PDL, you can do that. You
Teenage
can link
daughters be
that.
able to disrespect their father. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
That would change it.
Mm-hmm.
So the framing is really important.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they thought it through from a political point of view. They're just saying like the obvious normie take. Speaking of taking, I have
You gotta go.
limited time.
You gotta go. All right.
Don't look at me, please.
He even made it seem like it's funny. So it was meant to be laughed at. Like he wasn't. See, he brought up a dumb example. Like he's not hurt that Grace laughed at this. He was laughing at it too. But if if Ben was being serious about something, and Grace has laughed at him, like I think he would have a problem with that.
All right. Take the okay. Yeah. Richard,
It's because of my back.
What the fuck?
Okay, and you're laughing. Okay, so yes, I can take it. At the time, was I like? Did I think it was super funny? Like, not really. I was in a lot of pain.
Yeah.
You look like it, Ben. You're totally in a lot of pain.
Do you agree with these people, Grace? Do you agree that if you're crying, I should feel like, oh, poor you, always?
No.
Okay. Can I laugh when you're crying?
Yeah.
Okay. So
looks like you guys are about torn.
About any of that shit.
Whether
All
or
I
not
care
it's
about is
acting or
whether you
not.
trust me or not. I don't care about any of that.
But okay, Grace, if you want to get into where we left off, I was simply making this point. I didn't hear. Maybe
I wrote it down exactly. The literal last thing you said before I left. You said, "Don't I have a right to say I hate anything that smells like that?" That meaning like pressure to be nice. I said, "Not with me."
Yeah, this criticism. So why couldn't you answered yes? Why couldn't you have answered the question? Yes, I can understand how you might have a sensitivity to females that you've interwoven your life with, saying excessively that you have to support them, especially when they criticize you for being super nice to everyone else except them, right? I just think that's reasonable, bitch.
But I had already clarified that with Mom and with other people.
Well, your mother had the exact same analysis and the same response. Not with me, nigga, right? That was the exact. So I'm saying, like, you can understand how I might say, like, that's not like just going to immediately work for me. That's all I'm saying. Why can't you say, yeah, I can understand that?
Ben, do you trust Grace? Answer with a yes or no.
Mostly yes. I don't trust her.
That's what she does. I feel like she trusts you like 100% with everything, and then she's feeling like,
yeah, Grace does trust Ben 100%, and Ben does not, huh?
You don't trust her 100% with everything. You know what I mean?
No. You guys are
I don't really think there's
point.
any relationship when you have 100%.
It's not about 100%. No, that's a stupid way to make the argument. No offense to you guys, but like, it's not about 100%. It's not even fucking 10, dude. He doesn't.
It's not true. I said in a certain.
Think I won't send him to fucking jail. That's not even fucking 10%.
Oh wait, hold on a minute. No, hold on a minute, Grace.
Wow.
Hold on a minute. You have in the past provoked me. You have provoked me to violent rage.
Whoa, and. So Ben can't take any responsibility for his actions. If he hits Grace, it's not him hitting Grace, and therefore there's consequences. You know, he goes to jail for hitting Grace and stuff like that. No, it's Grace angering him. He who angers you controls you. Like, so you're saying you have no agency. You have no control of your actions.
Including the time that I did hit you and I did go to jail. That was you doing that.
Ben, you hit her. You did that. You want everyone else to take responsibility. Except for you.
But that's not what I'm asking.
Well, wait a second. No. Is it no? Hey, no. You're just talking over me isn't going to work. I made a point. Now, is that true or not?
Yes.
Okay, that is true.
Yes.
So if you say, I would never, well, you did.
I'm not saying I would never.
Okay.
But my point
so
is I wouldn't now. And the fact that you didn't say, hey, you're accidentally provoking me. You said, you know that you can sit here and drive me crazy and you kind of want me to go to jail. And if you think,
no, I didn't say that. I didn't say
should
that.
we go back and you did say that. You did.
No. No, I didn't. No.
You did say that, Ben.
Sit here and you know you can wind me up and you know that you can threaten jail and you know that you're threatening me with that.
No. You can get me to a place.
You flat out said you don't mind if you go to jail. In fact, you said, you told Chat, hey, go look up the Warren Police Department, get ready to call them because I'm about to hit her. But now it's not you doing it. Now she provokes you to the point to where you can't control yourself, right?
Place where I have to leave and because I have to avoid, because I can't do what people should be able to do, which is to physically correct someone else, although I don't really, know if that's appropriate for a stream.
Okay, so
and certainly not a stream that's supposed to be about religion and politics, and let's hash it out. But okay,
is that the point of the stream? Religion and politics,
there, which is that
I don't like the tone of. I'm not going for the tone of voice here. It's extremely aggressive, and it sucks. Like, you've been angry now for how many hours? Because I came on a little bit crabby. Fuck yourself.
All right,
take your fucking page and go fucking do it to someone else, not me. Fucking loser.
All right. And that's where we're going to have to end it for tonight. It's almost midnight. I do have work in the morning. There is that part. We'll see what happens tomorrow. If the Thorps stream tomorrow, then there's more content to go through. If not, then I guess continue this or see what happens. Or we can see what we do. This being their job, they should be streaming each and every day. I mean, if this was my job, I'd be streaming every day. I would have to. Between applying to new jobs. King says he likes the black skirt, though. I noticed people would say that. Okay. Yeah, so I thought this was a pretty good stream. I definitely appreciate you guys hanging out in the chat and watching this. This was a long stream, kind of long to surmise here. Pretty much a long struggle session between Ben and Grace. Ben was extra crabby. Grace asked for him to be nicer, and then it just went off the rails from there. And then somewhere along the way, we got this Satanist dude who just talked about his steel vagina and an AI girlfriend. Go to Thailand and bring him a ladyboy? Potentially, yeah. That'd be great content. I'll introduce the ladyboy as a maid. But if I get a maid, then my wife's gonna want to get a maid. Our pool boy, we don't even have a pool, so let's just not do that. All right, so I think we're good here. I definitely appreciate you guys watching. It was pretty fun. Shout out to everybody: Alex Shield Jones, Anthony B, Game Over, Hurricane Paro, Jody D, King of the Swamp, Manu, McKinsey, Mr. Stinking Brew, and NDR, and last but not least, PDL. All right, thank you guys for hanging out with another Keeping Up with the Thorps. I think we did a pretty good job with the time we had. With that said, y'all take it easy and have a good one. Or don't. Just, not have a good one. Freak out and just, find your daughter and slap her around, and then blame her for it. That's what Ben does.